Welcome to this edition of Draft Utopia. Chris Ransom here. My co-host William Yanish and Joseph Potter should be joining shortly. William is in the chat room. He's just joined, so I'm gonna add him to the stream. Still waiting for Joey's taking care of some errands this morning, so it'll be just us until he arrives. But
oh man, I hit him up and he did.
A lot going on. The Memorial Cup started last night. I did post a thumbnail of the Memorial Cup. And the Memorial Cup, the reason it's such a big deal, you have the 3 Canadian Hockey League champions in the hosting city in a round-robin tournament. I wish they would just include the USHL champion in this because the USHL is the best junior hockey team in North America in the United States. Just put them in. You have 4 teams. You don't even have to have the hosting city in the tournament. I feel like the tournament should be reserved for champions, but to be fair to Rimouski, they were the runner-up in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. So even if they won, the runner-up would have gotten the automatic berth over them. But it is what it is. But yeah, Rimouski and Medicine Hat had a pretty intense game last night in the first game of the Memorial Cup. Medicine Hat won 5-4. Gab McKenna a goal and assist. McKenna is the early favorite to go first in 2026, but it's not just McKenna. Medicine Hat's team is just so complete. Their goalie was the MVP during the Ed Choynoth Cup. They have a defenseman in this year's draft, Ryder Ritchie. I remember him a few years ago when he was on Prince Albert. He's now on Medicine Hat. Oasis Weisblot, the older brother of Ozzy Weisblot, is the first-line center and team captain of the Tigers. They have Caden Lindstrom, Andrew Basha, 2 players from last year's NHL draft. When you just think of Medicine Hat, they've won 6 WHL titles, the Ed Choynoth Cup champions. You just look at their team on paper. They're the most complete team in this tournament, in my opinion, William. I mean,
sure.
It's not to say they can't be beat. You have the runner-up in last year's tournament, the London Knights. London Knights, they made it to the championship game, but they lost the hosting city, the Saginaw Spirit. And the London Knights won the OHL 2 years in a row. So you would think they'd be the favorites coming into this thing. They've got a goalie projected to go in the second round of this year's NHL draft, maybe third, but they've got great defensemen. They reloaded. They won the OHL 2 years ago, and they were last year's runner-up. So you would think they would be the favorite. And they are my number. I'm debating between them at 2 and 3, if I'm being honest. I think that's partially due to the fact that the Moncton Wildcats have Caleb Desnoyers, who's projected at 6th in this year's NHL draft. But the thing is, William, if Desnoyers dominates this tournament, you're looking at him maybe even going into the top 5, potentially going as high as number 3 to Chicago, who has the 3rd pick in this year's draft. And San Jose's GM, Mike Greer, is at this tournament. He was at this tournament last year's scout, Sam Dickinson. San Jose is the number 2 pick. They're probably going to take Michael Misa, last year's tournament MVP, at number 2. But, it's possible one of these guys ends up supplanting Misa. And I think the guy who has the best chance to do that in this tournament is probably Caleb Desnoyers, the Moncton Wildcats, since he's the top NHL draft-eligible player in this tournament. But I would go Medicine Hat 1. I think you can debate between Moncton and London at 2, but London's experience, I would argue, puts them at 2. But I think we're going to learn a lot about London and a lot of the Moncton Wildcats, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League champions and the OHL champions, when they play tonight at 7 p.m. That's the second game. And this tournament, it's round robin, William. So if you tie the first game, no big whoop. You get a point for tying. You get 3 points for winning. You get no points for losing. And there's no overtime. There's 3 games. Each team plays each other. The team with the best record, William, automatic berth in the championship game. They don't have to play that. They get sort of a hangover. They get sort of a layoff. I mean, last year, London won all the games in the opening round. They got that layoff, but Saginaw clawed their way back into the tournament, stayed alive, got the championship rematch with the London Knights, and beat them with the home crowd, with the home ice. And that's such a big deal. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed in the Rimouski Oceanic. For one reason, William. They had Sidney Crosby on their team back in the day before he got picked by the Pittsburgh Penguins. And instead of having Crosby do the puck drop, they had a 30-year anniversary team for the Rimouski Oceanic. And they had one of the players' dads do the puck drop because he's in the military and he dragged the Memorial Cup trophy out. I thought that was cool. I thought that was very classy, very respectful of Canada. But it's disappointing. If you're the Memorial Cup is basically Canada's Super Bowl. This is Canada's Super Bowl. You have a chance to bring out Sidney Crosby and go out with a bang, and you screwed it up. Believe me, if Joey was on this call, he would be tearing you guys a new one for screwing up as badly as you did. You should just be lucky he's running errands, Rimouski. You should just be. But yeah.
He'd be out here dropping F-bombs and everything else.
It wasn't pretty. But, I would say Medicine Hat would be number one for me. Just what they did against Rimouski, the hosting team. And Rimouski led that game, and they found a way to come back and win. So they would be number one right now, but I would put London at 2. And you could argue London should be 1 because they were last year's runner-up and they got back. I mean, that argument has some merit as well, but I think Rimouski is the weakest of these 4 teams, but we'll see. I mean, there's still 2 games left for Rimouski to regroup, and they have a third place game and they have a second place game. So even if you lose all the games in the round robin round, as long as you win the third place game, it doesn't matter apparently. And then the team that finishes second gets the third place game winner in a elimination game where they take whoever wins that elimination game gets to play the number 1 team in the round robin in the championship. So that's how they do it. It's like a weekly event. I don't think having that much games is necessary, but that's how they do it. That's how the tournament is run, the Memorial Cup. But yeah, that's your nugget on that. Any thoughts on that, William, before I get into the conference finals for the NHL and NBA?
Not many, man. You covered it pretty well, so.
All right. But yeah, if you're into junior hockey, Gavin McKenna is the name to watch. He's going to be number 1 in the 2026 mock whenever I post it for the NHL. He had a 58-game point streak, which is ridiculous. And I feel like I've mentioned him more than Caleb Williams in his +1 draft year. I rarely do that because football is the bulk of this show. So if I'm mentioning a player in their +1 draft year more than Caleb Williams, that tells you the player's either pretty damn good or they're pretty damn overhyped, depending on what you see on the film.
Right. Yeah, Caleb Williams was pretty damn overhyped. I mean, whatever you want to call it, kind of a. Yeah. And then he ends up in Chicago of all places,
Yeah, there's text from his dad saying he wanted to go to the Vikings, but the Bears were not going to trade him to the Vikings. I mean,
no. That would never happen, I mean, Caleb Williams, if he, slows down and doesn't try to play that hero ball, I mean, he can probably play a little bit and, save himself. But, running around trying to do the things that he does and pissing off his wide receivers while he's doing it. DJ Moore is like beating his hand on the ground, I mean, hopefully his second year goes better. I do wish him the best, I mean, but it is what it is.
It is.
To steal your line.
You're right. I mean, we did a poll question at the beginning of the year, ranking the draft classes. NBA came in at 1. MLS and NHL tied for second place at 2. NFL was 4th and MLB was last, which is kind of surprising because usually the NFL's number 1 from 2016 to 2022, NFL ranked number 1 in terms of draft class among those 5 sports. 2023, NHL kind of jumped the NFL for that year, just like 2015. But 2024, the NFL made a comeback. And you could make an argument that the 2021 NBA draft was stronger than the 2021 NFL draft. I think that argument does have some merit to a degree. Not a lot of merit, but a lot of the top picks in that 21 NBA draft, Evan Mobley, Jalen Green, Cade Cunningham have blossomed, whereas outside of Trevor Lawrence, the quarterbacks in the 21 draft have been underwhelming. Ones that got picked in the first round, at least.
Well,
there have been some great players in the 21 draft, like Jamar Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I had a second on, who fell to the fourth round. There have been some great players. To be fair to the 2021 draft class, there have been some great players in that draft.
Just put it on record that I said that Trevor Lawrence is Daniel Jones with great hair. I mean, that's true.
Fair.
You can look.
I'm sure the
those
people
stats
in
all
the
day,
city
man.
of Jacksonville that are on the street with Joey would not be too happy with that take, but oh well.
No.
It is
yeah,
what
no,
it is.
After giving them all that money, man, I mean, I think that was another one that was a bit overhyped, but that's what they do. It happens. And
yep. LA Galaxy are still winless after 14 games. This is just brutal. I mean, you went from winning the championship in MLS to being winless after 14 games, and you gave your head coach an extension. That just looks really bad. That just looks really bad. And that's the game Fox is airing for the MLS game of the week today. That's the game Fox is airing. The expansion team versus a winless team. That's the game you're choosing to put in that 4 p.m. primetime slot. See, the other sports need to adapt and do flex options like the NFL does if there's a really bad game on. That's part of the reason why people are tuning out of regular season hockey, regular season NBA, regular season MLB, regular season MLS. Because if the matchup's bad and you don't provide an alternative or you don't flex the matchup in advance, it just looks really bad on your part.
Yeah.
Really lazy.
For sure. But, I mean, one more thought before I forget it, I'm going to say that Daniel Jones is going to do very well in Indianapolis. So we'll go with that.
Okay. I'm going to break down the conference finals until Joey gets here. And if Joey's not here by the time we're pivoting to football, I am going to let William take over where Joey left off until he joins us.
Sure thing.
Okay, so NHL, Florida looks like they're going back to the Stanley Cup. They won games 1 and 2 on the road in Carolina after winning game 7 in Toronto. They've got home ice in games 3, 4, and 6, and they just have to win 2 of those games, and they're back in the Stanley Cup Finals. Dallas versus Edmonton looks a lot foggier. Dallas won the first game. Edmonton won the second. Joey and I both picked Edmonton to win the Cup. I had Edmonton over Toronto, an All-Canadian Cup. Joey had Edmonton over Florida. But we both hate Edmonton with a passion. We both want them out of the playoffs. I mean, Joey wants them out of the playoffs so Florida can repeat. I want them out of the playoffs so Dallas can win their first cup since 1999. But either way, and you should want them out. You shouldn't root for the Dallas Stars, but you should want Dallas in because the further they go, the more the Cowboys' offensive line is going to be invested in the hockey games rather than OTAs, training camps. And that's going to have a negative effect on the Dallas Cowboys when the regular season starts. So if you hate the Dallas Cowboys, you should be rooting for the run to continue because if the run continues, then the players' conditioning is not going to be great.
For sure. And that I do hate the Dallas
Okay, I
Cowboys,
didn't.
So we'll
Okay. I don't want to presume anything about whether or not.
Yeah.
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 So
so anyway, but yeah, dude, no, that's great, man. And your teams are just doing great,
Yeah, Patriots might be making a comeback.
I think they will be. They got themselves a good running back. That's not Ramondre Stevenson and his super slow 40 or his Cam Scatabo. Yeah, 40 time. Yeah. Travion Anderson is going to do well there, and the receivers are definitely going to do something. I mean, Drake May can absolutely sling it. That kid is something else. Like I said, he was my QB1 last year, and I was scared for his life, you know, when New England brought him out, and it was behind that line. But you know, now they got Will Campbell, and you know,
That's a big reason
everything else.
why I think the Patriots are going to turn things around. And look,
Yeah.
it'd be great if the Stars or the Guardians won a championship this year, but I don't know if it's in the cards. I mean, I already got two teams. Ohio State won the college football playoff. The Galaxy won the MLS Cup, and Duke made the Final Four in basketball. And even the Lakers lost in round one, I can live with that. The Lakers have probably won more frequently than any of my favorite sports teams. So I can live with them laying an egg. Okay. And
Yeah.
of all the teams, I think the Lakers, not the Patriots, are the one most sports fans are sick of winning. Well, they're sick of the Patriots winning too, but I would argue they're just as sick of the Lakers, if not more, because the media coverage and media bias you get from ESPN and a lot of analysts there.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean,
it's like people know the Patriots suck without Brady, but they're heading in the right direction. They're heading in the right
they
direction.
are.
Yes.
Vrabel is doing a great job, and I mean that will continue. He knows what it takes to build the team, you know, and he got a little bit of practice down in Tennessee, so it was a good thing to see him sign with New England. You know, I really respect that, and I was so like broken when Drake May got drafted by him. I'm like, no, because I had just drafted him in fantasy super flex league. I was like, oh god. Now I'm feeling a lot better about it.
Yeah. So, yeah, Dallas, Edmonton could honestly go either way. I think Edmonton's going to win in 6 unless Dallas steals game 3, because Dallas could not score on Winnipeg in 8 p.m. games. The one game where they did defeat Winnipeg was a 4 p.m. game on a Sunday. Tomorrow's game is a 3 p.m. game on a Sunday, and you're going from playing hockey on a Friday at 8 p.m. in Dallas, Texas, to playing hockey at 3 p.m. in Alberta, in Edmonton. That's very little time to transition to prepare for that game. You know, you don't really have a lot of time to prepare for that game. Neither team does.
Yeah.
And a lot of Edmonton fans are complaining, oh, because we're not going to have a lot of time, we might play sloppy in that game. And that's true. And that's why I say if Dallas wants to win this series, they have to win game 3, because that's going to be the easiest game to win in Canada of the 3 games that Edmonton's hosting. Series is tied 1-1. It's a best of 5. Dallas has used 2 of their 4 home games. Edmonton still has 3. So game 3 is probably the easiest of the 3 to win. None of the games are easy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is the defending Western Conference champions. None of those 3 games are going to be easy to win. But Sunday's game is probably the easiest because the short time to prepare. This is probably the easiest of those 3 to steal. And if you steal this game and you win game 5, Edmonton wins game 4 and 6. You'll have a game 7. You'll have home ice, and anything could happen in that. Edmonton could win in 7. Dallas could win in 7 with home ice. DeBoer's undefeated in game 7s. Anything could happen.
I got you back, bro. I'm rooting for Edmonton. They're guaranteed to lose now.
They play tomorrow on ABC, but I appreciate that. I'm rooting for Dallas, but we'll see what happens. Yeah.
It'll be a good time, man.
Yeah, I agree. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks lost 2 to the Pacers at home in Madison Square Garden. Look, Dallas may only win 1 game in the series, but we're not down 0-2. Carolina's down 0-2 to Florida in the NHL. Indiana's up 2-0 ahead of the Knicks. The Knicks lost 2 on their home court, and the other team, the Minnesota Timberwolves, they lost 2 to Oklahoma City, the team that I think is going to win the NBA title. But honestly, I feel like the Oklahoma City Thunder are so far and above the remaining 3 teams in the league. It's not even close. There's a huge drop-off between the Thunder and the next best team, whether it's the Timberwolves. I think you could argue it's the Timberwolves, or you could argue it's the Nuggets, because the Denver Nuggets actually forced Oklahoma City to a game 7 You could argue they're the de facto number 2 team because right now the Eastern Conference has just been haywire this year. Cavs losing 5. Joey picked them to win the NBA Finals. Celtics, the team I picked to win the Eastern Conference. Tatum tears his Achilles. They lose in 6 to the Knicks after Tatum gets injured in Game 5. And Lakers lose in the first round of Minnesota. So really, I think you could make an argument that right now it's Oklahoma City's tournament to lose. And look, Rick Carlisle's done a great job. He took the Pacers to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They look like they're going to head to the NBA Finals this year. And a lot of people are arguing Boston got lucky due to injuries. There is some truth in that. But I also think if Tatum doesn't get injured and the Knicks don't come out and make a statement early against their rival in Boston, that you're looking at Boston maybe potentially coming back and winning that. So that's why the NBA had so much lack of parity for so many years. The 90s, it was all Michael Jordan. The 2000s, it was all Kobe and LeBron. And then it became LeBron from 2007, 2010 to now. So, and LeBron's still great, but 2021, Giannis wins it with the Milwaukee Bucks. 22, we had the Celtics lose the Warriors. The Warriors got one more. And then 23, the Nuggets won it. And then last year, it was the Boston Celtics that won it. So we've had way more parity in the NBA this decade than the 90s or the 2000s or even the 2010s when you had super teams like the Bulls or the Spurs or the Lakers or even the teams LeBron went to after he left the Cavs. So I think that's great for the league. Okay.
Personally, I think LeBron's like a android or something because I mean, dude, he looks the same when he came out of high school. I mean, you know, somebody should check into that. You know, I mean, yeah. Anyway, no, I just had to crack that joke. So it's early in the morning here. What do we got next, Christopher?
We got all the non-football topics out of the way.
Oh man.
So yeah. So I am gonna load the I'm gonna load week 7 of my well, that's the PFN. I'll load the playoff predictors one, and I'll let William continue. I'm gonna load the playoff predictors. I'm going to load weeks 7 through 12, but I'm going to let William pick the games. This is what I've got, and then I'll adjust the standings Joey put together for week 1 through 6, and William can pick up where he left off. And we can always adjust these if Joey does call in, but I don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to presume anything. I may have pissed him off. I don't know what the deal is. I'll worry about that after the show. Because the audio was bad last week. I really wanted to try to improve that, but I feel like I pushed my partner away. And if I did, that's on me. I just have to move. I have to be the grown up about it and just move on for today.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It'll all
Plus, Joey deserves an off day for his hard work and contributions.
Right.
That is
for sure, man.
Age. So, but Steelers and Bengals. Bengals are probably going to win this game. It's in Cincinnati. It's a Thursday night game.
Yeah.
You got the Bengals winning?
Yes, I do.
And,
they don't have a quarterback right now. And even if they do sign Aaron Rodgers, I, feel that he's kind of washed up, I mean,
yep.
That's it. He should just retire. I mean, he talks about, not getting receivers, and then, he brings the same receivers to the Jets. And, I mean, he's just one of those guys. But, what they do have, Mason Rudolph, career backup. And then they got Will Howard, and Will Howard is pretty underrated. I mean, he is. What do we have him in the 3rd round?
Yeah.
Both of us.
And he fell to round 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did McCord did. Ewers fell to 7. It was kind of crazy with the quarterbacks this year. What happened,
Yep.
and it people just can't talk about Shadur falling to round 5. When some of these quarterbacks that actually showed some great film, and actually won games, fell even further. I mean, it was kind of one of those things that was kind of like, what is going on here, And, but I think, Will Howard can step in and play. They have some decent skill position players there. They're expecting Roman Wilson to step up. When I saw Roman Wilson at Michigan, I didn't figure that he was a 7th-round receiver. That is where it fell, right? And I feel that he can do a lot of things. And like I said, with Howard at quarterback, Howard can definitely manage a football game. He shouldn't have any problems. He's played the top competition, the top teams, and he's won. That's all he's done is win. So I think at some point that Rudolph, will get put back on the pine, and they'll try to test out Will Howard, and I think he'll do all right. So
Might be this game if Steelers start 1-5 like Joey thought they would. It might be this game, but the Rams and the Bengals, the Rams Jaguars, not the. We both have the Bengals beating the Steelers. The Rams play the Jaguars in Jacksonville. I'm guessing you're picking the Rams to win this. So the Jags fall to 5-2. I actually did have Jacksonville winning this game, but in this scenario, with William filling in this week, Jags are going to fall to 5-2. It's going to make things more entertaining. And I can simulate a week if we get to a point where it's week 9, we're still talking, and William's got other things to do. I can simulate the weeks to speed things up. Saints, Bears, it's in Chicago. Bears are probably going to win this game simply because it just depends. If they're starting Hainer or Rattler, maybe. But if they're starting Tyler Show, Caleb's going to win, even if it's an ugly contest. And that's
I don't think
reality.
Show is, or Chug is, or however you pronounce his name, is. I was kind of intrigued by him, at Texas Tech, but it was just a little fuzzy feeling. It wasn't like overall intrigued, and I feel that Rattler and Hainer are definitely better quarterbacks. I'm trying to trade for Rattler right now in a super flex league.
Okay, Dolphins head to Cleveland to take on the Browns. I'm guessing you're going to pick the Dolphins to shake things up because the Browns entered at 4-3 with the final wild card in the rankings last week. Yeah. They entered at 3-3 with the final wild card. So now Miami wins a game. They're 3-5 with the Browns. The Chiefs, they should beat the Raiders at Arrowhead against the Raiders. It just depends on who the Raiders are starting to, but I just don't think the Raiders. It's too much Bowers and Ginty down. If they had more playmakers, maybe they could win a home game against the Chiefs, but the Chiefs are just too good.
Yeah. What do you think of Chip Kelly changing Ginty's stance?
I don't know how I feel about that. I heard about that this week. I don't know how I feel about that.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
And, Kelly's been known to be one of those coaches that's a little bit, one of those guys that wants things his way,
And Eagles, Vikings, you have no confidence in McCarthy, so you're probably taking the Eagles on the road in Minnesota.
Sure.
This is a tough game to pick. Carolina goes to the New York Jets. It's in New York. The Jets are the home team. I feel like you're going to pick the Jets because you have a little bit more confidence in Fields than Bryce Young, but not a lot.
I feel that the Jets have better skill position players.
Do too.
besides, like McMillan, getting drafted, but he's still a rookie. So, I mean, that depends. The wide receiver position, sometimes they really don't blossom until years 2 or 3, like, almost like tight ends, just not as much,
Yeah. Giants, Broncos in Denver. You got the Broncos. Colts, Chargers in LA. That's probably going to pick Herbert and the Chargers. Even if Daniel Jones starts, keeps it close, I just don't see him beating the Chargers.
Yeah, they've got some great players down there.
Yeah.
On that offense.
The Packers versus the Cardinals in Arizona.
The Packers started, I mean, it looked like a couple years ago with Jordan Love was going to take off, and then it just kind of plateaued. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, that is a tough game to pick.
Yeah.
I think Arizona should win that one.
Okay, Commanders, Cowboys, and Dallas. I do have Dallas winning because it's a home game. Washington really doesn't have a sack artist that I fear like Philadelphia with Nolan Smith, and they got Jihad Campbell in the draft. So I think the Eagles can sweep the Cowboys, but the Eagles are probably the only NFC East team that I think sweeps Dallas. Remember, last year the Cowboys won in Washington, D.C. before losing the season finale. And that was with Cooper Rush at quarterback, not Dak Prescott. So,
yeah. I'm going to go ahead and pick Washington on this one.
All right. So
we're going to see how Jaden Daniels does in year 2, and that's kind of a, year that everything happens for a quarterback. They either crash or they fly,
Brock Purdy beats Atlanta. Buccaneers, Lions, Sunday Night Football. Who do you like in this one? It's in Detroit.
Who was that again?
Buccaneers, Lions, Sunday Night Football in Detroit.
Ooh, man. That is tough. In Detroit?
Yep.
I got to take my boy Baker, man. That dude is... Yeah. I love him.
Yeah.
And he's getting some great players around him. Ending up with Emeka Ibuka and everything else. I mean, Cade Otton is starting to blossom. I'll take the Buccaneers.
It's okay to love.
Special.
It's okay to love. It's not okay to be in love if the attraction's not mutual. It's okay to love, though. And if you say no homo to Baker Mayfield, you might be homophobic. I don't know. I'm not a member of the alphabet community, so we're moving on to Monday Night Football. Texans, Seahawks.
Yeah, go. Texans, Seahawks. Oh, man. Oh, let's see. I'm going to take the Texans. CJ Stroud is bound to step up and do something. I mean, he is actually that good. So
yeah, he is. Stroud should beat Darnold, but that is going to be a very competitive game. And time to move on to week 8. And I'll show you guys, because what I did last week after the Saturday show, I accidentally clicked on one of the week 8 games, and I'm like, oh crap, I screwed up the simulator thing for Joey. But yeah, well, Vikings play the Chargers on Thursday night. Chargers are probably going to get another win and strengthen their grip hold in this division. Dolphins in Atlanta is going to be an interesting game. That's a tough game for you to pick. It's Tua versus Penix in Atlanta. I think I actually went with Penix in this one, but this is a very tough game to pick.
That's very, man. I am going to take Miami, though. I feel that, they just have too much on offense, and, now they drafted a solid backup quarterback in Quinn Ewers. No matter how people feel about that and him falling to the 7th round, You know, that kid can absolutely play, and he has it. He has heart. He has everything else. You know, and his accuracy is a little bit off, but you know, just a little bit.
Yep.
So
The Bears play the Ravens in Baltimore, probably taking Lamar Jackson because the Ravens are 2-4 at this point in the simulator. So they are playing catch up with the Chargers leading the AFC West in the simulator. Joey started that Williams continuing, and the Chiefs and Broncos at 5-3. You are probably taking the Ravens because they're angry and they have a lot of catch up to do with these AFC West teams at 5-3 and the Patriots at 6-2. They have a lot of catch up to do. Well, Patriots are 5-2, but we both have them beating the Browns. New England hosts the Browns in Week 8. Now, so the Ravens beat the Bears. We both got the Bills beating the Panthers.
yeah,
The Bengals should beat the Jets. Now, 49ers Texans is tough because Texans, they need to win this game to stay in the AFC South race with the Jags at 5-2. But 49ers are also 3-5. They need this to stay in the playoff race.
yeah. I'm going to take my Niners in that one.
That's a very tough game to pick, though.
Yeah,
It's a field goal type game.
You've got, you know, D'Amico Ryan, you know, I mean, coaching down there. He came from the 49ers, and that is a tough one, you know. And if Christian McCaffrey isn't injured or you know something else, I'm still taking the Niners.
Yep. So we both have the Patriots winning. Eagles beat the Giants at home. The Buccaneers play the Saints in New Orleans. Buccaneers should win that. The Cowboys go to Denver. Denver. If this was in Dallas, I'd pick the Cowboys. It's in Denver. Their defense is really good. And we're getting to that point where it's October, November. So I don't see the altitude's going to be an issue for Dak Prescott.
I like that pick, and I will take it as well, you know.
Titans play the Colts in Indy. I think we all gave the Titans a week 3 win over the Colts, but this time it's week 8. It's in Indy. Colts should win this to improve to 4-4 on the year.
Yeah, and well, you know, it depends who's starting. You know, Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson.
Joey
I don't have
and
any
I
faith in Richardson.
think the world of Richardson, and we haven't benched him yet because the Colts are 3-4, but I don't know what's the losing streak yet. If they're below 500, we can bench Richardson, but I think they win this game regardless of who's starting. But we'll give the Colts the win here, and soon as they have a losing record or if it's multiple game losing streak, we'll bench Richardson for Jones if it comes to that.
Yeah, I feel that, you know, Richardson being the number 4 overall pick, that they are going to give him a chance, but I don't think it's going to last very long. You know, Danny Dimes can drop some dimes.
If the Colts are 500 and Richardson's still starting, he's not going to get benched.
No, not
in this
unless
scenario.
He's absolutely.
In this scenario, no, I'm not saying you agree with the scenario, but this is the hand the Colts have been dealt as of now. Right. So, all right, Packers and Steelers in Pittsburgh. Is this going to be the Will Howard game? Because the Steelers are 1-6 at this point following a Thursday night loss to Cincinnati. Is this the Will Howard debut? Are you declaring this the Will Howard? Because you at this point you have a reason to bench Mason, legitimate one.
Yeah, his biggest knock on him is accuracy, and like I said, I will. This is as good a week as any to say that, you know. Sorry, I'm still trying to wake up.
No worries.
But no, this is as good a game as any for Howard to come in. We'll say that.
Still like the Packers, or did the Steelers surprise at home and with Will Howard in his
I will take the Steelers and Howard in his debut for sure.
Yeah, and the Lions are only now a game back in the NFC North, and then the Commanders play the Chiefs on Monday Night Football in Kansas City.
That's going to be a good one because, if Jaden Daniels is still slinging it like he did last year or, even better, then
Yeah, and in this scenario, both the Commanders and Chiefs need the win. They're both angry because the Eagles are the 1 seed in the NFC in this scenario that Joey set up last week. They're 7-1 now, and the Chiefs on the other hand are trade game. So, in the AFC West, both these teams are angry.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I will take the Commanders in the upset.
Okay.
Just because, man.
All right.
It feels right.
We're on to week 9 now. I can push the simulate button, but this is like the first week, and we'll show you guys what the standings look like. I'll share this tab for a second. We'll show you guys what the standings look like after 8 weeks. The 49ers and Chiefs are both 7 seeds at 4-4. You've got the Cardinals set to face the Buccaneers. The 49ers set to face the Rams in LA, Commanders, Packers in Green Bay, Jaguars, Patriots in Jacksonville, and then a Broncos-Chargers wild card game, and then Burrow-Mahomes in the wild card. That's the scenario in the William Joey bracket on PFN. But I'm going to go back to this tab here. We'll break down these week 9 games. I do have the Dolphins and Tua beating the Ravens at home. But this is a Thursday night game in Miami. Both these teams kind of need to win this game.
Yeah.
And both these teams sort of need this win to get back in the wild card race. Who do you like? It's in Miami. Who do you like?
I gotta go against my boy Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. I just feel like the Ravens are going to be too much for him.
That's fair. This has 16-15 as the score, but yeah, the Bears, they play the Bengals in week 9. I went with the Bengals here. Burrow, just more experience than Caleb Williams, and right now, Bengals, they have that 2-game lead over the Ravens, but it can become a 2.5-game lead if you beat the Ravens. And, Caleb Williams, he's only a game back of the wild card right now, but I feel like you're taking the Bengals here.
Yes, very much so. I've got to do a little bit better in the fantasy league this year, so, and that includes Burrow.
Lions, Vikings, it's in Detroit. I've got a feeling you're going to take the Lions here because they're not even in the top 7. That's got to make them angry as hell. And you just don't trust McCarthy. You don't have any confidence in him.
I'm trying to, I got to give McCarthy something because he is a game manager. He is, that kind of player, and they can actually beat someone, but not this game.
Yeah. So the Panthers, they head to Green Bay to take on the Packers. Can Bryce Young defeat Jordan Love on the road in this environment heading into November?
Bryce Young started to come around a little bit at the end of last year, and I feel now that they have, another year with those young players that they will do better. So I will take the Panthers in this one.
Yep. And Packers went from having 1 loss to having 4 now, and now they're tied with the Lions for first place. And Broncos, Texans, I have a feeling you're going to take the Texans because the Texans are 3-4, Broncos are 5-3, and even with a loss to the Texans, the Broncos still are seated higher than the Chiefs, whereas the Texans have to win to make this interesting.
Yeah, and that's kind of a game that should be,
If it was in Denver, you might pick the Broncos. It's in Houston.
And yeah, like I said, they can't go down that far. the Texans. They
Yeah.
would have to win that game. I mean, CJ Stroud would have to come out slinging it, and which he can, but yeah, I will take the Texans.
England to take on the Patriots. It's in New England. I think Drake May's got better supporting cast than Penix. I took the Patriots to win this one. It's a home game for New England.
Yep. I totally agree with that.
Patriots improved to 7-2 now.
It will be great
they have
to
a
see.
2-game lead over the Broncos for that first wild card. The 49ers, they play the Giants in New York. I took the Niners in this one.
Yeah, the Niners all day. The Giants aren't ready for that. I mean, they've got, Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and Jackson Dart, and my boy Cam Scatterbo, and
Yep.
Yeah.
Williams got the Colts Steelers. Williams probably going to pick the Steelers here because Richardson hasn't been benched yet, and Will Howard's starting for Mason Rudolph now. So Steelers, they get another win. They're 3-5. They're still a game back of a wild card, but they're at least in the race now, theoretically, for the second half with Howard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I feel that they really need to take a look at Mike Tomlin. He came out, and since Big Ben left, he hasn't done anything. Just kind of plateaued. Hadn't had a quarterback. Still doesn't have a quarterback. But well, like I said, Howard. But we'll see how he develops.
The Chargers head to Tennessee to take on the Titans. It's in Tennessee. They are the home team. Do the Chargers go on the road and win this game and increase their grip hold of a lead in the AFC West, or is this a trap game where Cam Ward builds some confidence in front of the home crowd?
It could definitely be a trap game. Cam Ward has Restrepo. They've got Chig coming up at tight end. I mean, it could be.
A.O. Manor, Gunnar Helm, a lot of weapons for the Titans. But
Give me the Titans in the upset.
Okay, Titans in the upset. And that does make things a little bit more interesting. The Chargers, they dropped to 6-3. The Saints 2-6. They play the 6-1 Rams at home. Rams should win this. The Jaguars head to Las Vegas to take on the Raiders. I did pick the Raiders in the upset. I
actually agree with that.
I took the Raiders at home in the upset.
Yeah.
So Williams got the Raiders at 3-5. The Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence fall to 5-3. This is a tough game, William. The 7-seed Chiefs head to Buffalo to take on the Bills. I mean, the Chiefs lose this game, they drop out of the top 7, and they'd have to fight their way back in for a wild card. But at the same token, the Bills are undefeated. If this game were an Arrowhead, you could justify picking the Chiefs. But I just think on paper, the Bills are the better team this year than the Chiefs.
Yeah. And Allen is, I mean, he's got to have a little bit of angst against, Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, and this should be, their year to do something. I mean, they've got players. Well, yeah. Anyway.
And now the Texans move into the last wild card spot that the Chiefs occupied, with them owning the tiebreaker over the Ravens. The Seahawks play the Commanders in Washington.
Give me the Seahawks.
Seahawks beat the Commanders in the upset. Jay Daniels loses to Sam Darnold. And Seahawks are 4-4. Only a game back, though. They're still in last place, but only a game back of a wild card spot. And then the Monday night game is Cardinals-Cowboys. Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott.
Oh, man.
I know you hate the Cowboys, but I also feel like they might be due for a Monday night win. I did take Dallas in this game.
They generally have, a pretty high-flying offense until they hit the playoffs. And,
I know the Cowboys are 1-7 in this simulator, but I also feel like they have to get that second win at some point. There's too talented to be this bad for this long. Because right now you're looking at the 1-8 Giants, the 1-7 Cowboys, the 1-7 Vikings, and the 1-7 Falcons in the Arch Manning, Garrett Nussmeier Tank Bowl. And the Cowboys do not belong in that conversation. You can make an argument for the Vikings or Falcons if they suck with Penix or McCarthy this year. You can make that argument for the Giants or in the Saints. The Cowboys, I don't think belong in that conversation. And you're paying Dak Prescott $60 million a year. Yes, that's too much, but I think he beats Kyler at home.
I got Arizona. It's not because I don't. I hate the Cowboys. I don't hate anyone. I don't like the Cowboys. We'll put it that way. I just feel that it's gonna fall apart. Dak Prescott needs a change of. He needs a change to go somewhere else and have someone else like Joe Milton starting. I mean, that was an excellent trade that Jerry Jones made right there.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at this. The Bills, Eagles are the 1 seeds. Bengals and Rams maintain those 2 seeds. Chargers are the 3 seed. Buccaneers are 3 seed. Packers lead the NFC North at 4. Jaguars lead the AFC South as the 4 seed. The Patriots, this is a very favorable wild card matchup for the Patriots. They draw Jacksonville. I think that's the one team they could upset. I don't think they could beat Houston or the Bengals or the Ravens or the Chargers or the Chiefs in a wild card game. Jacksonville's a team I could see them beating.
Jacksonville and
maybe the Colts if they win the AFC South, but that's it. Those are
I
legitimate.
could see them beating the Titans.
The Titans if they win the division.
Yeah.
Basically anybody in the AFC South that's not the Texans. That is literally the only favorable matchup for the Patriots in the wild card round. Maybe if they drew the Raiders in Las Vegas, they could win that game in a 5-4 matchup. But I think
draw them in a playoff game. If they draw the Titans, I would absolutely pick Drake May.
Yeah.
I'll just say that. So
yeah, I think everybody else would be a tough out though. So yeah, the Broncos are at 5, and then the Texans. So I'm going to go and share this tab, and I'm going to load up Week 10. Week 10 games. Week 10 slate of games here. The Raiders play the Broncos on Thursday night in Denver. Got 3 more weeks left. We can keep going after Week 12 if you want, or we can wait till next week. We'll see how we feel after Week 12. But yeah.
The Raiders against the Broncos.
It's a Thursday night game in Denver.
In Denver?
Yeah.
That's always a tough game. I mean, no matter where the teams are ranked or what their records are, it's such a rivalry that, I mean, it can always come down to who has the ball last or anything like that. But in Denver, I'm going to have to take the Broncos. I mean, I feel that Bo Nix is going to shine in year 2. I mean, they're giving him weapons. They've got him, RJ Harvey, and just Troy Franklin and just everyone that I felt that Bo Nix should have been a little bit higher in Offensive Rookie of the Year last year.
That's fair.
And he was, I mean, better in yards and better in stats, pretty much than Jaden Daniels. And,
yep. Falcons, Colts. Yeah. I feel like you're going to pick the Falcons here because if Richardson's still starting and the Colts lose this game to a 1-7 Atlanta team with Penix, that'll be enough to bench Richardson at that point. They'll be 4-6. They'll have to turn things over to Daniel Jones at that point.
Okay, and I like it.
So Falcons move into 2-win category. So the Vikings, Giants and Cowboys are battling for that number 1 pick. Saints and Carolina, Bryce Young gets to 500. Not sure if that's enough to secure a wild card, but
It depends who's starting at quarterback down there. I mean, New
that's
Orleans.
that's the problem. We don't know, and they're not gonna. It sounds like Show's the main guy, and they're not gonna bench him, but they are gonna make him earn it.
Yeah, and they absolutely should. I mean, both Hayner and Radler, no matter what people think of them, both of them can ball. At some point.
Okay, the Giants and the Bears in Chicago. The Giants are 1-8. They might start Jackson Dart at this point. And
Yeah,
as
give
much
me the
as you just like
Giants.
Caleb Williams, you don't see him losing to Jackson Dart.
Give me the Giants.
Okay.
I mean, Jackson Dart did beat Jaden Daniels, so
That's true.
That was college.
Okay. The Jaguars and Texans in Houston. I've got a feeling you're picking the Texans. And now the Texans move ahead of Jacksonville. Jaguars are still the 7 seed, though, but the Texans move up to 4 in this scenario. The Bills and Dolphins in Miami. Is this the you still taking the Bills here? Do they continue their winning streak? Because I think I've got the Bills winning every game this year, and Vegas agrees with me. The Vegas has the Bills favored in every game. This is the one game where they could. This game and the Texans game, the road game against the Texans are the 2 games where they could lose.
Yeah.
But they are still favored to win those games. That's how stacked the Bills are this year. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and with all the, with all the players that, run 4-2 and 4-3 for Miami, I mean, they can definitely score some points, but I feel that Josh Allen is going to be too much for him.
The Ravens play the Vikings. It's in Minnesota as much as yeah, because the Ravens don't have a top 7 spot. If they had a 1 or 2 game lead in the wild card, you could see the Vikings pulling the home upset. It's just the Ravens, they're losing the tiebreaker to Jacksonville for the final wild card. And the Browns, Jets, and Cleveland, it's in New York, not Cleveland. But 3-5, 3-5, pretty much an elimination game with New York hosting the Browns.
I'll take New York in that one.
Baker's beating Drake May. As much as you love Drake May, Baker's beating him.
Yeah.
Cardinals head to Seattle, 6-2 Arizona versus 4-4 Seattle. You taking the Seahawks here to even things up at home?
It's such a tough division. I mean,
it is.
All those teams are good, but yeah, I'll take the Seahawks here for sure.
And the Seahawks move to 5-4. They have just jumped the 49ers for the wild card. But if the 49ers beat the Rams, then the 49ers reclaim that spot, and the Rams drop to 7-2.
I mean, the 49ers beat the Rams,
which is fitting because the Rams and Buccaneers play on Sunday night in Week 12, and the winner of that game would get the 2 seed in this scenario. But the Buccaneers do jump the Rams. The Lions play the Commanders in Washington in a rematch of last year's playoff loss, and the Lions kind of have to win this game to get back into the playoff race. But at the same token, the Commanders, they're only trailing the Eagles by 2 games. If you can win this week, you can gain a game on the Eagles if they lose on Monday night. So there is a strong desire for both these teams. But I think, let me see, who did I pick? I actually took the Commanders to win this game.
I will pick the Lions. I think that they're going to be a little bit, pissed off about that playoff loss.
Yep. And the Steelers, Will Howard, they head to the Chargers to face Justin Herbert. The Steelers travel well, and the Chargers don't have a great home crowd. So in theory, Steelers, they pull this upset. not only are they only a game back of the wild card, 3-0 with Will Howard, Justin Herbert is tied with Bo Nix for first place. So
Yeah. And, Justin Herbert, as good as he is and everything else, I mean, he has lost some games in the NFL.
that's true.
And I feel he might lose this one.
Yeah, and now you've got the Chargers at 6-4, Broncos at 6-4, Chiefs at 4-5 on a bye week, and then last game is Eagles Packers in Monday Night Football in Green Bay.
In Green Bay.
Yeah, in Green
I'll
Bay.
still take the Eagles. I mean, they have such great players, and
They do.
they've drafted so well the last few years.
That's true. All right.
That's how you build, man.
Update here on the simulator here as we enter week 11. The Bills and Eagles still the top seeds. Bengals are still a 2 seed. Chargers are still a 3 seed, but they've gotten careless. Chiefs are only a game and a half back entering the bye week. The Broncos are 6-4. The Jaguars are 5-4. Texans at 5-4. Patriots 7-3. And then the NFC, the Eagles are 1 seed. Buccaneers and Rams are 2-3. The Lions are 4th. Cardinals are 5th due to the bye week, and then the 49ers and Commanders are 6-7.
Yeah.
And
I think that the Rams are going to start skidding at some point. I mean,
I
the team is
can
getting a little bit
definitely see
older.
that. The Thursday night game in week 11 is Jets Patriots in New England.
I'll take Drake May at home.
Yeah.
For sure.
Commanders Dolphins in Miami. Let me see. Who did I pick in this game? I picked the Dolphins.
Yes.
I mean, their weapons match up really well against the Commanders' corners.
Yes, they do. I 100% agree with that, man.
All right. So, and now the Commanders dropped to 6-5. I took the Falcons to beat the Panthers. Falcons, after getting that second win with Penix, they get a third one here. And Panthers, they blow a golden opportunity to get back in the wild card race.
I will take the Panthers here.
Okay.
That's another rivalry game. And
Yeah, that's true.
just one of those things, man. I feel that Bryce Young can play. I just don't feel that he can be elite, And
yeah,
he's got getting some decent players around him now.
that's true. The Buccaneers and the Bills in Buffalo. I accidentally clicked on the Bills. If I can change it to the Buccaneers, but Bills are 10-0 unless you want me to. But Bills are the home team, though. If this was in Tampa, Buccaneers probably could win this, but it's in Buffalo, and I just think the Bills
are too much.
Yep.
Very much indeed.
The Jaguars host the Chargers in Jacksonville. I'm guessing you're picking the Chargers to rebound here after the Jaguars.
Sure.
Just more confidence in Herbert than Lawrence, I'm guessing.
Yeah. That and I just like him better.
That's true. The Bears head to Minnesota to face the Vikings. Is this the game where you're going to give McCarthy that win? It's a home game against the Bears.
Yes, sir. I will give McCarthy that win. I mean, they have some great skill position players with the Vikings, and of course, Caleb Williams is probably going to go out there and want to beat him since he wanted to join him.
Yeah,
if you can't beat him, join him.
That's true. The Packers head to New York to take on the Giants.
If he can't beat them, or if you can't join them, beat them.
Yep. Well said. Packers. If the Packers beats Packers are 5-5, but still outside of the playoff race. And, they're out of the top 7. They got to win this game. Or are you taking the Giants to beat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Packers. Now, the Bengals are favored here to sweep Pittsburgh, but Will Howard's still undefeated in the games in Pittsburgh. After Mason Rudolph started the Thursday night game, they went to Will Howard. They're 3-0 with Will Howard. If Howard wins this against Burrow, Steelers are 500, and they've found their quarterback, and chance to make that wild card race a lot more compelling down the stretch.
Yeah, for sure. I
believe the Bengals would stay at 2, even lost to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So, this is tempting. This is very tempting because
it is because they're going to want to beat the Bengals really, really bad.
Yeah.
But the Bengals are just too much.
I agree. So, and then the Texans face the Titans in Tennessee.
In Tennessee,
yes.
I am going to take Cam Moore and the Titans in the upset.
And with that, the Jaguars jump back into first place. Ooh. And the Titans are only came out of first place in that division. 49ers, Cardinals, and Arizona. Hey, Joey's arrived. Are you feeling better?
Yeah, I'm done.
Hey, welcome. We're on week 11, actually. But, since you're here, we're on week 11. It's 49ers, Cardinals. And
the Niners lost this game last year.
Yeah. I think Arizona swept San Francisco last year. Didn't they?
It was sad.
Yeah. So Kyler Murray sweeps or beats Purdy in this game to get the Cardinals to 7-3.
I've got the Niners. I think they're going to be pissed off over last year. And, now that they've got at least something of a defensive line, I mean.
I have the team splitting, but I think I have Arizona winning the home game. Home and home split.
Gotcha.
So you took Arizona, right? Or should I switch it to San Francisco?
Niners for sure.
All right, Joey. Since this is technically William filled in for you with your simulator here, since you're on the call now, I will let you be the voice of reason for the tiebreaker for the PFN simulator.
This is a tough call because the 49ers lost a lot of great players. Arizona has had a really nice offseason. They had a really nice offseason last year. They had a really nice draft. San Francisco did not improve as much as Arizona. Brock Purdy got his deal. Brock Purdy's going to have to prove his deal. Kyler Murray, he's a top 16 quarterback. He's nothing special. But right now, with the contract and everything that's going on, he's still better than Purdy until Purdy proves that he can hit that contract. And Arizona, right now, you can argue, has a better roster. So, I'm going to go with Arizona in this one because what changed from last week to this week is significant. So let's go with that.
Yeah. Seahawks play the Rams in LA. I'm guessing you got the Rams winning this one?
I've got Seattle.
Okay, William's taking Seattle. Who do you?
Sure.
It's in LA. And that's what makes this tough.
Yeah, that does make it tough. Because Seattle has some good things going for it, but they're something we couldn't have said a couple of years ago. They're a young team.
Yep.
The Rams, as long as they have Matthew Stafford, are going to be steady, they're going to be consistent, and they're going to be ready to rock. And maybe that's just my bias toward Matt Stafford.
And I like Milroe too, William, but at the same token, he may not start till week 14 or 15 like Jalen Hurts. I think the Seahawks, the earliest they would play him is week 14. And that's assuming both Drew Lock and Sam Darnold are an absolute disaster. And right now, 5-4, the Seahawks are not entertaining the idea of benching Darnold. All right.
Yeah.
I love Milroe myself. I did hear that the Browns were potentially going to take him before he was taken by Seattle, and Cleveland ended up taking Shedeur Sanders. So I've heard a lot of things there that they're about why Milroe fell the same way as I've heard about why Sanders fell. But the bottom line is, Milroe has a hell of a lot of talent.
And Tony Mario and Jason Bannell, I'll give them credit because they both had Milroe to the Seahawks in their mock drafts. I had him to the Steelers at 83, but he ran about right in the range I expected him to. But their intel was the correct intel, and mine was the incorrect intel.
The thing that I
know that we had for both Sanders and Milroe, let's face it, the intel was both correct, but the draft positioning was incorrect. So does that make sense?
Yes.
For, all of us, worked on that?
Yeah. All right. So the next game's Ravens-Browns. I did pick your Browns to upset the Ravens. The Browns, they ended last week at 3-3 with the last wild card in the AFC. They've been on a 3-game skid with William filling in for weeks 7 through 10. But I have the Browns beating the Ravens. The Ravens don't have that sack artist that can get to the Browns quarterback. Like he might be. Or the Browns are just going to do just enough, just regardless of who's in at quarterback, they're going to do just enough to steal this game. And they're going to create a lot of drama in this scenario because right now we've got the Bills are still undefeated. The Bengals are 8-2. The Jags and Texans are 5-5. The Chargers lead at 7-4. Broncos are 4. Ravens are 5-4. They'll be 5-5 if they lose the Texans. Will Howard came in for the Steelers week 8. Only lost one game to Joe Burrow by a touchdown after a 3-0 start. And the Browns, if they beat the Ravens, they're at 4-6. They're tied with Pittsburgh. They're only a game back of the Ravens. And the Chiefs are 4-5 too, and they play the Broncos in Denver. So a lot of drama, a lot of storylines, a lot of compelling storylines too, I might add, Joey. But I'm giving your Browns the win here.
Right about this. There are a lot of storylines, and I texted you earlier in the week. I did a simulation for all the Browns quarterbacks and the Saints possibilities. Here's the interesting thing: if Shedeur starts from week 1, they have 10 wins. If Gabriel starts from week 1, they have 3 wins. Flacco, 7 wins. 5 wins for Pickett. Okay, so now it's going to lie somewhere in between. We all know this. Okay, so if this is the first start, and this gets them 4 wins, and everything goes according to what Shedeur would have done throughout the rest of the year, they could have 9 wins, which would make them borderline playoff contenders. Now, is that 100%? Absolutely not. But the thing is, I watched the tape. I say he's going to be a star. Garrett Bush has watched the tape. He said he's going to be a star. Legends have watched the tape. Drew Bledsoe, Kurt Warner.
I think he can be a star. I think he has the ability to be a Pro Bowl QB. I don't know if he's going to be that right out of the gate.
That's the question I was just about to ask. All these people watching the tape, is he going to be that right away? Or
I think he's going to be that in year 3 if the Browns are patient with him. But we'll see.
And it's also to be noted, he's an incredibly quick learner. So if Flacco starts 6 games, or Flacco starts 7 games, or 10 games, or whatever it is that enough for him to?
But we don't know how the Browns depth chart's going to look. Because right now, NFL rumors and NFL notifications, I know people say they're clickbait Twitter handles, but they're saying the same thing Mary Kay Cabot's saying. Pickett's 1, Flacco is 2, Gabriel is 3, and Sanders is 4th on the depth chart. I think that's BS. Personally, I think that's BS, but if here's the thing.
He did come out yesterday morning and say, none of the stuff matters. We are pairing 2 guys. We're pairing Sanders and Flacco. We're pairing Gabriel and Pickett, and they're going to rotate. That's how we're going to do it. He said this is something that has happened in the past, but has not been done in years. This is an old school way of doing things. So the whole thought process of, one player has a leg up on the other, it's total BS.
Right now, the Browns quarterback competition is essentially a game of Foursquare, and I never thought I would live long enough to use that analogy for football.
The analogy, we don't know. And Kevin Stefanski saying, we don't have a guy. We have the island of misfit toys sitting here in our quarterback room. So let's see which misfit comes out on top.
But yeah, the Titans are only a game back of first, too. Colts are 4-6. I think right now the Raiders at 3-6 are the worst team in the AFC. But if they beat the Cowboys on Monday night, they get to 4-6. So there's a lot of drama in this AFC for the last 2 wild cards. Yes, the Patriots are 8-3, and they got that first one pretty much secured right now. But the Broncos are 6-4, Texans are 5-5. But we'll get to these final few games. This is a big one, though. The Broncos, Chiefs in Denver. It's in Denver. The Chiefs are 4-5. I've got the Chiefs winning this game. I don't think they're going to lose. I still think the Chiefs are the class of the AFC West. They may end up being tested for this division. They may end up, but I just can't see them. They're going to be angry at this point. Travis Kelce's going to Hulk smash somebody if the Chiefs are 4-5 entering week 11. He's going to Hulk smash somebody on Denver's defense. I'm not talking about smash somebody. He's going to turn into the Incredible Hulk and smash somebody on Denver's defense and get away with a play he should have been penalized for. That's how pissed off he's going to be at that point if the Chiefs are 4-5. So that's why I took the Chiefs. I know William took the Broncos. So you've got the tiebreaker.
I've been a supporter of Bo Nix for years. I think the combination of Bo Nix and Sean Payton, along with some of the talent that they've added this preseason, I think going down the stretch, the experience of Payton going down the stretch with Bo Nix, that's going to be tough to overcome. And I think the Chiefs, it's going to be a great game. But I think the Chiefs win by a field goal.
Chiefs win by a field goal, okay. He's initially going to take the Broncos, but Chiefs win by a field goal, and that Chiefs win gives them the final wild card over the Texans and the Ravens. So Joey initially did have Denver winning, but he flipped to Kansas City, and 17-15 is the final score with the Chiefs winning on a last-second field goal to beat the Broncos by 2 in a very sloppy defensive game. So the Chiefs do have the final wild card over the 5-5 Ravens, the 5-5 Texans. You've got the 5-6 Dolphins, 4-6 Browns, 4-6 Titans, 4-6 Colts, 4-6 Steelers, 4-6 Jets. Very entertaining AFC right now. Lions and Eagles in Philly is the Sunday night game. Do you have the the Flyers have 7 draft picks in the first round picks, and they've got 4 more picks in the top half of round 2 of the NHL draft. It's at the point where if Danny Briere brought in Howie Roseman to the Flyers war room. Howie Roseman could probably turn the Flyers around with all that draft capital. And we're not going to do that to the other 31 GMs because Howie Roseman's already emasculated and pissed off enough people in this NFL. And we just brought him in the NHL universe with 7 of the top 48 picks. He'd probably turn the Flyers around. I think that says a lot about Roseman. But yeah, Lions or Eagles. I think I took the Eagles to win this game, but the Eagles are the home team. They're hosting Detroit on Sunday night. And right now you've got the Lions and Packers battling for the NFC North. The Packers are 5-5 and the Lions are 5-5. So the Eagles win this game. The Packers move into first place. But right now the Eagles have like a 2-game lead over the Rams. But if Joey picks the Lions here, William, I mean, what do you think, William? This is a tough game to pick. I think the last time the Eagles lost was... let me check the restream here because it's been a little bit quiet. Oh, my phone's been at 10%. My phone's at 10%. It was at 90%. Okay. I appreciate that update, William. I don't know if William's still here, but he did a great job filling in for you while you were running your errands. If he's still, yeah, his phone's at 10%. He might come back in later. He wants to come back in, but he's got to charge his phone. So
yeah, that's something that you should learn from him. Charge your darn phone, Chris.
I do charge my phone. I just figured out the phone charger I have with the circle on it is a wireless charger, and I got a new phone charger that charges super duper fast. It does. Like the new charger I got, it's super fast. Like it's faster than the charger my brother gave me in LA. And it's like let me just put it this way. It went from 7% to 28% in 8 minutes. This is like something Superman designed or Batman. I don't know. But
okay, well, I'll give you credit for that because you are always on call and like 15 minutes in, you're like, my phone's at 29%.
It dropped from 100 to 65%. 100 when I started to 65, which is respectable. We're good for now. I don't need to charge it yet, but if it gets to below 50, that's going to change.
Yeah, it's like that's cool. It's like no problem with that. You know.
What are you thinking between Lions and Eagles?
I'm looking at Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown has been saying, I'm going to be the best receiver in the league, and everybody else is going to regret it. This is the year for it, and this is the biggest game that he can prove it. So I'm saying, hey, Amon-Ra St. Brown goes off 200 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, if this was a Sunday, yep, and that's fair. 30-26 is the score the simulator gave. You like that score, maybe you'd go 30-27, but Lions winning by, that's a realistic score. Then the final game is Monday Night Football. Williams got the 1-8 Cowboys facing the 3-6 Raiders. If the Cowboys were playing Sunday afternoon in Vegas, or if this was in Dallas, I'd pick the Cowboys. I took the Raiders to win this game in front of their home crowd on Monday night. So
I took the Raiders for different reasons. I took the Raiders saying that star running back that everybody passed on is going to turn into a star right here tonight in a rivalry game at home. He's going to have 125 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he's going to lead the team to victory.
Okay. Very good. I think I have Ginty 3 games with 100 yards this year. I think Ginty, I got him at 766 rushing yards through the first 10 weeks of the season. But Bills are still the 1 seed at 10-0 in your simulator. Bengals 8-2.
You have Ginty that low?
766 through 786 rushing yards through the first 10 games. I didn't say for the season.
Just for the first 10, okay, just for the first 10 games.
For the first 10 games, not the entire season, not the entire body of work, just for the first 10 games.
Okay, you had me worried there for a second because I was like,
Yeah.
no.
Is this guy crazy? No. First 10 games. That's the volume through 10 games. 766. That easily puts him within distance of 1,000 to 1,300 rushing yards and 200 to 500 receiving yards as a rookie, which is realistic from a projection standpoint.
Yeah, because I was going to say, with the big offense, I've got Judkins at 1,100. If you only got Genty at 7 or something, I was going to be like, what?
I think he gets to that next year, but I don't know if he gets to that this year. But we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be a very fun season. But looking at this,
is that they got a lot of great running backs, and it's just
so much drama. So much drama. The Bengals are 8-2 in your simulator. The Chargers are 7-4. The Jaguars are 5-5. The Patriots are 8-3. The Broncos are 6-5, even with a loss to the Chiefs. And then the Chiefs 5-5 are the final wild card over the Ravens and the Texans. And then you've got the 5-6 Dolphins trailing the Chiefs and trailing the Ravens, Texans, and Chiefs. And then you've got 4-6 teams: Titans, Browns, Colts, Steelers, Jets. A lot of drama set up for Week 12. And we could see how Joey feels. We can do Week 13 Thanksgiving. I don't think we're going to go through all the weeks through 18. I don't think we're going to get through weeks 13 through 18 today because I still want to break some of these games down with William. But I have a feeling since Joey joined the call when we started Week 11, we're probably going to do Week 12, 13, and then maybe we'll see how we feel before we jump the gun on 14. Or maybe we'll get all the way up to the bye weeks. I want to see the bye weeks.
Chris. The thing is, by next week, OTAs will have started. We will know more. My proposal is we finish the initial things next week, and then we revisit it.
We're not revisiting anything in June. We are doing. We can't because we have the drafts.
Not logistically, but
we can revisit them we can revisit our thought processes as we approach season 15 of Draft Utopia in August.
That's my thought. We revisit the thought processes because we will know more.
Because June's just hell. I'd love to do these breakdowns, but June is literally hell because I only have I have the NHL and NBA drafts in June, and I've got the MLB draft in July, and then I have a vacation from I think the Saturday after the MLB draft's the season finale, and then I basically have a 1 or 2 week vacation until August.
Yeah.
So
it's just revisit our thought process.
We will definitely revisit our thought processes when season 15 starts. But is week 12 going to be the final week, or is it? I the furthest we go today is week 14 because that's the final bye week. That's the furthest I'd be willing to go today because we could do 15 through 18 next week plus the playoffs, or we can do weeks. We're definitely going to do week 12 today, guys. The big question is, do we stop at 12 or do we go through week 13, the Thanksgiving week, or week 14, the final bye week? We'll knock out week 12 and then reassess how we feel. Because we can knock out weeks 13 through 18 in one show, but if we knock out more now, that's less to worry about next week. Because we got to do the playoff rounds in addition to the final 4 weeks of the regular season. So that's why I say we'll do week 12, and then we'll see how Joey and I feel.
Well, why don't we leave it up to the people?
Do we have any comments in the chat room? If we do, let's see what chat room people on Stream Boom. So no requests, nothing. See, it's just these bots that run Kick or Twitch accounts that want me to do stuff, and it's like, no, we're going to Rumble next season because Rumble, I'm going to get more engaging people in Rumble. I think we will have more people in our Rumble chat room that are engaging, that have intelligent comments instead of just these bots on Kick and Twitch, which are kind of a pet peeve for me. It's not a deal breaker, but it's definitely a pet peeve, I'd say.
How about this, Chris? Why don't you put it up to a poll on Twitter?
All right. Let's see if I can post a poll question here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I posted, where do you want us to continue for part 3 of the NFL schedule? Week 13, Thanksgiving. Week 14, final bye week. Week 15, no more bye weeks. And that will be where we continue next week. I'll check the poll after week 12 because there's not a lot of engagement yet. And that's the thing. I feel like if week 15's ahead, Joey might just simulate the last 2 weeks just for the hell of it. We'll see where we're at. But week 12, it's a Thursday night game. It's the Bills and the Texans in Houston. Texans are the one team that I can see beating the Bills, but I do have the Bills going 17-0. Do you have the Texans pulling the upset here? They are outside the top 7. They need to win this game if they want to make a playoff run. Yes, they're tied with the Jaguars for the division, but they need to win this game if they want to make any run at the playoffs right now, because there's far greater urgency for them to win this game, because right now you're 5-5, you're tied with the Jags, and you're outside the top 7 with the tiebreakers. And that makes this incredibly problematic.
It's interesting because it all hinges on Trevor Lawrence's rebound. He's talked bad about the last regime. When you start talking about the last regime, that's put up for show material, didn't it?
Yeah, but the Texans are 5-5. They could lose this game to the Bills and still win the division if the Jags slip up against the Cardinals in Week 12. And the Titans host the Seahawks too. So if the Jags and Texans both slip up, and the Titans beat Seattle at home, with Seattle going to the East Coast, then you're looking at a scenario where the Titans all of a sudden are tied for the division entering Thanksgiving week. So again,
that's kind of embarrassing.
Yes, it is. But Thursday night game is a tough game to pick because I think this is the team that has the best chance of beating the Bills because it's a home game for the Texans and they're outside the top 7. But at the same time, I just think the Bills are better on paper right now. So that's what led me to pick the Bills. And the fact that Joey's still undecided should tell you how tough of a game this is to pick. I'm going to go get a
tough game.
I'm going to go get a water and let Joey think it over for a few more minutes, guys. I'll get a drink. I don't have to get a water, but I'm going to get a drink. Since Joey hates root beer, I will get
South
a
this
ginger
week
ale.
as a whole. Because the AFC South this week as a whole, you're looking at maybe not the future of the AFC South, but this week, you're looking at 3 guys who can cement themselves as futures of franchises.
Yeah.
And I do believe that there are going to be wins. I do believe Houston wins. I do believe Tennessee wins.
So you're not bold enough to pick the Bills to go undefeated.
Jacksonville is not convincing right now.
And
too many holes, too many question marks.
And I'll finalize those games when we get to them. I just wanted to bring up the division race. Joey does not think it's realistic to pick the Bills to go 17-0, so he has them losing a game to fall back to reality. But the Texans, they get a much-needed win, which puts them in first place, the AFC South, heading into the Sunday slate. And the Ravens are outside the top 7 because the Chiefs own the final tiebreaker in the wild card. And so the Jets play the Ravens in Baltimore. I'm guessing you're picking the Ravens to win this like myself, because in your scenario, the Ravens are 5-5, and currently they're outside of the playoffs because the Chiefs are 5-5 and they own that tiebreaker.
Yeah, I'm choosing the Ravens, but I think this is going to be a tough game because Justin Fields did play well last year. He got a 3-year contract, $20 million. He's going to be looking to say, look, I'm worth it. And how do you prove you're worth it? Against the Ravens. As I know my opinion differs from your guys' opinion. I had the Ravens sweeping the Browns. Ravens are sweeping teams. So say you're sweeping teams, you ain't beating me.
Yeah.
How better than to say, to tell the Jets, I'm your guy. I just beat Lamar Jackson. So I bet the Jets in this one in an upset.
So I'll go back and change your Browns win over the Ravens, because you had the Browns. I thought you had the Browns beating the Ravens at home, but you've got the Ravens sweeping the Browns. So the Ravens are still 6-5, but they lose to the Jets, and the Browns fall to 3-7. Okay. I don't like changing things, but you said the Ravens are going to sweep the Browns in your scenario, so I did update things accordingly, because I figured you'd be in agreement with me on the Browns splitting with the Ravens at home. But, okay. We cleared that up.
Chris, you have to remember, I've done multiple scenarios on the Browns, the Saints, and other quarterback questionable teams. That is just one scenario I've done.
Okay.
And in that same scenario, Shedeur Sanders started all 17 games, and the Browns won 10, losing to Baltimore.
Okay.
So it is, I don't remember the others. I think the other split, you can interpret that the way it is a very difficult and fluid state that we're walking into.
Yeah, and I don't like redoing things, so we'll give us the 4th win against the Ravens. I don't like redoing things. It's just not fair once we finalize something. We can always go back and revisit these games, too, with the season previews, the weekly previews. We can always go back and revisit this stuff.
Absolutely.
So,
and you're good. It's like I just went through and decided quarterback teams needed a little bit of care.
Yeah.
And they needed a little bit of coverage.
I agree.
Pittsburgh, Browns.
Bears are going to beat Pittsburgh unless Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers. As much as I like Will Howard.
I did hear that Aaron Rodgers is consulting with the spirits of the Dark Lords of the Sith to figure out his next move.
He's consulting with a team that's going to play a road game against the Bears. He did not say who it was.
Spain is very interested in him picking a team that gives him a worthy apprentice. So Darth Bane is the leader, in this situation.
Yep. So the Bears, will give them a fourth win. They're 3-7 in the simulator. I don't think they'll be this bad in real life. I have the Bears going 8-9 and missing the playoffs by a game. I've got the Commanders missing the playoffs at 9-8. So basically, in my situation, the Packers got the last wild card at 10-7. The Commanders went 9-8 and missed the playoffs. The Panthers actually led the NFC South heading the final week of the season at 8-8. But the Panthers go to Tampa Bay in week 18. So the Buccaneers beat the Panthers to win the division. But the Panthers actually led the division late in the season in my scenario. So not saying that's going to happen in the scenario Joey and William have been collaborating on, but I do think it's interesting. Patriots, Bengals.
In my last scenario that I did, the Commanders went to the Super Bowl.
Interesting.
But that was the last one that I did.
And in this scenario, they're the 7 seed, trailing the Panthers. Panthers and Commanders are both 6-5. And in this scenario, Dave Tepper gets the tiebreaker over Adam Peters, even though Adam Peters and the Magic Johnson and the 76ers owner who bought the Commanders. So in this scenario, Dave Tepper gets a tiebreaker over Magic Johnson. That just feels immoral to say as a sports fan, Joey.
That just sounds wrong.
I'm in complete agreement. But that's the way the simulator's programmed. If the Commanders and Panthers are both 6-5 at this point in the season, the Panthers get the tiebreaker. The Patriots and the Bengals in Cincinnati. Burrow's going to win this game. As much as I'd love to see Drake May beat the Bengals, I know Jacoby Brissett beat the Bengals in Cincy last year. Bengals are still pissed about that. They're not losing to the Patriots at home again. As much as I like Drake May, I just don't think that's realistic to expect. Giants.
It's like, I do like Drake May, but you also have to realize Drake May did not blow anybody away last year. 15-10, 20-something hundred yards. He didn't exactly blow people away. So he's got a lot to prove this year.
Exactly.
I think he's got the talent, but he's got a lot to prove.
Exactly.
So let's see him do it.
Yep. The Lions, they host the Giants. This should be an easy win. 6-4 Lions. They win this game. They get to 7-4. And right now you got the Buccaneers and the Eagles with head-to-head wins over the Lions in this scenario. So, I mean, I think the Lions actually did beat the Eagles in Week 11, but they lost the Commanders in Week 10. Just some very interesting scenarios here. The Packers host the Vikings. I'm guessing you got the Packers beating the Vikings at home. Vikings are 2-8. William's not a fan of McCarthy, but same token, I could see him beating the Packers in Minnesota. But in Green Bay, it's the week before Thanksgiving. This is when the weather starts to transition from, okay, you have a chance of winning in Green Bay if it's not snowing, to you are completely fucked now that it's Thanksgiving, now that it's Black Friday week. You are completely screwed. You're in trouble. Your season's over. So the Vikings are right on the brink of entering that part of Green Bay schedule. And right now the Packers are outside the top 7. They kind of have to win this game to re-enter that conversation. What happens if the Packers win? They still trail Magic Johnson and Dave Tepper. That's a shame.
Well, here's the thing. Packers have a top 10 quarterback. I got him winning this game.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy, this is something that I was up in arms with yesterday when I saw the PFF reports. They said J.J. McCarthy was like 22nd overall and Joe Flacco was 27th or 28th or whatever it was. Nick, I don't have a problem with Joe Flacco being lower. He's 40 freaking years old. But J.J. McCarthy hasn't done shit. He literally missed his rookie season.
Yeah.
Didn't even do much in preseason before blowing out his ACL. How many people, not only Joe Flacco, who's a Super Bowl MVP, are behind him, who have done stuff, and he's sitting there like 22. Let's be real, people. Let's be real. Put this dude in the back of the line. When he does something, then we can congratulate him. I'm a J.J. McCarthy supporter.
I'm higher on McCarthy than William is, but at the same time, the strength of schedule is a bitch. And the games where William filled in for Joey, Vikings lost all of those games, so they're 2-9. They've got a win against Caleb Williams at home, and I think they got one other win on the year. I don't think they're this bad in real life, but hey, that's the hand the simulator dealt. We can always go back and revisit these games and adjust them. So.
And they're going to lose this one.
I agree. Here's a fun scenario William put together for you before you called in. The Colts lose the 2-7. The Colts lose the 1-8 Falcons at home with Anthony Richardson. Richardson gets benched for Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones had 2 weeks to prepare for the Chiefs at Arrowhead. That's the game he's starting. I mean, so the Chiefs are going to win. They're not losing to Daniel Jones at home. I'm sorry. Unless Mahomes gets injured and Minshew's starting and we have a Daniel Jones Minshew game, that's the Colts' only prayer. And even then, I still think Minshew would beat the Daniel Jones in Arrowhead. So
that just brought up a stat that I heard this week that is profound in my mind, and it's mind-boggling. Over the last 2 years, Trevor Lawrence's stats are similar to those of Daniel Jones. Just to let that sink in.
William called Trevor Lawrence Daniel Jones with hair when we first got on the show.
He does have really nice hair. Okay, I mean, this is.
I just think that's very ironic. I'm not arguing with the thought process. I think it's an accurate thought process. I just think it's very ironic that was his first thought.
But it is an accurate thought when it comes to his hair.
Yeah.
This is her plus, reaching out to him.
Look, if we were ranking quarterbacks on hair alone, Trevor Lawrence would be in the S tier for me. That should say something. We were ranking.
When he jogs and people have Twitter memes of him and his hair just going back and just so elegantly. I mean, come on, guys. It's like he's got great hair. He's got great hair.
Yeah, as cool as it would be to see Daniel Jones beat Mahomes in Arrowhead, I just don't think that's realistic. And the Chiefs, they have to win this game to remain in the top 7. They have to. Because with the losses, Denver at 6-5, the Chargers at 7-4, the Chiefs, they have to win. And basically that Chiefs win moves them ahead of Denver now. They beat the Colts. And Joey already hinted at the Titans beating Seattle and the Cardinals beating Jacksonville. So what does that do? Titans move ahead of the Jaguars. But here's the kicker. The Texans, they only trail the Texans by a game now. So.
And here's the thing with this game. Patrick Mahomes is not the quarterback he once was. He has not been the same quarterback that he was 2 years ago. But the problem was, he was the best quarterback in the NFL by such a wide margin.
Yeah, when he won me that one fantasy football title, he was the best QB in the league. And I ended up trading a first and second to get Allen, and then I traded Austin Eckler for the number 6 pick and got Mahomes with that. Then Nick Chubb fell to the 3rd round, so I traded up again, and I got Nick Chubb in the 3rd round the year he was second to Josh Jacobs in rushing yards, which is just nuts. It's just nuts that I'd have that many trades, and they all ended up working out. And I traded up for Jacobs in round 7. That's insane.
Well, here's the thing. Patrick Mahomes is still the best quarterback in the NFL.
He is.
He's not as good as he was 2 years ago. He has gotten worse every year. That should tell you how much better he was than everybody else 2 years ago. So this year it's going to be telling for him as well.
I agree, but the crazy thing is I think the Chiefs are going to be much worse defensively, and I think they're going to have their best offensive season since 2018-2019 when Mahomes first entered the league. So I have the Chiefs at 14-3, Joey, but I have the Chiefs putting together their worst defensive season since 2018-2019 and their best offensive season since then under Mahomes.
All I've got to say is he's going to have that type of season because you got Joe Burrow and Josh Allen breathing down his neck.
He's got the supporting cast to do it with Josh Simmons, assuming he wins the left tackle job because he's been medically cleared to play. And he's got Worthy. He's got Rice coming back. He's got Kelsey, Noah Gray. He's got the supporting cast to have that career season.
So I've got the Chiefs winning this game. But at the same time, just saying.
Yeah.
Watch out because
I've
been falling off.
I have the Chiefs making the AFC Championship but losing to Cincinnati. And the only reason I have Cincinnati in is because I have Cincinnati beating a 17-0 Buffalo team in Buffalo and in a game that's essentially the AFC title. So the Chiefs get the Texans at home again and they win that, but they lose to Burrow in Arrowhead. So that my scenario, very goofy, very unorthodox, but that's what ends up happening. But here we've got the 4-6 Browns, 4-6 Raiders in Las Vegas when what very much feels like an elimination game. I think I did pick the Raiders to win. I did. I picked the Raiders. I have Ashton Ginty with 122 rushing yards, 30 receiving yards, 152 total yards in the Browns. And I like Mason Graham, and I have most of those yards coming in the second half. I have 70 of those 122 yards coming in the second half. So I think Mason Graham actually does a great job in the first half, but the Raiders, they make those adjustments, and Ginty goes off in the second half. So yeah, Joey, I've got the Browns holding Ginty to 52 yards in the first half and 70 in the second.
Interesting because I read the Browns asked Mason Graham to fix his physique, I guess is the best way to say it. Because Mason Graham's a great player, but he's a little pudgy around the midsection.
That's basically what Canadians fans are saying about Jacob Fowler. He's too pudgy. He needs to work out with a dietitian in the offseason because he had his first bad game. He had like 3 or 4 really good AHL games straight out of college, and he gives up 4 goals in the first period and gets pulled. And you're playing him in consecutive nights, and this is a young guy he's not even
It's not even the nutrition. It's more of you win by leverage.
Yeah.
You need to add muscle because if you add muscle, the fat will absorb into the muscle to feed the muscle. So you'll still weigh as much, but muscle weighs more than fat, and fat will go away the more muscle you have. So it's basically get your ass in the weight room, boy. You got everything you need. You got all the tools, and now you got NFL weight room to go into. So if he gets his ass in the weight room, he gains some muscle that look somebody who comes from Ashtabula, in shorts and a sweatshirt will go away. Because you'll have more muscle.
I've got a very interesting question in the chat room. A great question, actually. A very good question. Will Carson Schlesinger have more total tackles than hits that Liam Bixel had 155 hits for the Dallas Stars in his rookie year. Will Carson Schlesinger have 156 total tackles with the Browns? That is a long shot, but it could happen. It's a long shot, but it could happen.
It is a possibility because people had Schlesinger graded a lot higher
than
in
we
NFL
did.
circles than we did. He was considered a second-round prospect. Browns took him a little early. It happened. But
he was their backup plan because they missed out on Simmons, and they didn't want to trade both second-round picks to get Simmons. If they had made a trade with, like, the Commanders at 29 who took Connerly to move up for Simmons, but the Commanders wouldn't have done that because they would have missed out on Connerly. The Chiefs would have taken Connerly.
And what I said on draft day was Schlesinger was like JOK light. And I said, this does not bode well. And this was a day after JOK walked into the Browns facility in baggy sweatpants and a baggy sweatshirt and not really showing off his physique. And we all know he has a neck injury. That means he probably hasn't been able to work out the way he has. Since then, we know what happened. He is placed on the physically unable to perform list. He's going to be out for the year. Schlesinger, I believe then, and it's pretty much confirmed now, is going to be playing the strong side like JOK did. He is JOK light.
I thought JOK played the will, but I'm guessing that was in 2 linebacker sets. In 3 linebacker sets, he played the Sam, the strong side.
Yeah.
That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, it really depended on the set, but he's basically going to be taking JOK's spot.
Yeah.
And in that case,
I would give it a 10 to 15% chance, maybe 20 if he's a week 1 starter. I don't think the odds of getting 155 total tackles as a rookie are very high, but I'm also not downplaying it entirely. It's hard.
If he's a week 1 starter, I'm going to give it a 65% chance.
155 total tackles is tough to match. It's tough to do for a rookie.
It is. It's like the
only reason I'm entertaining this fan question because it's a great fan question. Liam Bixel led the Dallas Stars with 155 hits as a rookie. He was a 22 first-round pick, but this was his first full season in the NHL. So you're asking if Schlesinger is going to get more tackles than hits with Liam Bixel. It's a great question. It's a very engaging question.
It is a great question. It's one I wasn't expecting, which is why I'm kind of talking through the process and thinking through the process. I didn't expect this type of question.
Yeah.
So the basic thing is, if he starts from week 1, he is a heat-seeking torpedo toward the ball.
Yep.
He's got good hands, which he showed during rookie camp with 2 interceptions. He is a guy who played special teams for 3 years, so he's definitely in shape. So let's look at it. I'm going to say 65% chance if he starts from day 1. If he doesn't start from day 1, no chance. But if he starts from day 1, there's about a 65% chance it does happen.
If he plays all 16 games and he starts from day 1, he plays all 17 games, it does have a chance of happening.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, then he's going to have a very good season, maybe 80 to 90 tackles, depending on the amount of games he starts, but he won't get to that mark.
Okay.
He won't even be close.
So 156 divided by 17 is 9.176. That rounds up to 9.18, which rounds up to 9.2. So Carson's got to average 9.2 tackles per game in order to reach that milestone. If he plays all 17 games, which he very well may,
Yeah, if he plays all 17 games, that's the big question. Yeah.
But Browns Raiders in Las Vegas. I know the Raiders barely won this game last year, and both teams have gotten a lot better. The Browns with Graham, Judkins, the Raiders with Ginty. This is a very tough game to pick. I went with the Raiders because it is kind of a safe play, but I think both these teams are going to try to run the ball on each other. And this could honestly go either way. It's really going to come down to who has more success in the ground.
If Shooter starts, the Browns win. But I think it's going to be Genty versus Judkins.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. It's Genty versus Judkins.
But if Shooter starts, the Browns win. Shooter doesn't start, the Browns lose.
All right. So we'll give the Browns the win here. 23-16. And then the Eagles play the Cowboys. The Cowboys are at 1-9 in the simulator. It's a home game for Dallas. You might give the Cowboys. This is tough because I think the Eagles are the only team in the NFC East with the talent to sweep Dallas. But William did give the Commanders a road win over Dallas. So, I think the Cowboys' only win of the year is against the Giants. This might be a game where you give the Cowboys. Because Cowboys, as much as you like or dislike the Cowboys, they're too talented to be 1-9, let alone 1-10. I mean, in this scenario, the Schottenheimer hire was a disaster of a hire if they're 1-9. But I also think the Eagles are a better team than Dallas on paper. I mean, who's that second edge rusher? I think it's Fowler, or I don't know if it's Fowler or who it is. I think one of the former Commanders went back to Dallas to play with Parsons, and the Eagles with Jihad Campbell and Nolan Smith. I just think their edge rushers are better on paper.
Here's the thing. 1-9 isn't going to happen for Dallas. Dak Prescott is, saying it since he was in Mississippi.
Sounds like you're picking Dallas just so that we can keep Dallas from being 1-9 because they're too talented to be this bad.
Yeah, I've been saying Dak Prescott's most talented since Mississippi. I still say it now. He's one of the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL. He is a top 8 quarterback.
I've got Dallas at 8-9, but the thing is the NFC has gotten better. It's gotten better. I think the NFC West benefits from having to play a weaker strength of schedule, which is why I've got 3 NFC West teams in. But the Bears I've got at 8-9. I've got the Cowboys at 8-9. I've got the Vikings at 7-10. The NFC is getting better. Falcons I've got at 7-10. Seahawks at 7-10. Really, I've got the Giants and the Saints, if Tyler Show starts, are really the only bottom feeders in this conference. This conference is going to be much more competitive. It's going to be on par with the AFC in terms of competitiveness.
I agree. I believe that there are several teams. The Buccaneers, I think, are going to take another step.
Yes.
The Saints, I think, are going to be better because Daniel Jones nowhere near their franchise. They're going to be better addition by subtraction.
The Giants, the Giants should be better. I did give the Saints a home win over Atlanta. Saints do host Atlanta. Those two teams hate each other. So I did give the Saints a home win over Atlanta.
I've been hearing mixed reviews when it comes to the Falcons quarterback position.
Penix didn't.
I've been hearing Penix hasn't been performing as well in the offseason as he did last offseason. So there are people questioning things, and maybe that's why they didn't get rid of Kirk Cousins, is because Penix has been teeter-tottering a little bit and not really doing what he needs to do.
And as much as I'd like to see all 6 of these quarterbacks succeed, one is going to underachieve. One is going to slip up. It's a numbers game.
Oh, absolutely. It's like you do not get a year because a lot's been made
And Tony Mario thinks Penix is the guy who's going to most likely to slip up because he had May as his QB1. Jaden Daniels had a great rookie year. The Commanders benefit from a strength of schedule standpoint. The Bears have Caleb could break out in year 3, but the Bears have an awful strength of schedule this year. They have to play the AFC North plus the NFC East. That's just brutal.
Bear with me for a second. Quincy Carrier made a really good point. And I'm not going to beat a dead horse with this, but he made a great point about the media coverage of the draft. And he said, and he gave Shadur Sanders a thing where Mary Kay said 31 other teams passed on him 5 different times. And he said, well, only 4 teams needed a quarterback. So how did 31? So did 31 other teams really pass on him? But there are only 4 teams in the conversation. Now, you're looking at the Falcons saying they were not one of the 4 teams. But what they did do was tell the Browns, we're not getting rid of Cousins. So what is that?
I think there's other variables into this as well. There are teams already looking at the 2026 draft that think that draft is going to be better than this draft, so they're just dismissing Shadur, writing him off, and rolling with the free agency group.
There are. But the thought process that Quincy brought up was a sound thought process.
Yeah.
I can't poke holes in that thought process because, there were 4 teams, and there was a 5th team in Atlanta that said, we have a proven leader, a proven NFL quarterback, and we're not going to let go of him, even though he's not going to be our starter, and even though he's going to be the most expensive backup in NFL history. How do you go about that?
Yeah.
I mean, there are no holes in that argument.
Yeah.
So, what is it?
And if the Falcons are 2-8, they're going to bench Penix and go to Cousins if they lose to the Saints, if they haven't already. I don't know.
And that will basically go along with what I've been hearing, is that Penix has not been doing what he needs to do to cement his place, which will justify.
I did pick the Saints to win this game at home. I'm just curious, do you think the Falcons or the Saints win this game?
I am not a fan of the Saints. It really depends on who the quarterback is.
Yeah, but this is a rivalry. The Saints hate the Falcons about as much as the.
Throw this into your hands.
Okay. We can simulate the rest of the games this week because the final 3 games are Buccaneers, Rams, Panthers, 49ers, and Saints, Falcons. Since
well, I do want to put this in your hands though.
Yeah.
We have heard that the Saints love Kenny Pickett. So
I don't.
Who is the starting quarterback for the Saints at this point in time?
Right now, early speculation is it's Tyler Show, but Kellen Moore said we really like what Spencer Rattler did down the stretch this year. He's going to have a chance to earn the job. That tells me he's number 2 and Hayner's 3. I would right now entering camp, number 1 is Show, number 2 is Rattler, and number 3 is Hayner. But that's just a hypothesis. Do not put any stock into this.
Yeah, well, it's too early for that. But out of Pickett, Show, and Rattler, who do you think starts?
I don't think Pickett ends up on the Saints. The only reason he's being linked there is because his familiarity with the offensive coordinator. Yeah, familiarity with the head coach, who was the Eagles' offensive coordinator last year. That's the only reason. Kellen Moore.
Because he loves Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, that's the only reason. But the GM's the one that makes the final decisions at the end of the day.
You are correct. That's why I bring him up. And that's why I throw it to you. Who the hell is starting
I don't know. That's kind of why I'd like to simulate week 12, see what the simulator does. Because I think this is kind of a we haven't really used the simulator yet this week, and we're not going to simulate all the games. We're just going to simulate remaining games of week 12.
And I think this just goes to
Falcons
show-
won, so the Falcons won 9. Baker Mayfield goes back to LA, beats his former mentor. Shiners beat the Panthers in Monday Night Football. So,
and let's take that for granted, because Sean McVay was the guy that believed in Baker Mayfield from the time the draft happened to the point that he signed with the Rams and really rejuvenated his career, rejuvenated his confidence, brought him back up where, he is today. So, expect a hearty handshake and maybe a hug between those two, because I know they're close, I know they're friends, but whether we both know NFL politics, they can't interact.
yeah.
So,
Here's
yeah.
I'll give you guys the standings update before I get to the poll question for week 12 in the simulator Joey did. Bills are 10-1. Bengals are 9-2, and the Bills and Bengals, they meet in week 14 in Buffalo on Sunday night. Game that's probably going to decide home field in Joey's simulator. Chargers are 7-4. The Texans are 6-5, but they only lead the AFC South by a game over the Titans and Jags. Patriots are 8-4, firmly locked into the 5 seed. The Chiefs are 6-5. The Broncos are 6-5. Those are the final 2 wild cards at the moment, but there's a bunch of 5 and 6 teams jockeying the Broncos for the final wild card. You've got the 5 and 6 Browns, you've got the 5 and 6 Jags, 5 and 6 Titans, 5 and 6 Ravens, 5 and 6 Dolphins, 5 and 6 Jets. So
we have established that Shedeur Sanders will be the quarterback for the Browns starting it going forward, correct?
yeah, because I think in our simulator, you had the Browns beating the Bengals, starting 1-3. Then they won 2 in a row. Then they lost 3 in a row, and now they've won 2 in a row.
Yeah, it's all contingent on who the starting quarterback is. So I'm gonna try to remember what my predictions were Shedeur as a starting quarterback, because I've gone through.
I think you said week 4 or week 5 when you had him as the starter, but regardless, the Browns are 5 and 6, and then the NFC East. NFC's interesting. The Eagles still have the 1 seed at 8-3, but they're not running away with it like they did after an 8-1 start. They've lost 2 in a row. With Baker Mayfield beating the Rams, the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray move up to the 2 seed. The Bucs are the 3 seed at 8-3. The Lions are the 4 seed, and they would get Sean McVay in a 4v5 matchup. Brock Purdy would get Baker Mayfield, and Jaden Daniels would get Kyler Murray. So those are the Broncos would get Burrow, Chiefs would get the Chargers, Patriots would get the Texans. But I'm going to check the poll question here. I'm going to check the poll question and see what we got here. I mean, we only got 1 vote, but they said week 15, no more bye weeks. That is, so I guess we're doing 2 more weeks. That's what the fans wanted. You said we would stop upon the fans' request. So next week, it'll be weeks 15 through 18 plus the 4 rounds of the playoffs. Okay, that's what our fans voted on, Joey. We were going to...
That works. I just got to say, I would love to see Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield simply from a nostalgia standpoint, because
I have that exact matchup in my scenario. I have the 4 seed Buccaneers, 9 and 8 host seed Cardinals in the wild card game. So I do have that exact matchup.
It is burned in my memory. Kyler Murray's first start. He gets the snap, pump fakes, runs down the sideline. Baker Mayfield is suspended for the first quarter, I think it was, because he told somebody to suck it. and grabbed his crotch or whatever it was. And he was running down the sidelines, cheering on Murray, yelling at him to go, go, go. He was Murray's biggest supporter. So to see those two play in the playoffs, they'll kind of be a full circle. You know, it's like Murray and his biggest supporter, his mentor at a young level in college football, going at each other. I mean, that would be fun as hell. And that'd be a great full circle story.
Right now, I've got the Bills at 17-0 in my scenario. I've got the Chiefs at 14-3. They won the table against the AFC West, and Mahomes returned for them. The Texans go 12-5. The Bengals go 11-6. They're the 4th seed, and then I've got the Patriots at 11-6 as my 5 seed. The Ravens at 10-7 as my 6 seed, playing Houston in Houston, and then I've got the Chargers as my 7 seed at 10-7, playing the Chiefs and the Jags, but missed the wild card. The Jags went 9-8, but missed the wild card by a game. Jane Daniels also went 9-8 and missed the playoffs because he lost to the Packers in week 2. But you've got the Commanders beating the Packers. So we'll see. We'll do 2 more weeks, and we'll see where your standings stack up compared to mine. But I am going to get ready for the Thanksgiving games. We'll start with Packers-Lions. I took Detroit to win this game. But this is a big game. You picked the Packers back in week 1. If the Packers can beat the Lions on Thanksgiving like they did 2 years ago, they would own the head-to-head tiebreaker over Detroit for the division. If the Lions win it,
it would be it's going to be an amazing game.
This might be the best slate of Thanksgiving games in the history of the NFL, because you get Packers, Lions in Detroit, Chiefs, Cowboys in Dallas, and then Bengals, Ravens in Baltimore to wrap up the night. This might be the single greatest triple header in NFL Thanksgiving history. I'm not exaggerating when I say that.
I agree. It is going to be I wish in this they would have put the Cowboys and Lions just for a nostalgia standpoint.
With
the greatest day of Thanksgiving games ever, but I can live with it because it's gonna be a hell of a day.
Yeah. You're going with the Packers or Lions here? I thought I heard you say Packers, but I'm not sure. I don't want to presume. I didn't hear. That's my fault.
I'm going to go with the Lions because right now I'm hearing rumors that Romeo Dobbs is going to be on the trade block.
I believe he will be, because right now what I've heard from the Packers is they're not signing either Watson or Dobbs. And they basically told Drew Rosenhaus, Jaden Reed's our number 1 receiver. They've told him that internally, which means if they extend a receiver, it's going to be Jaden Reed, even though I think both Dobbs and Watson have higher ceilings than Reed. The problem is Dobbs has too many drops and Watson can't stay on the field. That's the problem.
Yeah, so the Dobbs, that just brings...
And even though I don't think Jaden Reed's ceiling is as high as Watson's, he's durable, he could stay healthy, and he's probably the most likely of those 3 to take a team-friendly deal. So...
Yeah, because I was of the opinion, I always loved Watson more, but I'm of the opinion that Dobbs is the healthier, more consistent receiver, and he does a lot of the same things Watson does. But outside of the few chances he's gotten to be the number 1 receiver, he's always been behind somebody else. So Dobbs is a question mark. He's got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the hands, he's got the ability. But what are you going to get for him? And how much are you going to pay for him? and what role are you going to put him in? Because a lot of the times Dobbs was put in a good receiver position unless there were injuries. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, Dobbs just went off for 120 yards. Oh, but the guy he replaced came back, so he was going to go be a number 3 receiver again. So, and we all know the Packers are questionable at using and drafting receivers. So maybe it's of the thought of Watson and Dobbs are being misused. Because say what you want to about...
Because I still believe those two, when healthy, they have a higher ceiling than Jaden Reed. But
absolutely.
But it sounds like if the Packers are going to pay any of those 3, it's going to be Reed because of Dobbs' drops and because of Watson's injury history. That's kind of what...
My thought is, since McCarthy left the Packers have not played... They have not valued the receiver position. Now, you can say whatever you want to about McCarthy.
I like Matt LaFleur, but he's too dependent on the running game as well, and he's sort of downplayed his weapons in the passing game. He's valued the tight ends, but he's not utilized the receivers as much as he should.
Yeah. So you can... And that may not be LaFleur as much as it is the general manager. Because remember, something Kevin Stefanski went through the draft this morning in the draft process, and he said the general manager gets everybody's thought processes and makes the picks on his own on draft day. He gets the head coach's opinions on every player, the head scout's opinions on every player, so on and so forth. And it was very enlightening that an NFL head coach would open up about that, about how the GM conducts himself in this situation. So for me, I had to wonder, was it LaFleur or was it general manager that devalued wide receiver position? Because the GM already has everything up. I think Stefanski said 5 to 6 days before the draft. And remember, Stefanski was with the Vikings through 3 or 4 different regimes for 15 years. So he went through a bunch of different regimes, so he has a variety of thought processes. So you can say, if all these GMs are doing it the same, then you can say that's probably the norm. And then you can ask the question, who is actually making that determination?
Yeah. All right. I did pick the Cowboys to beat the Chiefs in Texas. But the Chiefs did start out as the Dallas Texans. It's a Thanksgiving game. The Cowboys, they're 2-9 in the simulator. They pretty much have to win because right now the Niners are 7-5, Commanders are 6-5. If you lose, you drop to 2-10. The Chiefs were the Dallas Texans, and they relocated.
They call me old, and you're bringing that up.
Well, they play the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. And to be fair, Clark Hunt does own FC Dallas, the MLS team in Dallas, Texas. He owns the Chiefs, but he also owns FC Dallas. So I just think that's ironic.
I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is they call me old because I bring up a bunch of old stuff. Dude.
Yeah, this is 50s old.
You're bringing up...
I'm going to bring up more old stuff in a few weeks. I'm going to bring up some more history on Black Friday when we get to the Black Friday game. But, you know, I think the Chiefs defense is going to be worse. I do have the Cowboys winning a 38-35 shootout on Thanksgiving. I think I have the Chiefs only losing 3 games all year. Just for anybody curious, I have them losing the Jaguars, I have them losing the Bills, and I have them losing the Cowboys, and that's it. I have them winning every other game. Those are the 3.
The Cowboys winning and Dak Prescott throwing for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns.
I had a 325 for Mahomes and 380 for Prescott, but we're pretty much on the same page there.
Yeah, we're thinking along the same lines.
Okay, so the Cowboys beat the Chiefs to keep their season alive for one more week. They're 3-9. You've got the Chiefs dropping to 6-6. The Bengals, they go to Baltimore to play the Ravens. As much as I'd love to see the Bengals beat the Ravens in Baltimore, that's just a daunting task. And with the Ravens at 5-6, they pretty much have to win this game to get back in the playoff race. So I'm going Ravens here.
I think the Bengals are a better team, but at Baltimore.
At Baltimore at 1 p.m. is winnable. At Baltimore in prime time is a pain in the ass.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna give it to Baltimore because the bottom line is Bengals defense is a problem. That's the reason I had the Browns beat them in week 1. It's the reason I had the Ravens beating them earlier. But Ravens in Baltimore, do you really think that defense is going to be able to stop Lamar Jackson in Baltimore in prime time? I don't see it. It's like maybe in the afternoon game, but in prime time, no. The stars come out at night. I've been saying it for years. Lamar Jackson is one of the biggest stars there are. He'll come out.
Yep. Got a very interesting because I've got Bengals Lions, but what's interesting is I got a prediction from one of our former Draft Utopia staff writers. They have the Bears winning the NFC and playing the Bengals in the Super Bowl, but they have the Bears beating the Eagles in the NFC Championship in a rematch of the Fog Bowl. And they actually have the Fog Bowl happening in the night game. I'm not sure how the fog, because fog games only happen during the day. I don't think I've ever seen a fog game at night. And I guess with the right weather, precipitation.
I have seen it at night. It's very rare the heat and moisture needed doesn't normally happen at night, but I have seen it happen. I've played in a couple of them. I've coached a couple of them. It does happen, but it is rare.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen often. And also, I think that, in my personal opinion, is dependent on Nick Chubb signing with the Bears. And as you stated, Chubb has also been talking with the Patriots.
He's also there's rumors he's going to go to the Chiefs, and that would just infuriate you if the Chiefs got Nick Chubb to pair with Kareem Hunt at that point.
Because that would be the 100% failure of Andrew Berry right there. Because it's like, especially if the Chiefs won the Super Bowl and Chubb and Hunt were the running backs, it's like, Andrew Berry, what the hell are you doing? You literally had the best running back combination in football. Transfer them to the Chiefs and then let them win the Super Bowl. What is wrong with you? So that would, the Chiefs would really kick me off, because that would be the exact Armageddon that nobody wanted as a Browns fan.
Yeah.
Is that Chunt would lead the Chiefs to a Super Bowl. That would just be that'd be horrific.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic. I think the Dallas Stars traded 3 years of first-round picks to get Mikael Gronlund and Mikko Rantanen. They each had a hat trick in the playoffs, and the Browns traded 3 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson. So the Stars trades of age like wine and the Browns trades of age like milk. But as long as the Browns get their QB this year, it doesn't matter. Really doesn't.
Well, I will say the Hunt thing. Hunt was going to retire. He had already had the paperwork.
We got to get to Black Friday as much as I. All right.
It is just a quick story. And then his buddy went down, Chubb went down, and Hunt contacted the Browns and said, I will come back for my brother. I will come back for my brother.
All right.
And that's the loyalty those two have with each other, is the friendship they have with each other. So if Chubb went to the Chiefs, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I think it's either the Chiefs, the Patriots, or the Bears. I don't see him going anywhere else. I don't know where he's going to end up, and he's not going to announce until June 1st, but, you know.
It's just the story between those two and how close they are is commendable.
Yeah, it really is. The Bears play the Eagles in Philadelphia on Black Friday. The Eagles, they wear black. The Bears don't. I gave the Eagles the win, but that's not why I'm giving the Eagles the win. I just think they're a better team on paper, and it's a home game for Philly. So, and I've got the Bears at 8-9. They're 4-7 in this simulator, but I'm guessing the Eagles needing to win this game to maintain the 1 seed. You're going Eagles here? Or are you taking the Bears for the upset value?
I'm going to go with the Eagles. I don't think Nick Chubb, even if he did play for the Bears, would be able to stop the Eagles at this point. The Eagles have shown that they are great down the stretch. And I think Kevin Stefanski in his interview said it best. Every single team has done the tush push. Quarterback sneaks. The reason that Jimmy Haslam voted against it is because the Eagles just did it better.
And Patriots also voted against getting rid of it. So both of our teams.
Yeah. It's like the Eagles just did it better.
The execution's better.
They went on this. He went on to explain. It's like, what happens next? You can't push the quarterback. You can't push the running back. You can't go 3 yards downfield and block. What's next? It's like, you can't outlaw that. And I think the Eagles, even though it wasn't as effective last year, as statistics stated, it was not. I think that was because the center the Eagles had. Jason Kelce wasn't walking through that door, and he was a freaking monster. Okay?
You don't get Saquon Barkley unless Jason Kelce retires, Joey. As much as you like Jason Kelce, I mean, Cam Jurgens really did a good job taking that next step from right guard to center. You don't get Barkley unless Kelce retires. That's the reality.
He did, and I think that took pressure off the tush push not being as effective without Kelce. But you had Saquon Barkley back there who could. His quads are the size of my coworker's waist. Okay, let's just put it like that.
Yeah.
He could push himself. Okay. So I think the Eagles are going to do what they always do. Later in the season, they're going to pick it up. And this is about the time they're going to start ramrodding.
Yeah.
They're going to start rolling over teams. And I think the Bears are just in the way.
Well, the only home team in the NFC West in Week 13 is the Seahawks, but the next 2 games do involve NFC West teams, but they involve the Rams going on the road to Carolina. Bryce Young, he pushed both the Super Bowl teams to the limit. Yes, Mahomes and Hurts beat Bryce Young in Carolina, but came down to the final possession. That's how close it was. And I do have Bryce Young and the Panthers stealing this game from Sean McVay and the Rams. I think this is the game where Dave Canales, he takes that next step as a head coach and he beats Sean McVay. I do have the Panthers winning this game. So, and I've got 34-31, high scoring game in Carolina. If the rookie edge rushers Nick Scorton and Princely Umanian start, I think they can hold the Rams to 17 and win a defensive game. But right now, Wanham and Clowney are the projected starters in Carolina. But I think the rookies have higher ceilings. So it just depends. But I did pick Carolina at home to win this game. I feel like you're going to go with the Rams just based on experience, but it wouldn't shock you if the Panthers beat the Rams at home.
I am not as positive about Carolina's quarterback prospects as a lot of people are. I don't like it. I don't think it's sustainable. There are going to be a lot of excuses. If it's going to take time for them to stabilize. The quarterback situation doesn't stabilize within the first.
As much as I like Shedeur Sanders, I think Bryce Young is a better prospect than Shedeur was.
But Bryce Young is not as good as Shedeur Sanders.
I disagree. I think his ceiling's higher, and now that he's got the supporting cast, he's got zero excuses in year 3. He's got the offensive-minded head coach, too.
He's got zero excuses. Shedeur Sanders has had zero excuses since his first year in college. Because he's the son of Dion. Bryce Young has had excuses for 2 years. This is it. There are no more excuses for Bryce Young. Well, this is the first, because you brought up Shedeur Sanders. This is the first year Shedeur Sanders has no pressure on him, period. No. Amen.
Even if Shedeur reached his ceiling, I still think his ceiling's lower than Young's. That's all.
And this is the first time that Bryce Young is being told all the pressure's on you. So it's different circumstances. Reverse the circumstances. Shedeur's always been under the most pressure. Now he's under none. Bryce Young has never been under pressure because there's always been an excuse. Now he's under all of it. We're going to see, can Bryce Young live up to that? Because this is his shot. Because after this, they have to think about his 5th-year option.
I think he's going to play well enough to get a 5th-year option, but he's not going to play well enough to get an extension. That's kind of where I have. And I have Carolina at 8-9 on the year. I have them leading the NFC South with 1 game to go. I actually have them winning the first game against Baker in Week 16, but I have them losing to Baker in Week 18. And I have them jumping the Buccaneers for the division lead late in the season, but the Buccaneers end up winning at the end. And I think if Young does that, he will get a 5th-year tender. He won't get an extension, but the Panthers will say, you know what? You made enough progress to where we'll give you a 5th year, but you're on a very thin leash. Any more screw-ups, Dave Tepper can just grab you by the chain and tame you like the dog that you are. Any more screw-ups, and that's going to be the thought process.
And that's been something that's been said for the last few years with young quarterbacks is like the worst thing that can happen is that a quarterback can make you say, maybe this guy's the guy, and then you end up passing on an amazing quarterback off of maybe, rather than allowing the situation to work out. And so, and because you brought up Shedeur, I'll bring up Shedeur. He's the same way. Young's the same way. Kyler Murray, I'll even say, even though he's already got his extension, I think Kyler Murray is the same way. because we saw with Daniel Jones got his extension. They kicked his ass to the curb too.
Yeah, but I think Bryce Young's offensive line is better than the Browns' offensive line. He's got McMillan. He's going to have all these pieces around him. And I know the biggest reason the Panthers lost games last year is because they didn't have a sack artist. I think they drafted two. If both guys are starting late in the year, I think the Panthers could win this division, but I'm not bold enough to bank on that. And I still think Baker's got 2 more years of ruling this division left at the minimum, because I have the Buccaneers barely winning the division this year, and then I have them in Super Bowl 61 losing to Josh Allen and the Bills. So I think the Buccaneers have 2 more years dominating this division. And I could see the Panthers making a wild card in 2026 if they hold on to Bryce Young and they stay the course, but they're not ready to make that leap yet.
And I think that's a very good discussion about the offensive lines in the NFL and who's where and what. We could probably revisit that later. Obviously,
we've got 12 more games for week 13, and then we got 16. We've got whatever's left for week 14 minus the bye weeks. But yeah, we'll give you the Rams over the Panthers. The next game's the 49ers, Browns, in Cleveland. I did take the Niners to win this game. I mean, they've got more weapons. I think Purdy has got to show he can do more. And even if Shedeur is the starter at this point, I feel like, with Mikael Williams, with Nick Bosa, basically that's going to be, you're not going to have a lot of time to throw. And
I don't take that into consideration as much, because at Colorado, he didn't have time to throw either.
Yeah, but how many teams did he face where they had 2 guys that are potential sack artists? How many defensive lines did he face in his time at Colorado where he was going up against?
Well, considering their offensive line, everything, because their offensive line freaking sucked.
Outside of Jordan Seaton this year, yes, who was great as a freshman.
Yeah, so it's in that case, I'm going to take the Browns, because
49.
I don't think that the 49ers offense has rejuvenated itself enough. And I'm not confident. I'm confident in Purdy to not lose games, but I'm not confident in Purdy to be able to win them.
Yeah.
Never proven that he can win games. And if Shedeur keeps progressing and keeps leading in everything the way he has, and I know that's a big if. The same ifs about Purdy last year.
Shedeur could win Offensive Rookie of the Year, but he could also be the most overhyped, most disappointing QB since Johnny Manziel, Deshaun Kaiser. He can't be as worse as Kaiser, but he could be as underwhelming as those two who had huge expectations.
Absolutely. And the thing is, Shedeur has been getting raves out of camp. One reporter said he had a coach that told him he was layering passes like somebody who's been in the league for 10 years. Can Purdy deal with that type of offensive player against him this late?
I think part of it is part of the reason I'm much lower on the Browns is I think the left tackles in the AFC are all very good. The only 2 I have question marks about are Dan Moore Jr., who I did not like coming out of Texas A&M, who signed a 5-year contract with the Titans, and I'm just not sure Jones transitions well to left tackle. He's a top 15 right tackle, but I'm just not sure he's going to make that transition. And I think that's going to be what ends up hurting the Browns more than anything else, regardless of who's in at QB.
If you watch Jones's games in the last 2 games before his injury, he was transitioning very well in those last 2 games.
But he played right tackle instead of left tackle, which was his natural position.
The left tackle, when he was playing left tackle, the problem was he got injured again.
Yeah.
My question isn't on the performance for Jones. My question is, when you start getting knee injuries, especially as an offensive tackle, that starts talking about degeneration in the knee. His knee is degenerating. He's had 2 of them in this last season, and he had 1 of them in college. How long will his knee be able to keep up? Because we looked at him, he was a 313 knee.
I love him as a right tackle, but the cringe the idea of playing a guy out of position, because if he had played both left and right tackle in high school, this would not even be an issue with me. But he played 4 years of right tackle in high school and 4 years of right tackle in college. That's why it's an issue with me. It shouldn't be, but...
I've always said it's not what you do, it's what you can do. And he's proven he can do it. But can he do it for a sustained period without his knee giving out?
I believe what you do is just as important as what you can do, but we're in a league where certain teams are going to say, what we need you to do is more important than what you do, what you can do.
That's a different question. What we need you to do is a different question about what you can do.
Yes.
What you can do is what you're physically able to do. Okay, what we want you to do, that's something completely different. If you want
that's fair.
An defensive tackle to play tight end, that's probably not going to end up well for you.
Yeah, just like the Colts starting Daniel Jones over Anthony Richardson in a home game against the Texans, in Williams' scenario, is not going to end up well for the Colts.
No.
The Colts will go back to Daniel Richardson in Week 14, but because William brought up the scenario, Daniel Jones gets one more game as a starter, unlike Flacco, and it's a disaster. So the Texans win, and they're 7-5.
Yeah, and what I look at with Jones is not his ability, but I've consulted with people, and with my own experience, it's his knee is degenerating. And his knee is degenerating quickly. How many years is he going to have before his knee gives out completely?
Yeah.
And that is the biggest, will he be able to reach his potential before his knee completely gives out?
I never viewed Jones as a Pro Bowl player. I viewed him as a high-end starter once he reached his ceiling, but not a Pro Bowl tackle. An above average... My max grade for him, max rating would be an 87 out of 99, which is above average. It's good, high-end starter, but not a Pro Bowler. I've never viewed him as a Pro Bowl type guy. Jones.
I think he was a guy that was going to overachieve his expectations. And then the degeneration of his knee, no matter how hard he worked, and I'll tell you this from first-hand experience, no matter how hard you work, you blow your knee twice, I don't care what type of care you come out with, you're working on borrowed time. Because the interior workings of the knee do not care about your career. They do not care about your surgeon. They do not care about anything. Once you lose the structural integrity and you do it more than once, that's it. That's why when I look at Nick Chubb, I say Nick Chubb's a freak of nature, but we all saw it last year. It doesn't matter how much of a freak of nature you are. When the knee says no, it's usually after the second one.
I'm beginning to wonder if Rupe Hintz is on borrowed time, because I think he suffered a knee injury against the Avalanche in last year's playoffs, missed game 1 against Edmonton, and there was a slashing hit on Rupe Hintz, the Stars' first-line center against Edmonton last night, thanks to McNabb's nephew, Darnell Nurse. And some people are saying he hit the blade he hit the blade on the slashing play, and others are saying he hit the knee. So he's wearing a walking boot, and he did end up having to be walked off the ice, but we don't know if it's a second knee or if it's just a walking boot. So, but
and
that's
once the knee goes, it's like to this day.
Because this is a second injury in the playoffs in 2 years, and this is your best center. Are you at the point where you have to start wondering if you need another number one center? Because you already paid Rupe Hintz. He's under contract till 2031, I believe, because you gave him an 8-year deal.
Put it this way. I was an offensive tackle. I was a left tackle.
In the ankle. Okay, here we have the evidence. It's an ankle injury, not a knee injury.
Okay.
That's better.
That's
Walking
good.
boot.
That's good. It is. Now, I'm going to give you the evidence, though.
Still.
I was a left tackle. I blew out my knee for the second time. 25 years later, I had 0 push-off in my right knee, in my right leg. Surgery, rehab, everything later. I do not have push-off. No matter how strong the rest of my leg is, the knee will not support it. And as of right now, I'm 179 pounds. I still don't have a push-off. Once your knee says no,
he is grabbing his ankle. He is not grabbing his knee. If he was grabbing his knee, I would be concerned. He is grabbing his ankle. That tells me this is not as severe. He's probably going to miss game 3 tomorrow, but this is, I don't think it's as severe as the media is making, reacting it to be. Because if he was grabbing his knee, I'd be worried. He's grabbing his ankle.
Yeah.
That is.
I can agree with you on that. I tore a muscle in my ankle weightlifting, and I worked through the whole thing. I just.
And the walking boot might be an illusion. He might be medically cleared to play, but the doctors are saying, look, we want you to surprise Edmonton, wear the walking boot so we can throw them off. There's a psychology behind this too, with injuries and stuff.
There is, because, I didn't have a walking boot, and you know what? Now I have some pain every now and then, but I'm just fine. I can do whatever. So the ankle is not as bad as the knee. If he would have been holding his knee,
yeah,
then I would have been concerned, because my torn muscle was in the joint, and that never healed.
Yeah, this was, that was an ugly game last night. Edmonton, we both picked Edmonton to win the cup, but, the first game, they blew a 3-1 lead, and Dallas, I think, had 5 third-period goals. Second game was a 3-0 shutout, but they had the injury, and then you basically had DeBoer saying, does anyone in this room think that if Connor McDavid gets carried off the ice like that, it's not a 5-minute major? Because if a player gets injured on a penalty, you have to give the player a 5-minute major. That's in the NHL rule book. Like, it's written in the rule book, but they only gave Nurse a 2-minute injury. If a player gets injured on a slashing penalty, you have to give them a 5-minute penalty instead of a 2-minute penalty. It's like, it's written in the rule book. And they basically ignored the rule book. And Stars fans are about as pissed off as Bengals fans were in the AFC Championship rematch.
Yeah, it's like the NHL should look at those officials and say, you completely disregard the rules. You are suspended for the rest of the playoffs. We will bring in somebody else. We are not putting up with that. You blatantly discarded the rules and player safety.
It's 13.61. If 13.6 section 1, if a player leaves the game with an injury on a slashing penalty, it's not a 2-minute penalty, it's a 5-minute penalty. It's written right there in the rule book.
Yeah, and that.
In that context, that is a 5-minute penalty. If there's evidence and bylaws supporting the claim, that is a 5-minute penalty.
Yeah, and this is where I fully support the NHL. Like, they are very particular when it comes to their penalties. And this is...
I think this is a situation where they wanted to let him play. I think the NHL wanted to let both teams play because it's a big game. It's the conference finals. But this situation, it's wrong.
Yeah, in this situation, it is hardwired into the rules. I mean, this is, you can want to let them play. The only way you can let them play in this situation is to not call anything, period. Because it is hardwired into the rules. If you make that call, it's 5 minutes, period. Done. It's it. And for the officials to not only make the call, but then say...
It's 2 minutes, even though the rules say it's 5 minutes. It's only 2-minute penalty.
That's not their call. Adjusting the rules in that situation is not their call. Their call was whether to call the penalty or to not call the penalty. But once the penalty was called...
They called it for 2 minutes instead of 5 minutes, even though the rules state if a player gets injured during a penalty, it's a 5-minute penalty. This is written in the rule book. If it wasn't written in the rule book, I wouldn't care. But it's written in the rule book, and there's evidence backing the claim.
Exactly. If it's written, hardwired into the rules, and the officials don't follow those, the officials need to be held accountable. Period.
It's almost like the officials are saying, because the Oilers have more star players than Dallas and Florida leads 2-0, we're just going to disregard the rules to extend the series. Edmonton was going to win either way. It was 2-0, 3-0 in the third period. It wouldn't have mattered, but it's still not right to make that call. It wouldn't have affected the outcome either way.
It's like a Major League Baseball game where you're up 3-0 in the seventh, and there's a balk, a wild pitch, and then a 3-run homer, and all of a sudden it's tied. If you don't call the balk or the wild pitch simply because you want the other team to win or you want the series to be extended or whatever.
Because Florida's up 2-0 and they're going back home to Florida. The NHL knows that series is over. So if they want to extend a series, this is the series they have to extend.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's the nature of the business. Because right now, both the NBA conference finals are 2-0. So if every series ends quickly, that looks bad for the NHL. Whereas if the NBA series, both of them end quickly, then you can extend this series for ratings because nobody will be watching.
And not only that, the NHL is competing with the Cavs losing to the Pacers. The Cavs were the most talented team, in my opinion, in the playoffs. The Pacers pollywopped them, just knocked them around, beat them around. The Pacers may be the physically toughest team in the playoffs. And the NHL is saying, we cannot let that, beat our ratings. Even though the Pacers are sitting there beating the shit out of people, losing 55 minutes of a game, and then coming out in the last 5 minutes, beating the crap out of people, and then taking names. The NHL is like, we can't allow that to happen. We have to make some type of drama.
Yeah, and part of it is on the Oilers are the most talented team, but I don't think that's all they are is talent. If I were grading the teams on culture or motivation or hunger, I would give Dallas the advantage. If I were grading on work ethic, experience, I'd give Florida the advantage. And,
Yeah, and let's face it.
That's why I could see any of these three teams winning the cup at the end of the day. Carolina's the weakest. I think Toronto would have beaten Carolina, but Toronto, they play in the Atlantic, they play in Florida's division. And instead of having 1 versus 8, they have the divisions, the top 3 in each division play each other, and then the wild card 1, wild card 2. I've never liked that format. I wish they would go back to 1 versus 8.
Well, those teams don't have one thing that the Pacers have. One of the toughest people in sports history in their front office, and Larry Bird. Somebody who's so intelligent and so tough that, you know, he literally played through a broken back.
Actually, Nil was a former right winger. He played for 5 different NHL teams, but he had to retire early due to injuries. Then he ends up being the director of scouting for the Red Wings in the 90s when Yzerman and Shanahan, and they won those Stanley Cups. And then after that, 5 years later, he went to Dallas and turned them around.
How many years did he play after injury?
I think he only had like a 7 or 8 year career. He did not have a very long career as a hockey player.
Yeah,
He played for 5 different teams in 7 to 8 years. He wasn't a Hall of Fame level talent as an athlete.
Yeah, but my thought is Bird played from 1985 through 1990.
Yeah, what Bird did was as a player trumps what Nil did as a player. There's no arguing there. I'm completely 1,000% with you.
I'm just talking about toughness.
Yeah.
Just in this situation, the toughness factor and how you see players from a toughness standpoint is due to maybe the personal perspective of I had a broken back. I had to get my back adjusted to hold for 4
Actually,
hours to go play a game.
Jim Nil played from 1974-75 in junior hockey to 1990-1991. He ended his career with the Red Wings minor league team.
So 8 years?
He played professionally from 1981-82 to 1989-1990. So he played the entire 80s decade. Outside of 81, he played the entire 80s decade as an NHL player.
There was only a 3-year difference between him and Bird, so I can.
But
that sounds a little bit better than what you had originally framed it as.
Yeah.
If you originally framed it as like 6 years.
Well, to be fair, he never played a full 82-game season, and he only played 60 or more games 4 times in his career. So that's.
You know, and guys, we're just let the fans know we're talking about this because the toughness factor.
And you would think working with Ottawa and then Detroit and then as an assistant GM when they won 4 Stanley Cups, and he was director of scouting with Ottawa, and he was assistant GM with Detroit, and then he became the Stars GM, and he basically lets his scouts decide who to draft. He lets Peter DeBoer coach the team and set the lines the way he thinks they should be set. So he's he's the opposite of me, but it's successful. It works for the Stars. So
yeah, but we're talking about 2 people that see the game in a different way that other people. I
like what Andrew Zito's done with the Florida Panthers. I can't really compare him to Larry Bird as a player or an executive. Nil is the only GM of the 4 left that I think you could argue is comparable. He's not better. He's comparable because he's a former athlete like Bird.
Yeah, Zito is different. I don't see him as on the level as being tough like the other 2 guys we were just previously talking about.
Yeah.
I don't see him as the mastermind as the other 2. But I see him as knowing what athletes fit into certain situations and how to put the chess pieces into place. You know, it's like where Larry Bird was playing 3-dimensional chess.
Yeah, he was the Blues' 6th round pick in the 1978 NHL draft, and 80-81 was his rookie season. But he got traded from the Blues to Vancouver during his rookie season, and he actually was part of the Vancouver Canucks team that made the 1982 Stanley Cup and lost the Islanders as a rookie. So he actually, I think him and Bird both made the championship game and lost as rookies, which is pretty amazing.
Well, Bird didn't make the finals until 80-81. won the championship in 81.
As a
the
sophomore,
81
but
season,
his
so-
rookie year, he lost the Sixers. Okay. That
Yeah.
makes sense because him and Magic entered the NBA at the same time. All right, that
Yeah,
makes
because
sense.
The Sixers won the championship his rookie year.
I thought the Lakers
No,
won the
Sixers
championship.
the Sixers won the championship because Magic won it the rookie year. The Sixers won it the next year, and both. So it might have been the third year.
Third year was the third year. You're right. It was the third year. But that's the thing. But I'll get back to the NFL. I know people have patiently been waiting, but it's just a very interesting segue.
History can be interesting.
Yeah.
History can be interesting. History can be fun. So we just walk down history lane.
History can be fun. And look, I'm not saying Dallas can't win, but I think they've got to win on Sunday because that Dallas could not score in the 8 p.m. games in Canada. You get a 3 p.m. game right after playing an 8 p.m. game in Dallas, Texas on Friday. You get a 3 p.m. game in Edmonton tomorrow. I think you have to win that game. You have to win game 5 at home. And if this thing goes to 7, anything could happen in game 7. And that's your path into the Stanley Cup Finals if you get there.
Now, do you people want me to go into...
As much as I'd like to continue this hockey rant, William and I agreed, and we still got a bunch of Thanksgiving games left.
Yeah, but it's like, I got to ask people. You want me to go into the Great Minds of Western Intellectual Tradition, 3rd edition, which I have been listening to for 2 months, because I still have 6 hours left. You really want to listen to that? No, probably not.
Probably not, because I think my mom's coming at 4 today, so we'll try to end this by 4.
Your mom's a smart woman, so she might want to listen to it. So that's not a great argument, Chris.
She might want to listen to it. She might not. I don't know. Man. We'll see.
Let's go on.
Let's get on Dolphins. Saints, Dolphins in Miami. You're taking the Dolphins because 2 is 5-6. If he wins this, he's 6-6.
Yeah,
and this is very interesting because
if Tua can play,
yeah,
because he is 1 concussion away from freaking. I mean, his concussions. I've had 12 concussions. His concussions are so much worse than mine that he's about to eclipse my concussions with 1 more. And I would not wish that on anybody.
Yeah, and the Falcons play the Jets in New York. That is going to be a tough game because this is New York. We're talking Thanksgiving week, maybe the 1st December. But the Jets hosting.
Like them or not, they've got a good defensive line.
They got Will McDonald and Jeremiah Johnson coming. Jeremiah Johnson missed most of last year with an injury. He'll be back. He got a 5th-year tender. You've got Sauce Gardner. You did lose DJ Reed, but they're happy with Michael Carter II. I mean, I think the Jets can beat the Falcons at home. This is kind of a pick'em game. I did pick the
Jets defense is going to be one of the more underrated defenses this year.
Yeah, definitely.
They've got one of the best defensive lines. They've got one of the best defensive backfields that nobody's talking about. And when you go against a guy that's had that many concussions, that's so susceptible, if you hit him hard enough, I'm going to tell you, it doesn't even take your head to hit helmet. It doesn't even take your helmet to hit the ground. It just means you get snapped back. And any impact on your head, because every time you get a concussion, that's a bruise to the brain. You're more susceptible to one each and every time. That's why I get really, every time Denzel Ward makes a tackle, I start to cringe. Because every time your head hits the side of that helmet, no matter how much technology they have in there, your brain has a chance to hit the side of your skull. And every concussion you've had, even if it's small, when the brain hits the side of the skull.
Yeah.
That is greater impact and greater chance for another concussion because your brain's not as strong as it used to be with every single one. So Tua is, I thought Tua should retired last year. He's one concussion away from retirement. Same with Denzel Ward. One concussion away from retirement. You can't risk your long-term.
I think Denzel Ward's contract runs through 2027 or 2028. It's one of those years.
I think one more concussion for either one of those guys, they need to retire.
They're not going to retire. They're going to force the team to buy them out, and if nobody signs them, then they'll retire. Because it's the quest for money. It's the ambition to collect money, pay your bills.
But I'm worried about these guys' long-term health because I've been there. I suffer through this stuff every day.
The Dolphins.
You guys probably hear it here on the podcast every now and then when I have a thought, and I have to struggle through the thought because it's just gone. It's like that's just the simple thought of the concussion. And I worry about these guys because their concussions are worse. Well, I've had more concussions. Their concussions have been worse. So I do worry about them and how their future is going to play out. So, and when it comes to Tua himself, as a specific thought process, I saw his concussion last year and I said, he's going to retire.
Well, here's the thing. The Dolphins can't buy out Tua until 2027. They would only save $21.6 million. Tua, because Tua carries a dead cap of $137 million in 25 and $99 million in 2026. The way they restructured this, they probably should have gave him 4 years instead of 5 so they could buy him out in 26. But I think they paid him for 2024. No, because 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24. 24 was the 5th year option. And then this year's the first year of the 4-year extension. But they weren't taking concussion history into account. They were taking what Tua wanted into account.
And that's not...
I do think...
And that's not smart because, it's like... The only reason I'm as coherent as I am...
Tua might retire, but I don't think he's going to retire until 2027 when he turns 29, which is the same year Andrew Luck retired. I think he's got 2 more years left.
I don't know if he has 2 more years left physically. That's my thought. If he has 1 more concussion, I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't think the team will let him continue. In an injury retirement,
the team doesn't want to cut him.
Sure.
The team doesn't want to cut him because the cap hit they would suffer if he retired.
Well, with an injury retirement, I think there are different rules. I'm not sure what there are, but for an injury retirement, I don't think there's the same hit because it is a force.
The NFL got that right, whereas with the NHL, once you pay a player, you have to honor the duration of the contract, even if that player retires.
Yeah, it's not that way in the NFL. A retirement would knock something off the books, but if a player would resume his career, it would go back on the books. The team would have the right. An injury retirement, I think, is different because I think the team would get relief from whatever is happening in there, but I'm not sure what the percentage or whatever thought process there is beyond the relief because we don't usually see it. So if we don't normally see it, those players usually wait until after the season. So we usually see
Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield meet in Tampa in week 13. bit of a preview of the wild card game I have. I do have Tampa winning. But the Rams are 9-3. The Eagles are 9-3. Basically, whoever wins this game is 9-3, and whoever loses falls to 8-4. I mean, if the Cardinals win, they move up to number 2, but the Rams would drop to 5, and the Bucs would stay at 3. And William gave the Buccaneers the head-to-head win over the Lions. So the Buccaneers, if they win, they move up to 2. If they lose, they stay at 3. They don't really move down. They're not really affected by seeding, whereas the Cardinals kind of need this more because the Cardinals are not going to make a Super Bowl run unless they win the division. They get the 2 seed. They don't.
I think this goes twofold. I think Baker is looking to cement himself as one of the top quarterbacks in the league, and I think Mike Evans. I think he was disrespected last year by pundits, by other players. I think he's looking to say, I am still the top. I am still a first ballot Hall of Famer. I am still the best wide receiver in the NFL, and I dare you to stop me. And I think this.
I think Evans has 2 years left, and I think the Buccaneers are going to find a way to keep him, even if they have to cut somebody on the team, whether it's a defensive player or.
Yeah, I heard they're looking to cut Godwin.
They already extended Godwin. They can't cut Godwin. They gave him a 3-year extension.
3 years? So you said 2 years.
So may have been 3 years. It may have been 3 years or 2 years. I'll look at the Godwin extension, but
because I'm sitting here thinking, if you say Evans is 2 years,
Evans.
The 3rd year.
Evans. This is the final year of Evans' contract. He's a UFA in 2026, but I'm thinking he's going to get extended. The problem is Godwin is not a UFA until 2028, and you can't buy out his contract till 2027. So Godwin, you are stuck with that deal the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, so you got 2 seasons there.
And you just drafted Egbuka in the first round. And I think the only reason they drafted him that high is they're preparing for a replacement if Mike Evans doesn't reach 1,000 yards. If he does, they're going to keep him on next year when I'm predicting the Buccaneers make the Super Bowl, and Egbuka is going to be eased into a number 1 or number 2 role rather than being thrown into that role.
If your prediction comes true, I can say with certainty Baker Mayfield will be the Super Bowl MVP.
I don't think he will be the MVP. He will get to the game. I don't think he'll win it.
He's the quarterback. He'll probably win.
Unless the Buccaneers win.
Evans is going to be the best player. Evans is going to be the best player.
I'm saying the Buccaneers, if they get to the Super Bowl, they won't win it if they play the Bills.
Okay, if they don't win, that's a different story.
If they play, but if they win, he's the MVP, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah. It's
So it sounds like you're picking the Buccaneers to be 9-3. Cardinals still have a good. Cardinals are still the top wild card in the NFC at 8-4. They've got a 2-game lead over 1.5 game lead over the Commanders. Could be 2 games.
Here's something else. Maybe we both got it wrong, and the Super Bowl MVP is somebody who gets like 2 interceptions, like we've seen before. I think the Cowboys corner did that.
Yeah, the guy who played. No, it wasn't Leon. No, Leon Lett was a defensive tackle. It was the guy who played. Yeah.
I know a Buccaneers player that corner got MVP, and
Larry Brown was the number 2 corner next to Prime Time in Super Bowl 30.
Yeah, he was. We all thought he was amazing.
And it was a defensive back. It was safety Dexter Jackson. I believe he was the free safety because I think John Lynch was the strong safety at the time.
Dexter Jackson was a good player. He had a 10-year career.
Yeah.
He never matched the Super Bowl moniker, but he was a really good player for a really long time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I give Dexter Jackson a lot of credit because he was a really good player. He just had his best game of his life, and
the biggest game of the year. The Jaguars play the Titans in Tennessee in Week 13. This is a tough game to pick because it's outdoors. This is right when you're transitioning from warm weather to cold weather. And this is a game the Titans could – it's in Tennessee. I picked the Jaguars to win this, but this is a game the Titans can steal. This is a game the Titans can steal. If Lawrence plays like crap and Cam Ward's clicking on all cylinders, this is certainly a game the Titans could steal to make things interesting.
This is a make or break season for Lawrence. I don't care what his contract says. As far as the people of Duval go,
I have the Jags finishing 9-8 and missing the playoffs again. I feel like they would keep him if he did that. If they go 9-8 but they miss the playoffs by a game.
well, if he plays well, but he loses to Tennessee and misses out on the playoffs because he loses to Tennessee, that's a different story. There's going to be backlash.
I have Jacksonville sweeping.
In the playoffs because maybe he loses to the Chiefs.
Okay, here's my Jaguars schedule. I've got the Jags losing the Bengals, losing the Texans. I am getting swept by the Texans, losing to San Francisco, but they sweep the Titans. They beat the Seahawks and Rams. They lose to the Raiders. They lose the Cardinals. They beat the Chargers. They sweep the Titans and Colts. They beat the Jets at home. They lose the Broncos in Denver. Actually, I have them splitting with the Colts. I have the Colts beating them in Week 17. That's the only reason they missed the playoffs. So in my scenario,
that's not gonna. He will have enough signature wins in that scenario that
he would remain the starter.
Yeah, nobody's gonna get pissed off at him. He is like, you beat the Chiefs, you beat all your rivals, you did everything you need to do. You know,
you're 9-8. It's just the Chargers and you're 9-8. You beat the Chargers head to head, but the Chargers were 10-7. The Ravens were 10-7. You were 9-8. You didn't suck.
It's like
teams.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think he'd keep his job in that scenario.
I'm hoping for the Browns to get 10 wins and for the Jags to get 5. But you know, I'm going to be happy as...
It sounds like you're picking the Jaguars to beat the Titans because of the urgency. The urgency for Lawrence to win with his contract is greater.
I don't think there's an urgency because he just got that contract last year. But I think there is a thought amongst Jags fans. I don't think there's a thought amongst Jags in the organization. I think there's a thought amongst Jags fans that it has to be immediate. But I think right now, look, what I don't like about Trevor Lawrence is that he came out against Doug Peterson. Bottom was Doug Peterson's offense and Trevor Lawrence didn't mix.
The Jaguars cannot get out of that contract until 2028, and they would only save $39,500,000. But there is no dead cap in 2029. The dead cap falls to 0 by 2029. So yes, they front-loaded all the money into the contract to where you can't get out of the contract until 2028. But one thing I'll give Balky credit for is he did set the dead cap to 0 in Trevor Lawrence's contract. Even though the contract runs through 2031, the dead cap reaches 0 by 2029. So
he was always good with contracts. What really gets me is the leadership. The leadership situation is that I don't like that Lawrence came out against Peterson, because Peterson was a good coach, a good leader. He just had a bad taste in coordinators and coaches.
Yep.
Well, guess what? You don't come out against that. You just wish him better in the future endeavors and be done with it. And he's come out highly of the new coaching GM. Well, I know from watching Lawrence in college and watching in the pros what he does well, what he doesn't. I've seen him live both ways. Okay, guess what? You don't have to come out and say Peterson's bad because I don't fit the West Coast offense. That's low class. That's low key. That is That's a bad move.
I agree.
Okay, and that's basically what Lawrence said. He came out and said stuff like that. That's not good. That is not good leadership skills. He should have said, I learned a lot from Coach Peterson. I wish him the best in his future endeavors. I think he will land on his feet, and I'm looking forward to the future here in Jacksonville. He didn't have to say all the rest of that crap. You know, we know he didn't fit well in that offense. I mean, we watched it. But it doesn't mean you have to sit there and just rub the freaking screwdriver into his skull. Okay? Just don't go there. So I'm hoping by this point in the season, Trevor Lawrence realizes he has to be a leader. Because if he's a leader, by the time they get to Indianapolis, they may sweep Indianapolis and they get to the playoffs.
Yeah, and what's ironic is the Jaguars started 5-1 in the simulator. They ended up losing every game William had picked in, and then Joey comes back, and this is their first win because they got a hard part of the schedule during some of the weeks when Joey first came back after handling business. But yeah, this is now you're 6-6, and now you're in the thick of things. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on with some of these teams here. But let's get to Minnesota, Seattle. We'll analyze the conferences after the week's games are up. But Seattle's hosting Minnesota in week 13. Darnold versus former team. I don't see Darnold losing to McCarthy at home in front of the home crowd in Seattle.
Neither do I. McCarthy hasn't.
What's interesting is the final score of the last two games on Pro Football Network. Jaguars 16, Titans 15, Seahawks 16, Vikings 15. Exact same score for the last two games. They have the Cardinals. They have the Buccaneers only scoring 15 on the Cardinals and winning. That add another 30, add another 20 points to that game for both teams. 35-33 Tampa. I don't think it's going to be a 15-13 low-scoring game. There is too much talent on Arizona's offense with Drew Petzling and Tampa Bay's offense for it to be a 15-13 game. There's too much talent on both teams for it Arizona-Tampa to be that low-scoring, 15-13. Come on, give me a break. That is just... That's simulator. That's on the simulator, Joey. You're doing a great job with these games. I appreciate you stepping up. The Chargers and Raiders. Chargers are the home team here. I would think they're going to get even with the Raiders after losing week 2. Yes, Ginty is good, but this is...
The big thing with the Chargers is the Chargers had one receiver last year and no running backs.
Actually, they had 2.
I think they had a good draft. I thought they did some good things.
And you got
to. This is ripe for upset. I think this is ripe for upset. I got the Raiders winning this.
Interesting.
I think this is an upset waiting to happen.
Interesting, because right now you've got the Chargers at 7-5. You got the Broncos at 6-5. You've got the Chiefs at 6-6, and you got the Raiders at 5-7. So the AFC West very tight. And then you got Bills, Steelers, and Pittsburgh, and we both know the Bills are not losing 2 in a row. You're not picking the Steelers to beat the Bills.
It's like this is the one year I've got the Steelers winning. Like
I think I've got the Steelers. I've got the Steelers winning 5.
5-6 games, yeah. It's like the Steelers are...
It's not that the Steelers can't win 9 games again. It's just their strength of schedule so brutal.
Oh, yeah. I think that top 2 toughest strengths of Steelers are the Steelers and Browns, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and my mom basically said the Steelers did a piss-poor job managing their quarterback situation. So that's another reason why I'm lower on Pittsburgh. Not just the strength of schedule.
Your mom's even going in. Shit. Your mom's going in on them. It's like that in itself is like
That should be a red flag for Steeler Nation. That should be a glaring red flag.
Your mom is
Tearing Coach Tomlin a new one. Maybe it's not that extreme, but there's cause for concern, and it's probable cause.
It is that extreme. It's like your mom is not. Your mom is knowledgeable in a lot of things. She is not football freaking night in America. Okay, and she's telling the Steelers, you fucking sucked it up.
And she's basically tearing them a new one like Michelle Tafoya back in the day.
And that's brutal for the Steelers. That's brutal. Oh, damn.
So we got the Sunday night football game is 6-5 Broncos, 6-5 Commanders in Washington.
Broncos and Commanders, both 6-5. Damn. That's tough because I think both are two of the best young teams in the NFL. I'm going to say the Commanders win by 1 point. Last second field goal.
Okay, 23-30, that Commanders. That's what the simulator gave for a score. At least they made it a one-score game. You'll respect that. But yeah.
Yeah, I would go 2019.
And then the Giants play the Patriots in New England.
Patriots win.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Here we go. I know I sound like Dak Prescott, just not as dominant when he says here we go. I was not trying to say that. It's just I couldn't think of anything else. But the Bills are still the 1 seed, 11-1. The Bengals are the 2 seed in Joey's simulator. The Texans have jumped the Chargers for the 3 seed. Chargers are the 4 seed though. Patriots are 5. Chiefs are 6. But we have 1, 2. We have 2, 4, 5. We have 7 teams 6-6 tied for 2 wild cards. 7 teams tied for 2 wild cards in the AFC. And the Kansas City Chiefs at 6-6 and the Cleveland Browns own the 2 tiebreakers entering week 4. So right now we've got a Chiefs-Texans wild card in Houston. We've got a Patriots-Chargers wild card in LA. And we've got a Browns-Bengals wild card in Cincy. That's what we have in the AFC.
Much as unlikely as that scenario would be, those would be some exciting games, wouldn't they?
Drake May versus Justin Herbert in LA. Mahomes versus Stroud in Houston, and Browns and Bengals in Cincinnati. I guess those would be heck of a games. I mean,
those would be exciting as hell. It's like, and well, you said, you neglected the 2 quarterbacks in the Browns and Bengals. At that point, be Shedeur versus Burrow. That could be fun.
It could be fun.
That would be fun. It's like, God, that'd be a hell of a wild card weekend, wouldn't it?
Yeah, in the NFC, we got the Eagles at 1. Eagles would have a bye, but the Buccaneers would host the 49ers. Purdy versus Baker. Jaden Daniels faces Matthew Stafford, and Kyler Murray gets to go to Dan Campbell's Funhouse at Ford Field.
Dan Campbell's Funhouse, I like that.
Yeah.
I really like that.
It's a 5-night at Freddy's scenario for Kyler Murray. Yeah. I mean, we make video game jokes about Kyler, but instead of Call of Duty, I'm going to go with a 5-nights at Freddy's joke. It's newer, it's fresher. It fits the environment that Detroit's going to provide for Kyler Murray, so...
And the thing is, if the playoffs ended right there with that scenario, I'd be happy because I would have the time of my life with those matchups. AFC, NFC, I would think it'd all be incredibly exciting.
Well, we've got one more week left. We can either simulate it or we can simulate it for our viewers, or we can go through the list of games. It depends on how you feel, Joey.
One more week?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. We got the Cowboys and Lions in Detroit. And I'm before we start, just going to double check something. So 4 teams on byes in week 15. And I'm pretty sure week 15, 16. I'm just double checking to make sure I'm pretty certain. Yeah, because every team will have played 13 games, and then you have 17 weeks in the season. So, yeah. The Dallas Cowboys head to Detroit to take on the Lions. I'm guessing you got the Lions winning at home to improve to 9-4. As much as you'd like to see the Cowboys get win number 4, it's just the Lions are a better team on paper. Unless Brad Allen's calling us. But they only win by a point in the simulation. The Seahawks head to Atlanta to take on the Falcons. I did pick Atlanta in an upset here for week 14. I did pick Atlanta to beat Seattle in week 14. This is one of my upsets.
I'm going to go with Seattle. I think, they do have a better team, and I'm not sure who the quarterback will be at that point.
Well, as long as the Seahawks don't have a losing record, I don't think they bench Sam Darnold. And the Seahawks are 7-6, so we'll roll with Darnold.
Yeah, with Darnold, yes.
And Drew Lock, he's if he's ahead of Milroe on the depth chart, they might just redshirt Milroe. But yes, Seahawks with the win, they move up to 7-6, and they leapfrog the 49ers for the last wild card. So now we go from versus Mayfield to Darnold versus Mayfield versus number 3 picks in the draft.
Which was actually more interesting because they were teammates in Carolina and both just got over by Carolina.
Yeah.
Their coach was
Yeah, and Matt Rule, he was basically saying that they need to expand the college football playoff to 16 teams. That's what Matt Rule basically said in the press conference at Nebraska. All right, we've got Steelers, Ravens, and Baltimore. As cool as it would be to see the Steelers pull an upset here, the Ravens are just better. And with them being outside the top 7, they know what's on the line. They're going to win. Yeah, and the Browns host the Titans. So if it's Shedeur versus Cam Ward, Shadeur's going to win, and the Titans are going to lose.
Yeah, Browns are going to win on that situation. Shedeur is, I think, if the Browns host Shedeur after week 5, when that brutal part of the schedule is gone, and then put Shedeur in after a training camp run with just like which has been performed. I think the sky's the limit.
Yep.
I don't think the Browns win 10 games if Shedeur doesn't start. But at the same time, I think the time spent with Joe Flacco would be. Let's face it, no matter what anybody thinks of Joe Flacco, Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP, multiple time, one of the greatest quarterbacks of the modern era.
Yeah, but the Browns' final 4 games are brutal. I mean, they get the Bears on the road, They get the Bills at home. They get the Steelers at home, which I think they can win with or without Shadur, and they get the Bengals in Cincinnati. So
I think the Browns can get 2 or 3 and 1 by the Bills.
and they probably lose on the road to the Bengals, so that would put them at 9-8 realistically. But that's subject to change for next week's show. But it's subject to change. But I just in hindsight, Browns are 7-6 entering next week. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. The Packers host the Bears, and Packers are probably going to win this game in Joey's scenario. Bears are 4-8, Packers are 6-6. You know, the Bears could make a late surge with Caleb, but the Bears have not done enough to earn the benefit of the doubt from you. And their schedule, like we said, it's brutal.
Yeah, I think the Bears need, I think they're a year away.
Yeah, I think they can make that leap in 2026 because the strength of schedule is going to be much more favorable. But that's the thing Tony Mario kept telling me before the draft, is that the Bears, they're going to have to play everybody in the AFC North and everybody in the NFC East, in addition to everybody in the NFC North twice. That was the big reason Tony Mario was against picking the Bears to go to the playoffs in year 2. That was and it was a good reason.
Because I think the Bears coaches are going to implement something completely new to the Bears' offense and defense, and I think it's going to take time to implement.
Yep.
Because I think, when you have an offensive-minded coach coming in from a Dan Campbell type mindset, we saw what happened Dan Campbell's first year in Detroit. It did not turn out well. That mindset is a tough-ass mindset. And it's implemented anywhere. Probably going to take a year because it's going to be a culture shock.
Yep.
Because a lot of teams are as tough as Dan Campbell these days. You don't get the Mike Dick type of toughness in this day and age. So when you see somebody coming out like that, it's like, wow.
Colts and Jaguars and Jacksonville. Probably Joey's probably picking the Jaguars to get to 7-6. It's especially if they bench Richardson midseason and they have to go to Duval. Historically speaking, the Jaguars have been better against the Colts in Jacksonville. Historically speaking. Here's what's...
I was at the Colts and Jags 2 years ago. Richardson didn't play all that well against the Jags and Jacksonville.
And if Richardson gets benched, Daniel Jones is the starter, and that just feels like a lose-lose. If Richardson's still the starter in Week 13 and he doesn't get benched, the Colts might have the confidence to win this game. But if he does get benched for Daniel Jones, they're going to lose regardless of which QB they play at that point. Because the damage will be done by that point. But here's what's interesting. The Jaguars and Ravens have both jumped the Browns in the seeding. But
you said that game with Danger and Johnson scheduled that for me. And I told you that was one of the worst games for quarterback I've ever seen personally. Daniel Jones in Jacksonville.
Part 2 with the Colts could be the game that gets Shane Steichen fired, in all honesty. Because I think this is year 3 for Shane Steichen, or is it year 2? It feels like Super Bowl 57 was when he left. So this is year 3 for Shane Steichen. If you bench Richardson and you start Daniel Jones and he plays horrible in Jacksonville, that could be the game that gets you fired. Because if you start the year hot, you're 4-2, and then you go to 4-6, and then you lose 3 in a row with Daniel Jones as the starter, that could be a decision that gets you fired.
I feel it because it's like, it's one of those things when you mentioned Jalen Turnstile and Jacksonville, I literally face palm because it was such a horrific experience.
Yeah. The Commanders and Vikings. I did take the Vikings to upset the Commanders here. You've got the Vikings at 2-10. They are going to be healthier defensively. And this could be a trap game for Washington, especially if the Commanders are 7-5 and the Vikings are 2-10 and you overlook them. But even what happens, the Commanders remain in the top 7 if Vikings upset them. That's what I'd like to know. No, they do not. The Seahawks and 49ers move into the top 7. So that's enough of a reason for Joey to pick the Commanders, because as much as Joey likes Purdy, he does not like Purdy enough to move him ahead of Jaden Daniels. So we entertain with that.
I'm looking at this matchup. I said it is 100% where you want me for a upset. But at the same time, I'm looking at it. What is the overall matchup look like? I don't see the Vikings being better than the Washington. I'm trying to see everything beyond the quarterback.
Laramie Tunsil, Deebo Samuel. The additions the Commanders made, Deebo Samuel to pair with McLaurin, Laramie Tunsil, it sort of evens out what the Vikings supporting cast has around with McCarthy, with Jefferson and Addison, with Darrisaw left tackle, and both teams are healthy. I'm surprised the score is 18-15. I would think you're getting 38-35 if that's the case, Joey. I'm just surprised that's what the simulator has. Simulator has the game that low scoring. I don't think it'll be that low scoring. It might not be as high scoring as I'm making it out to be, but I'd be surprised if it was that low scoring.
Yeah, because I could see 38-28 or 35-28. You know, not quite as high scoring, but I could see these two teams going on. If JJ McCarthy is that guy with that.
Yeah. The Dolphins play the Jets in New York, 6-6 versus 6-6.
Dolphins.
Yeah, Dolphins are a better team on paper. If it's a good weather game, it's not snowing. I took the Jets, but I have these teams splitting. But yeah, the Dolphins move up to 7-6 now. This is going to be very entertaining next week, whatever happens. Buccaneers and the Saints in Tampa. Buccaneers are probably going to sweep the Saints, so they move up to 10-3.
Here's the thing. If it doesn't snow, Dolphins win. If it snows, Dolphins lose. Because history shows that no matter where they go or what they do, if it's cold weather, Dolphins getting their asses in against everybody. If it's good weather, Dolphins.
Yep. Broncos and Raiders in Vegas. I think I picked the Raiders to beat the Broncos. No, I have the Broncos sweeping the Raiders because of the defense. The depth chart for the Broncos defense is just so freaking good. And that's really why I picked the Broncos to beat the Raiders. But if Ginty goes off, I could see the Raiders winning. But the Broncos, just their defense has, if the defense has 0 injuries this late in the season, they should win this. If any key players get injured, Denver, the Raiders can steal this.
I've got the Broncos. I think their offense, specifically their red zone offense, if their red zone offense looks like it did last year, they'll come out easy winners. but at the same time, it threw off a little bit. Ashton Gimpy. Just for a while.
Yep. Second game does feature Cardinals, Rams, and Arizona. 9-3 Rams, 8-4 Cardinals in Arizona. Big game coming up here. Rams sweep the Cardinals. Okay. So the Rams are 10-3. The Buccaneers are 10-3. The Eagles, as long as they win the Monday night game, they remain the number 1 seed. But with the Bengals losing a third game to drop to 9-3 after they lost the Ravens, the Bengals pretty much have to win this if they want any shot at the 1 seed. Otherwise, home field is going to go through Buffalo. This is the Sunday night game. Then we have a Monday night doubleheader with Texans, Chiefs in Kansas City, and Eagles, Chargers in LA. So we have a Monday night doubleheader this late in the season. It's a great, so this is setting up for an excellent finale here with these games. The Bengals are playing the Bills. The Bengals are playing the Bills in Buffalo, Sunday Night Football. It's in Buffalo. Bengals would have a 3-game lead over the Bills. Bills would be 12-1 with a win. Bengals would be 9-4 with a loss. And the Bills would essentially have to lose out. The Bengals would have to win out in order for the Bengals to steal the 1 seed from Buffalo in this scenario. I don't think that would happen.
I would have to go with the Bengals in this.
You're going Bengals, so we have some entertainment value late in the season.
I would have to go with the upset here because I know Joe Burrow. I know his family. These guys are determined.
To be fair to Bengals fans, I have the Bills winning the regular season game, but I have the Bengals beating the 17-0 Bills in Buffalo in the divisional round, which sets up Mahomes' Burrow AFC title in Kansas City. But in your scenario, it's looking a little bit different. You've got the Bengals and Bills pushing each other. And basically, if the Bengals can win out and if the Bills lose to the Patriots in New England, in that scenario, the Bengals can jump the Bills. But that's the only way it would happen. And then we've got the Monday night game. As much as you'd like to see the Texans go into Kansas City and beat the Chiefs on Monday night, with the Chiefs needing to win this game in order to be in the playoffs, I just can't see them losing. The Texans would still lead the division. No, both teams would still be in the playoffs, even with the Chiefs winning. If the Texans win, they stay at 3. The Jags stay at 7. But if the Chiefs win, the Chiefs are 6 and the Texans are 7. But that's subject to change pending the Monday night finale between the Eagles and Chargers. Howie Roseman versus the Chargers. So.
And the Chiefs won in this game. And just so that people know, Chris has all this stuff in front of him. I don't know what's going on until he tells us after the fact. So there is an element of surprise for all of us here.
But this is what's crazy. You've got the Dolphins. No, we'll revisit the playoff scenarios after we do Eagles Chargers. You got the Chargers or the Eagles. This is the final game of the final bye week.
This is a tough one.
Because if the Chargers win, they keep their lead in the AFC West. But if they don't, I believe we'd have a 3-way tie at 7-6 for the division.
I really like what those teams didn't draft. I can't pick Chargers here. Gotta go the other way.
Okay, so I will share the tab here. Here's what we have in Joey's scenario entering Week 15 next Saturday. Could simulate a week, but I'm not going to because it's the drama. Maybe we'll preview Week 15, but we won't make any winners. But it's the drama element this late in the season that makes it so exciting. But here's what we've got. We've got the Bills as a 1 seed, with the Bengals on the head-to-head tiebreaker. The Bengals are the 2 seed. Jags move up to 3 at 7-6 because they split with the Texans and because they beat the Chiefs head-to-head. So Jags are 3rd. Chiefs are 4th. Patriots are 5th. The Texans are 6th, and they would get a 3rd game against the Jaguars. And the Ravens are 7th. They would get a 3rd game against the Bengals. So we get Drake May versus Mahomes, Stroud versus Lawrence, part 3, Lamar versus Burrow, part 3. That's what the AFC. And you also have the 7-6 Chargers, 7-6 Broncos, 7-6 Browns, 7-6 Dolphins on the outside looking in with 4 weeks left.
It is a 4-place high fade. That's who you're saying?
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 AFC teams tied for the last 2 wild cards at 7-6. 6.
That is as tight as you ever get right there.
Because the Browns went from controlling the tiebreaker at the end of week 13 to the Ravens ending up controlling the tiebreaker, which is insane. And then you got the NFC. The Eagles retain the 1 seed. The Buccaneers and Rams are 2 and 3. No room for error. The Lions are 4th. The Commanders move up to 5. And the Commanders would play the Lions in a 5v4 matchup, a rematch of last year's divisional round. That's the first wild card. You have Cardinals-Rams part 3 in the second wild card, and then Sam Darnold versus Baker in the third. So that's what you have now.
Pretty damn good just out of curiosity, what was the Browns?
I can give you a quick preview of Week 15. We're not going to pick any games this week, and I can't accidentally click any games. If we do Week 15, we'd simulate the week, but it just feels wrong to simulate Week 15 with so much on the line this late in the season. It just feels wrong.
Yes, it's Week 15. I just want to know the date.
I don't have the exact date in front of me, but I know Week 13 Thanksgiving. So it's 2 weeks after Thanksgiving. That's when because they're putting NFL games into. I think we're gonna have an NFL game on Friday, December 19th, the day the college football playoff starts. And if the MLS draft keeps that 3rd Friday in December as the day of their yearly super draft, for the first time in history, we are going to have the MLS super draft and an NFL game on at the exact same time. Because college football wants that 3rd Saturday in December all to themselves. So because of college football, I'm going to have NFL games and the MLS draft on at the same time unless the MLS decides we're no longer doing the super draft, which is a possibility. Now that they're no longer expanding after 30 teams and the fact that Apple TV didn't want to air the super draft on TV, I could see MLS saying, you know what, we're going to dissolve the super draft now. I could see them finally doing that because the Women's League did it last year. I could see the MLS doing it now because they have that even number of teams. But they could continue it too. We really don't know. I'm hoping we get one more super draft. That's mainly because my LA Galaxy are winless through 14 games. There's 34 games in the regular season. The LA Galaxy, they were champions to winless through 14 games. If they lose another 3 games, that means the Galaxy had a worse start to the season than the Browns. That means scientifically the Galaxy were worse than the 0-16 Browns because they had 0 wins, 14 losses, and 3 ties. Right now, the Galaxy through 14 games, they have 0 wins, 11 losses, and 3 ties. So if they lose another 3 games, the Galaxy will officially be worse than the 0-16 Lions and the 0-16 Browns. I don't think they're going to lose because they're hosting San Diego, an expansion team on Fox today. They have to win that game. And the fact that the MLS did not flex that game, and the fact that the NFL is the only sport to flex regular season games, it's a big reason why people are tuning out of MLB, NBA, NHL. I went on a rant with this with William earlier before you got here, and you know that's true.
Different scenarios where the NFL can fluctuate the game, where teams are expected to underperform, that have rookies that would make them want to flex games into a primetime spot. So, and the fact the NHL doesn't do that, that looks bad. That looks bad.
You don't have to flex every game. Just flex a game on TNT or flex a game on ABC if the matchup's bad. Like one example is you had the Flyers playing the Sharks late in the season when both teams are pretty much out of the playoffs. Yes, I get it. Macklin Celebrini and Matvei Michkov are both nominees to win Rookie of the Year. But you could have flexed that game out with the Rangers Senators because the Rangers and Senators were both tied for the last wild card at that point in the season. You could have flexed that out and you would have gotten a better rating.
Better story is going to win. One of the things I've heard that the NFL maybe wanting to flex is if the Browns are starting to seniors, they got Cam Newton sitting over there, but they don't want to see that game because people are going to be impressed.
They're not going to do it unless both teams are in contention for a playoff spot. Both teams have to have winning records too. And the Sunday night game has to be god-awful. That's the problem. Right now, Bengals-Bills is the Sunday night game. That is not getting flexed out. Bengals-Bills is not getting flexed out unless Burrow or Allen gets injured. I'm not trying to talk over you, Joey, but the reality is Joe Burrow versus Josh Allen is not getting flexed out of Sunday night football.
You don't have to, it doesn't have to be Sunday night football. It can be the Sunday afternoon game. It could be if they were a 1 o'clock game to the 4 or 5.
I think the only way you could do that is you'd have to move one of the games to 4:25. And right now, Buccaneers Saints is scheduled for 4:05. You'd have to move that up to 1 and put the Browns game in that slot. Because I don't see any of these games getting flexed Sunday night or Monday night. Now,
They've done it before, and I heard that was a possibility if it was Sugar versus Cam. The situation is right.
The situation, they might move that game back to 4, but they're not putting that in prime time. They might move that to 4:05. You could swap that out with Saints Buccaneers. That's really all you can do. Or you could swap that out with Broncos Raiders. You can't really do anything else. Because Bengals Bills isn't getting flexed unless Burrow tears his ACL again.
Absolutely not. I agree with you 100%. It's just that's
And
that I've heard that people may want to go to the 4 o'clock slot because it would be Sugar versus Cam. And that was one of the big pre-draft debates.
I still think Ward is better than Shadur, but the problem is he's on a much worse team to start his career.
That doesn't matter to the networks.
Not really.
Ratings. And the storyline and the ratings will go to that.
Yeah, and right now,
We're not going to worry about it. It's like the fact that the NFL is already thinking about these things, the NHL doesn't do it at all.
and the NFL's pivoting because NFL Week 16, I believe, NFL Week 16 2025 is on a Friday. I believe there's no Saturday night games in Week 16 this year. And the only reason I'm bringing this up, Joey, is because college football got pissed that the NFL put games in their time slots. That pissed off college football. They do not want any games. Right now, there is not a game scheduled for December 19th or December 20th for Week 16. But that they have 2 games not scheduled yet. They have 2 games not scheduled, Packers, Bears, and Eagles, Commanders. And I heard those were both Friday games. Initially. When the schedule initially came out, those games were scheduled for the 19th of December. But college football is basically saying, look, NFL, we do not want you airing NFL games during the college football playoff. What is this going to do? Well, the College Cup for college soccer is usually in the second or third Monday each year, and the MLS Super Draft was on the 19th last year. So I'm looking up the 2025 College Cup right now because I think I'm preparing for a scenario where we have the NFL and the MLS draft on at the same time this year if the MLS continues their draft, where they air both the games on the 19th. The NFL, they air both the games on ABC leading up to the college football playoff because I think that's what the NFL is ultimately going to do, even though it hasn't been confirmed yet. The time, the dates haven't been confirmed yet. Because college football is saying, look, we do not want you putting games in our time slot. And yes, the College Cup is going to be in Cary, North Carolina from December 12th to December 15th. And they had the last 2 years, the MLS draft has taken place on a Thursday or Friday, the week of the College Cup in Cary, North Carolina. So if that trend continues, the 2026 MLS draft will be on December 19th before the college football playoff. But if the college football playoff is saying the NFL can't air any games while we're airing our college football playoff, the NFL is going to butt in and steal viewers away from the MLS draft. That's exactly the scenario we're looking at unless the MLS moves their draft back to 2026, which they need to do. They need to pivot back to 2026. Have your draft, because if you leave your draft in December of 2025, you are going to get crushed by the NFL. They're already preparing for the possibility of moving their games so they don't have to compete with college football. They're thinking 3-4 steps ahead, and the MLS is like, we can just keep our super draft in the normal time slot, and we'll have the event all to yourself. No, they're preparing to crush you. They're preparing to go to war with you. They're preparing to steal your audience. And I'm going to have to cover the MLS draft and type NFL game recaps on the site the same day. It's too much. You guys are trying to kill me. And it's entertaining as hell, don't get me wrong, but I think the MLS has to move their draft back to 2026. It was fun for a few years to have the super draft a few days ahead of the calendar year, but you got to move back. If the NFL's butting in and saying we're going to have games on NFL on ABC when the super draft is on, it's going to crush the MLS super draft from a rating standpoint. So it makes more sense for the MLS to have their draft on Friday, January 9th, which is a day before the wild card games begin. And you can have it in the afternoon, and you won't be competing with the NFL. Bam, problem solved.
Something the NFL has done they would do a doubleheader on either Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football. So instead of...
I'm saying the NFL's probably going to air their games on the 19th, the day of the Super Draft, but they're going to be 1 and 4 p.m. games leading up to the college football playoff game on ABC. And they might still air a game on Saturday, but my thought process is they're still going to have the 2 playoff games on TNT in the afternoon, but we're also going to get 2 games on ABC, just like last year. And I'm guessing the NFL is going to air those games. They're debating, do we want to air a game at 1 and 4, or do we want to air a game at 4 on Friday before the ABC game, and then another game at Saturday before the ABC night game of the college football playoff? And they're probably going to go the latter of those 2 routes. Right now, there are 2 undecided games, and they were originally scheduled for the 19th. I kid you not. When William and I streamed the schedules, Packers, Bears in Chicago, and Eagles, Commanders in Washington were scheduled for the 19th, but there was not a date announced. Now they have moved it to games not yet scheduled. The NFL is going to put Packers, Bears on Friday afternoon before the first college football playoff game. They're probably going to put Eagles, Commanders on Saturday afternoon during the college football playoff. So they'll probably put both games on ABC so that ABC can go from those games with super high ratings to the college football playoff, and ABC brings in more viewership as a result. ABC wins with that.
Disney is all about the ratings and the thought process about how to grow on more money. So, let's face it, as much bullshit as we have seen about the a couple of the Star Wars series they've got on there, those series are drawing them money. So Disney has zero interest in getting rid of. Disney's about money. If college football, NFL can figure out a way.
Because college football is basically putting their foot down and saying, we don't want you airing games during the 4 college football playoff games. But you also have the MLS draft. The MLS drafts, you're either going to have to move it back to January or it's going to get crushed in the ratings. That's what I'm saying. And as much as Joey admires my passion for soccer, that's the reality. That is the reality now. With college football and the NFL, that is the reality of the business.
Disney owns ESPN and ABC.
And Apple TV owns the MLS, but Disney owns ABC and they own the college football playoff. But I'm trying to think, I want to get an exact schedule of the college football playoff games, like the exact day each of the college football playoff games is being played. Okay.
Disney Plus, they could literally air a game on Disney Plus and make it exclusive simply because we don't want to jog up the airways than there's exclusively on Disney Plus. And because Disney owns the contract, they can move around games and work with the NFL in ways because it's ESPN, ABC, both owned by Disney, under the Disney umbrella, Disney Plus. So
college football is moving to straight seating, and before we get into that, I'm trying to get the exact day. The exact day we're gonna have the round of. Okay, so here's the schedule. I do have the schedule now, thanks to FBS schedules. There is going to be one game on December 19th, and it's going to be in prime time like last year, and they're going to have 3 games on the 20th. That means we're probably getting 2 games on ABC and the doubleheader on TNT. Correct? I would think that's the case, Joey. TNT is going to get 2 games, and ABC is going to get 2 games, the 2 primetime games, the home campus college football playoff. So here's what I'm thinking. The NFL doesn't want to. NFL would like to air 2 games at 4 and 1 p.m. on a Friday, but people are working at Friday on a 1. So the viewership probably won't be as high. So they're probably going to air the Packers-Bears game on the 19th at 4 p.m., and they're probably going to air Commanders-Eagles on the Saturday, the 20th, at 4 p.m., right before the second college football playoff game on ABC. So ABC maximizes their ratings and makes more money as a result. That's probably what's going to happen. And the MLS draft can still go on as planned, but it has to be done by 4 p.m. Like last year, I think they started the draft at noon or 1 p.m., and they had all the picks in by 4. If you do it and you execute in that fashion, we go from MLS draft to NFL to college football playoff all in one day, which is insane. It's insane.
That would be absolutely amazing baseball. That's why I say.
So MLS can keep the 19th as their default draft day for 2026, but you'd have to have the entire draft show wrapped up in 4 hours. Instead of starting it at 1 p.m. Eastern, you'd have to start it at noon Eastern and have all 3 rounds of the draft wrapped up by 4 p.m. I think you can do that. If the first round only takes 2 to 3 hours, And the second and third rounds are lightning rounds. So I actually think logistically you can do that because Apple TV only airs the first round now. So logistically, this can work in theory. You could have the MLS draft from noon to 4. You have the college football, you have the NFL Packers-Bears game, ABC, and then you have the college football playoff.
And that's what I say utilize the time.
And if Disney were smart, they would buy the rights to the MLS draft from Apple TV. Let Apple TV keep their MLS packages, but buy the draft rights and air it as like a triple header. So you have all of it from noon to 8. You have that, you own that noon to 8, noon to 11 window. You have a 12-hour window of sports.
Well, at that point, you are literally looking at a major corporate conglomerate dealing with another one by a contract. Yeah, that's a little more sticky than what.
But the problem is, Kirk Herbstreit and ESPN would want to cover the game for an hour like a pregame show. They'd want to have a pregame show. So you'd have to end the draft at 3 if ESPN bought the rights to the MLS draft from Apple TV, because Apple TV, they didn't air the 24 Super.
Remember, the contracts are not with ABC or ESPN, no matter what the wording says. The contracts are with Disney.
Yeah, the contracts are with Disney. So
what you're looking at is a thing.
because if Disney was smart, they'd buy the rights to MLS draft from Apple. You tell Apple you can keep all the games, all the packages. We just want the rights to the Super Draft. And then you'd have the Super Draft from noon to 3. You'd have a 1-hour pregame show before the first college football playoff game. You'd have a 1-hour pregame show promoting the NFL Packers-Bears. Then that game would run from 4 to 7:30. You'd have another pregame show for college football. And then the 8 or 8:30, you'd have a doubleheader, an NFL game, a college game, and an MLS draft all in one day. And you could call it Sports Festivus. You could call it the Sports Festivus, and you get you get a draft, and you get 2 sporting events, college football playoff game and an NFL regular season game in one day, and you call it Festivus. You call it Festivus. You call it Sports Festivus.
I know who the current other program for Disney, but they inevitably control the overarching program for Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, all those China. So if there is any overlap in sporting event, they could just say, we're going to have this as an exclusive Disney Plus event, and anybody who wants to watch it.
See, if they were going to put a game on Disney Plus, they would pick the Commanders-Eagles game because they know people will pay to see that game on streaming. They know with the fact those teams met in the NFC title game last year, they know people will pay out the ass for Disney Plus to watch that game on streaming.
They're not thinking business enough. So we will give you a free week of ESPN Plus for Disney Plus for your inconvenience. And if they feel generic, take you 2 weeks. You can get the next week of sports on Disney Plus. So that is business-wise.
But yeah.
Not only sports, but they get to sample everything on Disney Plus for 2 weeks. Plus, you get that game that you really freaking wanted to watch. And now,
my biggest fear, if they leave the game, if they have both NFL games airing on the 20th, I'll be okay because I'll just have to worry about the Super Draft and the 8 p.m. college football game. But I feel like the NFL is going to pivot. I feel like they're at least going to air one of those 2 games on a Friday afternoon before the ABC game. And then they're going to air the other game on a Saturday because by doing that, they maximize their viewership. They maximize their viewership as a business. So I do feel like the NFL is going to pivot. Even if that's not their intention, I do think that's what's going to end up happening.
I just think that thought process is a little bit linear.
It's intriguing. The thought process the NFL had, because when the schedule came out, both Packers, Bears, and Eagles Commanders were scheduled for the 19th. NFL's pivoted those games into games not yet scheduled, meaning those are going to be primetime games in Week 16, but they haven't decided what day they're going to air them. And it's probably because of the college football playoff. I'm guessing the college football playoff wants that platform all to themselves, and the NFL still wants to air those games. So maybe they'll say, you know what, if people pay for Disney Plus, we'll put one of those games on Disney Plus, and it'll probably be Eagles Commanders, because that game will get the league more money. So, yeah, but I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to have an NFL game on the 19th after the MLS Super Draft, and then we're going to have a college football game, the first game of the playoff, the 12-team playoff, the first game of the 12-team playoff, the most marquee matchup, because the two best primetime games are going to get put on ABC, and then TNT is going to get the crappy games, the games that, because last year you had Ohio State, you had Indiana Notre Dame right after the MLS draft. It was perfect, because you had two soccer powerhouse teams playing on the day of the MLS draft in the college football playoff.
You don't remember. I was at the height of the TBS TNT when Ted Turner was the greatest thing since Westbrook.
They used to have NFL on TBS in the 90s. Was that what you were going to get at? I think they may have had it on TNT too, but I think in the early, mid-90s, they had the NFL on TNT.
Turner Sports the Atlanta Falcons, the Atlanta Braves, World Championship Wrestling, the Atlanta Thrashers.
Before they relocated to Winnipeg.
Yes, and they were all on the TNT or PBS. Okay. It's I remember that era. And I remember the .com merger. I remember the .com crash. I actually did a college essay on that.
Yeah, I am going to end on TalkShoe. We'll still have the whole restream, but TalkShoe disconnected me, and it's not even letting me resume the recording. So I am going to disconnect from TalkShoe. You have to go to YouTube to get the full version. And it's not even letting me end the podcast on TalkShoe. It's just being weird today, but whatever. I'm good either way.
I'm still going to go with my history lesson.
Please continue the history lesson. I'm just informing our TalkShoe listeners that if we're still... Oh, we're still on the air on TalkShoe, I guess. I guess TalkShoe never cut us off, just never resumed the recording. But whatever.
The Warner Brothers merger, where basically Ted ended up out of power. He didn't even know he was losing power during the vote. Okay. And that in itself was a travesty. That led to the down of the Thrashers, who you said
they relocated to Winnipeg. And Winnipeg won the President's Trophy this year. So if they had not sold the Thrashers, history is altered as we know it, and the Thrashers are your President's Trophy champions in the NHL this year instead of the Jets. So, and for all the historians here, the Utah Mammoth, that used to be the original Winnipeg Jets team. The original Winnipeg Jets team used to be because remember, the original Winnipeg Jets team relocated to Arizona to become the Phoenix Coyotes. Then they became the Arizona Coyotes, and then they relocated to Utah, where Utah Hockey Club this year will be the Utah Mammoth next year. So, yeah.
Ended up buying one or two of them. The Atlanta Braves and just went from off. WCW was closed, bought by WWE, as everybody knows. At this point, bought for $1.6 million, who's kind of nothing to do with professional wrestling at the time.
I believe one of those games is going to air on the 19th. One of those two NFL games scheduled for the scheduled, I believe one of those two games the NFL has not announced a day for is going to air on the 19th. Because originally, these games, actually, they're listed as Saturday on playoff predictors. It's interesting because when the schedule first came out, those games were scheduled for the 19th on the Friday. They're now listed as Saturday games on playoff predictors, but time has not been set yet. Neither is the day. So the NFL's probably still mulling over, do we want to air both these games on a Saturday, or do we want to air one on a Friday and one on a Saturday? Because I don't think the NFL is stupid enough to air a game at 1 p.m. on a Friday. They're too smart to do that. We both know they are too smart to do that. They're debating whether to air a game at 4 p.m. on a Friday and 4 p.m. on a Saturday, or to go with the doubleheader, the 1 and 4 p.m. before the college football playoff. That's and the cable network, the logistics, all that's still getting hammered out. And the college football playoff is saying, we don't want you airing any games on a Saturday. We would prefer you air both games on a Friday. Honestly, they should do a doubleheader for Thursday Night Football. If the NFL was smart, they would do a doubleheader on Thursday Night Football just for Week 16, and you could still have a game at 4 on Saturday. That is the smartest thing the NFL can do. Because you could air a game at 3, and then you could air another game at 8:30 on Amazon Prime. You could air 2 games on Amazon Prime, and that everybody wins. The MLS wins, college football wins, the NFL wins, and they still have that one game they can either air on Friday afternoon or Saturday. Everybody wins.
I would go with Paramount Plus at 3:30, and then Amazon Prime.
Or Netflix. Netflix also works at 3:30.
It does. I just don't have Netflix, so I don't.
I have Netflix, but I don't have Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
But you can get all the CBS games on Paramount Plus and like the replays, the highlights stuff. So I'm just.
And plus, I have NFL Plus, so I can get all the replays anyway.
But I'm thinking logistically, the one thing Amazon Prime does not have is a Thursday where they have a doubleheader of games. They have Black Friday, they have the Thursday night games, but they do not have 2 games in one day. That is one thing Amazon Prime does not have. And it's not that they can't do it. They'd rather have their crew at one game. They'd rather have their crew of Gonzalez and their cast at one stadium. They would have to.
In the first year that they did it, and it didn't turn out well.
Yeah.
So they did try it.
But I think putting 2 games on the Thursday of Week 16 is the smartest business decision the league can make, because you don't have to worry about pissing off the college football playoff, and you don't have to worry about pissing off the MLS if they have their super draft. If they choose to keep that in December, even though I think they should move it back to January. If I were commissioner of the MLS, I'd move the draft back to January. I don't think they will, though. I think they'll either keep it in December or dissolve the super draft eventually.
From that first time, when the Amazon did 2 games of one.
I think no. Here's what you do, Joey. You put the game on Apple TV. Think about it. If you have the MLS draft on Apple TV and then you air an NFL game right after the MLS draft, you bring in more streaming revenue for Apple TV.
That has nothing to do with my question.
What is your question?
Since that first disastrous attempt,
I think they could do 2 games on a Thursday, but they'd have to be on separate cable networks. I'm in agreement with you. They would have to be on separate cable networks.
You don't think that Amazon could do?
They'd have to split up the crews, though. They'd have to have Ryan Fitzpatrick, Tony Gonzalez at one game, and then Andrew Whitworth and Carissa Floyd at the other game. And I just, from a dynamic standpoint, just don't think that will pan out well. It's not that they can't do it. They can do it. They have the talent to do it. I just think from a business standpoint, marketing standpoint, and a chemistry standpoint, the overall result would not go well.
I think in that situation, well, I like both crews that you pointed out. Also, there is a lot of inexperience in their roles. Because you have 2 or 3 pregame personalities there, and only 2 play-by-play personalities. So the roles would be different. So
that's why I'm saying you have to air the game on another streaming service. Amazon Prime would still get their initial Thursday night game, but the Thursday afternoon game would go to another streaming service. I think Apple TV should get involved in this, and you air an NFL game right after the MLS draft. If you're Apple TV, you air an NFL game right after the MLS draft on a Friday afternoon. That's how you enter. That's how you make your footmark with the NFL. It's just one game a year, and then you build up. Then you try to work into a rotation.
I'm going to put my business cap on here. So, you got all these pregame reports. You got all these pregame analysis. How do you know that they can't take the lead if we don't give them the chance to take the lead? Once every 2 or 3 years, giving them a chance to take the lead isn't going to be a deal breaker.
And you're just giving them one game, Apple TV. You'd just be giving them one game on a Friday afternoon after the MLS draft. Assuming the MLS draft stays in that third Friday every December, you give Apple TV one game after the Super Draft.
Whether it's Apple TV or Amazon, it's my thought process is you have all this talent. This is one game. Give them a shot. It's not going to make or break the business model. Oh,
And I think the NFL, they're going to pivot to putting a game on Friday, because if you have 3 college football games on a Saturday and 1 on a Friday, college football is eventually going to step in and say, look, NFL, we want the Saturday in December to ourselves. What do you guys want to have? What do we have to do to make sure you get both games on a Friday? And I do believe the end result would be the NFL would get a Friday game, and they would add one of the Saturday games to Thursday, so that there's 2 Thursday games, 1 Friday game.
Yeah, because I think right now,
That's the direction it's going to go in 5 years. It's not there yet, but by 2028, 2030, I think that's the direction it's going to go in.
the thought process 2 years ago would have been make sure people stay in there for 4 years. With NIL, you're going to have top talent stay there for 4 years because they're going to make a hell of a lot of money. So, and there have been a lot of talk about this from NFL executives and how this is going to be a good thing for the NFL. So, you're not going to get that kind of huge tactic. So, it's all going to have to be on the
So your choices are: you could air a game on Friday after the MLS draft, you could do a doubleheader on Thursday, or you can air a game on Sunday morning like you do with the international series. You could air a game Sunday morning on NFL Network. That's the third option I'll throw in, because you're not competing with anybody directly, and you're making the other brands happy at the same token. And people will watch that game on NFL Network. They will. Okay, people will watch a Week 16 game late in the season on NFL Network. People will. It's
European games are on 9:30. If you don't have a European game, why not put another game at 9:30? Like something I'm looking forward to.
Everybody wins. College football doesn't, and MLS, they don't have to worry about you stealing their audience, and you still have that game in your back pocket heading into the holiday season. And I think that is something the NFL should explore. Honestly, late in the season, yeah, they are, because they can literally dictate when they want to air those games, when they want to air Packers, Eagles, When they want to air Packers, Bears in Chicago, and Eagles, Commanders in Washington. When do they want to air those games? I think one of those games will end up airing on a Friday, but it's just interesting. They could both end up airing on a Saturday like last year, where you had a game at 1 at 4.
They had the cloud with the parent companies and the content companies, 3 or 4 different networks at a time. Plus, they have their own network. Plus, the overseas everything. They had more say than any other professional sports league.
If you remember last year, they aired the the Texans Chiefs game aired at 1 p.m. on NBC, the game where Tank Dell got injured. And then the other game, Ravens Steelers in Baltimore, aired on Fox with Brady calling it. And they had both those games on separate networks to coincide with the college football playoff. So if they keep the current format, that's probably what they'll do again next year. They'll put one of those games on NBC and the other on Fox. And I'm guessing Brady will get the Eagles-Commanders game. We're not disrespecting anybody. I'm just guessing. It's hypotheticals. We really don't know yet.
I do want to give credit to Tom Brady, but he stuck his first couple games, and he really grew into his position as he worked on that. So I just want to give credit, hard work.
I agree. Brady did a terrific job in his first season. I know people in my family thought Brady sucked as an announcer, and they thought Greg Olson was better. And look, if you think Olson's better than Brady, that's fine. We can respect that opinion. But at the same token, Brady showed he could hold his own as the lead.
That's because Brady sucked in his first 2 games.
Yeah.
Brady worked hard, and he learned, and he got better.
I agree.
Your family thought he sucked, but he probably just sucked the first game.
No, they thought he sucked all year. But that's because they're Yinzers. When you live in Pittsburgh, you have this self-fulfilling prophecy where you grow to hate anything and everything Tom Brady does. Because Tom Brady tortured Pittsburgh for years. Yeah, but he tortured Pittsburgh in the AFC Championship on multiple occasions. 01, 04, 05, 01, 02, 04, 05, Big Ben's rookie year. And then he tortured them again in Gillette Stadium after torturing them at Heinz Field during the infancy of Heinz Field. He tortured them again in New England in 2016, 2017. And I think there were some other playoff games. Maybe those are the only 3, but that's the thing people forget. Like, the Jets knocked out Brady the year the Patriots had the 1 seed and were supposed to face Pittsburgh in a rematch. The Jaguars knocked out Pittsburgh the year Big Ben could have had his rematch with Brady at Gillette. So, I mean, the Jaguars and the Jets are partially responsible for preventing playoff games between the Patriots and Steelers. And it's safe to say maybe the Steelers win one of those 2, but we'll never know. We'll never know because we'll never know what would have happened because spoilers, upsets. And I think that's kind of for the best, but you know.
And there's the best thing that can happen to sports is the upsets. The things that we get excited about. I mean, I don't think we were on call with the podcast. I think we were on the phone with each other when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl. I was walking down the street and
there's a tradition. Whenever I go to Texas Roadhouse before a Chiefs playoff game, they're 0-2. They lost to the Patriots the year the Patriots played the Chiefs and the Chiefs were the 1 seed. They lost that game, and the Chiefs I went to Texas Roadhouse before Joe Burrow's first Super Bowl appearance against the Chiefs, and the Bengals won that game. So, for some reason, me going to Texas Roadhouse brings the Chiefs bad luck. So, if you're an NFL team, here should be your thought process. Take a bunch of fans like me that bring the Chiefs bad luck and lock us in a Texas Roadhouse and hope your team wins. That's really all you can do to stop Andy Reid number 15. That's really all you can do. And it's at the tipping point where I'm inviting that idea if it's going to help the teams out, not me.
Hollywood Higgins got a helmet kick, and the ball went out of the end zone. They called it helmet with the Browns shoes. And
Daniel Sorensen pretty much ruined the Browns' playoff window for years to come.
Yeah, and then
but in reality, if you had drafted Josh Allen over Baker Mayfield, you probably win that game. Yes, it's short-lived, and I don't know if Allen sustains that level of success in Cleveland, but I do think if you pick Allen over Mayfield, you win that game. And you probably go to the Super Bowl, because with Mahomes out of the picture, Allen's playing either Lamar Jackson or Lamar Jackson most likely in the Ravens, and you probably win that game. So, just saying.
we have to acknowledge the slowest 15-yard run in the history of professional football happened in that game was Chad Henne running for the first down. Nobody in sight. Barely moving. It's like a snail in molasses. 15 yards and nobody could touch him. Barely moving a mile an hour. It took 15 seconds for that 15 yards.
I mean,
nobody touched him. Nobody even came close. It's like that had to be, you and I both know that had to be the slowest 15-yard run in the history of football. That was one of those things where you're just sitting there running like, somebody's got to catch him. Got to get caught. What the fuck is everybody? Chad Hayes, 15-yard run is about like the lowest 15-yard
yeah.
run.
I mean, as good as Andrew Berry is, I don't think he could win GM of the Year 3 years in a row. Right now, the NHL GM of the Year finalists are the Winnipeg Jets GM, who I believe deserves it the most. I mean, Winnipeg, their blue line sucked and they won the President's Trophy, so that's who I would vote for. The other nominees are Zito for the Florida Panthers trade deadline moves and Jim Nill, Dallas Stars GM. And it's sounding like Nill's going to win it for a third year in a row. So if he does, as great as Barry is, I don't think he could win GM of the Year 3 years in a row. That's not a knock on Barry. That's a testament to Nill, how good he is. How good he's been with the Stars. Because winning GM of the Year in any sport is 3 years in a row is hard. I don't care what sport it is.
I didn't know he'd won it 2 years in a row.
He won it 2 years in a row. He won it last year, and he won it the year before, and now he's one of the 3 nominees for this year. So if he wins it this year, it would be a third year in a row he won NHL GM of the Year.
I didn't know that. I didn't know he won it last year.
Yeah.
So,
as good as Barry is, I don't think he could win GM of the Year 3 years in a row. In today's NFL, it's not because he's bad. It's just the competition. The level of competition is like ultra hard mode versus medium or hard difficulty with the NHL GMs. It's a different level of difficulty. That's why I don't think any GM could win GM of the Year 3 years in a row. And we saw Brad Holmes win the award 2 years in a row with the Lions.
I agree. And I think that's because the general managers are so young. There's so many different ideas. There's so much code what they do, and how many of them will win easily. And I think.
And Nill is 67. He won GM of the Year the first time when he was 65. He's 67 now, and he could win it for a third year in a row. We are not going to see that in any other sport.
I think if J.J. McCarthy works out, the Vikings nominated for winning GM of the Year.
But 3 years in a row, I don't think it would happen 3 different years in a row.
3 years in a row, no, but just break up that 3 year in a row process.
I think if anybody in the NFL won it 3 years in a row, it would be Brad Holmes, and it would have to be this year. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. It's just not. Because an NFL GM winning GM of the Year 3 years in a row, that's too much to ask for in today's era.
I agree.
If Holmes doesn't win it for a third year in a row this year, we're not going to see an NFL GM win GM of the Year 3 years in a row.
And the NFL offseason, especially in the draft, is a crapshoot these days.
It's not really a crapshoot. If you do your homework and you actually go on, watch the film, do one report a day, and you actually grind through it, which a lot of people don't have time to do. As fun as it is, a lot of people just don't have that type of time on their hands. But if you make that time...
I did actually the Kenneth Saints interview. It does take not only the general manager, but the coaches feeling and the head scouts feeling and so on and so forth. So it is a collective effort.
It is.
And where we can say, we do it ourselves. With the franchises, it is a collective effort. And it's usually done within a week of the draft. So it is a little bit different between what we do and what they do.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely correct on that.
So we can't say that, we can say absolutely 100% we are 100% dialed in, and it's not that difficult. But when a general manager has all these opinions and follow them, and has to put in a spreadsheet, this is what this person likes on them. This one of 270 something out there, whatever they do.
We are going to have to wrap this up by 3. Well, not necessarily. My phone's at 10%. All that means is I need to charge it. That's all it means. Let's grab the charger. Let's grab the charger. I got a wireless charger. I've got a wireless charger. I can just plug the phone into the charger, and everything's fine. Nothing's...
It's a good philosophical debate on draft strategy.
There's always going to be a philosophical debate on draft strategy. That's going to still be here at the end of time. It really doesn't.
Yeah, we've had these debates before.
But I'm saying it's not going to be us. It's going to be the next generation of NFL draft fans or NHL draft fans or whatever. Because, I probably do need to start my NBA mock soon, but I'm trying to finish the NHL one first, because that's what I did last year is I got through as many picks in the NHL mock as possible. And this year I'm already at 72 picks. There's 224 picks in the NHL draft. I've already got the first 72 write-ups knocked out, because the only thing we don't know is the draft order for the final 4 teams. I took an educated guess and put Carolina, Dallas, Florida, Edmonton in that exact order. So right now, Carolina looks like they're going to be locked in at 29, but it's possible if Edmonton loses to Dallas, it's possible Edmonton moves ahead of Carolina. I have not looked at that yet. I'll take a quick look at that right now. I'll take a quick look, not at the mock, but what the standings say, because Carolina might have more regular season points than Edmonton. I'll double check that quickly, but we are going to sign off by 3. It's 2:48. We are going to sign off by 3.
And I just want to let everybody know, we are always going to evolve our draft position and how we see professional teams do it. Based on information.
Yeah, because I'm actually thinking, you know what? For the NHL draft, for day 1, maybe it's just me, but for day 2, maybe we bring some guests on who know hockey, like the guests we had on a few weeks ago, Anthony, or maybe we get Ron, Steel Flyers. We bring these guests on and give them the floor to talk about some of the guys they interviewed that got picked today. That takes pressure off Joey, allows him to just engage in the conversation, allows me to focus on the grading process, and it won't sound dull or mundane when picks are flying in. We could also try live streaming, like the screen sharing the NHL draft thing when the picks are flying in versus our site. There's different things, approaches, strategies, thought processes we can try. Carolina had 99 points. Edmonton had 101. Florida had 98 points. Carolina had 101. So whoever loses the Eastern Conference Finals is picking at 29. Whoever loses the Western Conference Finals is picking at 30. And here's the kicker. Florida and Colorado do not have a pick in the first 3 rounds of the NHL draft. If the Dallas Stars win the Western Conference, their 3rd round pick goes to San Jose. So Dallas would join Florida and Colorado as not having a pick in the first 3 rounds of the draft if they beat Edmonton in the Western Conference Finals. So
Chris, that's a fun approach, because I'm a casual hockey fan. I'm not an expert by any means, so I can ask the question when I hear them say something that makes sense, and will give them a pause. I did that with the NBA. I'm exactly an expert with the international guys.
I think one of the reasons Jim Nill is so successful is because he hasn't had to pay any of the guys he's drafted $10 million after their rookie deals. The only guy he paid $10 million to was Mikko Rantanen, the former Avalanche right winger that they gave an 8-year contract to. That's the only player making above $10 million on the Dallas Stars roster at the moment.
Fucking Guardians of the NHL.
Basically.
That works, I guess. Guardians are big competitors, or Stars are big competitors.
But the Stars have made the conference finals 3 years in a row now. This year, Edmonton, but they lost to Edmonton and Vegas. And only 6 teams made the conference finals 3 years in a row this decade. The Chiefs, Tampa Bay Lightning, Florida Panthers, Dallas Stars, and the Vegas Aces. Yes, I'm counting them because Vegas Aces made the Final Four in the WNBA 3 years in a row before losing to Liberty. So yes, that does count as the conference finals round. That does count as the conference finals. I know there's not a Western Conference and Eastern Conference finals in the WNBA. It's the top 8 teams get in. And sometimes an Eastern team plays a Western team, but New York, Vegas. So WNBA, we'll give Becky Hammond, we'll put her in that prestigious category of teams to make the conference finals 3 years in a row, because Vegas did technically make the Final Four and win a playoff series in the WNBA last year after being 2-time champs. So they do make that category. And no NBA teams have made that category this decade. That's the most fascinating thing, Joey. There has been far more parity in the NBA in the 2020s versus the 2010s and the 2000s and 90s, where it was a Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James monopoly, Steph Curry monopoly.
Well, yeah, you have to look at, because before that in the NBA was Magic Johnson, Larry Birdman. So there was Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
It's like, but in this WNBA situation, who was Becky Hammond running from? Who was her maestro? Who is she opposed to?
You know, the Las Vegas Aces began as an expansion team. They were originally the San Antonio Silver Stars, but they relocated because the Silver Stars just didn't have the resources and revenue to keep their WNBA franchise. So they went to Vegas, and it worked out for them.
As the right hand of Greg Popovich.
Because Mark Davis bought the team.
Greg Popovich wanted Becky Hammond to be his successor. She went on before he was ready to go. She moved on. So is it really knowing who taught her how to be a coach and how to deal with all these situations? Does it really surprise you that she has been able to excel? Not
really. And no, one more team I forgot is the Astros. Astros did make the conference finals every year from 2017 to 2023. Or 2024. Yeah, 2023. So, yes, the Astros are also in this category.
Also, on that note, we all wish Greg Popovich best in his future endeavors. He had the health scare, and he's moved into the front office with Spurs. We all wish him the best of success. And hope he follows a long line of coaches like Larry Bird, Phil Jackson, Pat Riley, to go on as executives and just, have exciting. We love you, Greg, Craig Popovich, and we hope we wish you nothing but the best.
Well said, Joey. Well said. Coaching hires in the NHL. I'll get to this. We got 5 minutes left. And GM hires. So the Tampa Bay Lightning's assistant GM is now the New York Islanders general manager. So the Islanders, they fired the old, aging Lou Lamoriello. They got younger. They went with the Tampa Bay Lightning GM, assistant GM, under Julien Brisebois since 2019 when they won their first Stanley Cup. How the hell did he stay on the market for that long? He should have been hired like 2 or 3 years ago. But Matthew Darche, he was the assistant GM of the Tampa Bay Lightning from 2019 until now. The fact that nobody poached him when the Lightning won back-to-back cups is amazing. The fact that it took him this long to get a GM job, that should say something about the league itself. How flawed some of these
And this is one of the reasons I give Andy Berg credit. Is because a lot of the people who are under him, whether it be Coach Stefanski's people or Andy Berry's, is that they promote people, and it's well known. People get promoted in by other teams. And they made that a point when they came in 2019, that they were going to work on promoting people and getting people promoted. And I think that's a lost art in sports today. Because it was an art that used to happen all the time. And it doesn't happen as much anymore. So anything new.
Well, I think part of it is the NHL. They just decide to recycle coaches and everything's structured like corporate America, whereas there's not really the opportunity to earn promotions unless.
Maybe.
But the Lightning GM probably should have been hired by another team 2 years ago, but wasn't. And that's going to make him stronger in the long run because Jim Nill had GM offers when he's with the Red Wings when they won those 4 Stanley Cups, but he waited for the Dallas opportunity because that was where his wife wanted to leave Detroit. He listened to his wife. He got rewarded. And it was the right time to leave the Red Wings. So
there's probably a different reason for that. But
let's.
The entire thought process is there is a reason the NFL leads corporate America in a whole in innovation. It's because they allow their people to work and innovate. And there's an old saying in business: corporations don't innovate. People do. People make the innovation. And if you look, it's like Walmart, Sears, or Sears is under.
Basically, every NHL team has hired a head coach except the Penguins. If you had told me at the start of the coaching search the Penguins would be the last team without a head coach, I would have thought that was crazy. But the Blackhawks decided to promote their interim coach. Rick Tocchet, who quit on the Vancouver Canucks, is now the Flyers coach. The Canucks promoted Adam Foote, their assistant, to head coach, which I actually think that's a really good hire. Adam Foote was a great defenseman on the Avalanche for many years. fact that he hasn't even gotten a head coaching job is nuts. Because Quinn Hughes, the defenseman captain of the Canucks, went to bat for Adam Foote. So, and that's pretty much how Adam Foote got the head coaching job. But he should have been.
Another extreme example of innovation. Just an extreme example. The United States Army, they had a bunch of guys.
Oh, and Brendan Shanahan got fired. He's no longer the president of the Maple Leafs. Brendan Shanahan got fired, but the GM and head coach stay on, and they're going to have those responsibilities Shanahan had. But I don't know what's going to happen with Brendan Shanahan. He's a free agent at the moment. I mean, he got Toronto to the playoffs every year, but he could never get them to the conference finals, so he got fired. He's a free agent. So,
United States military decided to.
Well, his decisions backfired. He replaced Kyle Dubas with another GM, and that didn't quite work out. And he replaced his head coach, and that didn't work out. And they still couldn't get to the conference finals. And he constructed a great roster, but now you got Tavares set to be a free agent, Mitch Marner. 2 of your 4 best players are UFAs. And you're in a bad spot. Yeah, you got all your defensemen coming back, but your goalies are about to hit free agency, and the only 2 members of your core 4 that you paid are William Nylander and Austin Matthews. And Marner, he wants $8-9 million a year, and he hasn't done shit in the playoffs. So he's not worth it.
Because the military and the farmers got together because they were bored, and they created a bazooka tank. Six recoilless rifles, all pointing in different directions. You know how they spotted them? 50 spotting rifles. 4 individuals. And you know what won the Vietnam War? They had 300 of those dumb motherfucking tanks in there with shipment. That's 600 hardened steel nails getting shot out of 6 different cannons at a time. Okay. How did they win? You know, how did they win Korea? They won Korea because of when the trees started talking, they weren't talking for long. How did that happen? That happened because a bunch of people in the field, individuals, and a bunch of farmers, individuals, got together and said, you know what, let's do it. And then when the Army said no, the Marine Corps said, I love this. Because in the Marine Corps, if it sounds stupid, but it works, then it's not stupid.
Okay, good news.
That's what we all have to remember.
Good news, the Galaxy San Diego game did get pushed back to 4:45, but my couch is going to get sewn, and there's some other things, other stuff, business, personal stuff I got to get handled. So we're going to wrap this up. It's 3:03. What are your closing thoughts before next week? We will give you the floor to have closing thoughts, and then we're going to sign off.
What the hell did you do to your couch?
I found there's like a hole in one of my couch cushions, but this is an old couch. This is a couch from my basement because I lived in Wexford, Joey. I lived in Wexford from 2000 to 2019, and this is the basement couch. We had this from 2007 to about now. So my family's had this couch for about 20 years, and when we got a new couch, I was too stubborn to get rid of the old couch. So essentially, I have 3 couches in my apartment. Okay? I have 3 couches in my apartment, as hard as that is to believe.
I can understand that. Do you know how to sew it?
I have a sewing kit. I do not know how to sew a couch with a hole in it back together. I mean, I took home ec. I just forgot. Like, I've got sewing.
My mom It's like when I was a football player, when my pants, when my pants ripped, I flew with his mom and dad. They said, if you're going to play football, you need to know how to fix your appointment. So if you're going to get pants. So I learned to serve very quickly. I wasn't good at it, but I learned how. Chris, if you're going to have old stuff that can be sewn, I'm not going to say try to sew something that
I've sewed clothes in home ec when I was a kid, but I've never sewn like a couch. And I think I did a pillow once in home ec, like I sewn a pillow together. And it had all the MLB logos. It had like the Cleveland Indians. It had the old Pittsburgh Pirates logo from the 80s with the old pirate on it. Yeah, that was the pillow I got to sew together when I was in 8th grade. It was actually a really awesome pillow because it had all the old school MLB logos from the late 80s, early 90s. Like,
look, Chris, look at your scene. If you can get the scene and you can get
because there's still cotton in the pillow. None of the cotton's fallen out of the pillow, but there is a hole in the pillow. It's kind of big, and I just have to patch that up. No cotton fell out of the couch though, so that's good. That's the good news.
You're good. Just get the seam and make sure you sew from the seam to, and if you can do that, if not, it may be a little awkward. You can still do it. Just make sure you leave enough room for it. It's not going to rip the material on that as you go from point A to point B. And so, and use your own discretion.
There is a it's a tiny tear. Like it's a very. If I showed our audience in the live stream, I don't know if that's a good idea, but it's a very. I would say it's about 1, 2. It's about 3 inches. The hole in the. It's about 2, maybe 3 inches. I'd say it's.
Just make sure you hit the seam.
You just gotta hit the seams through those 2 to 3 inches, and the pillow, the couch cushion should be a-okay. That's really all I gotta do, and that's the only couch cushion that's damaged. The other 2 are in great condition, and the big one is in excellent condition too. So that's good. That's the good news.
Yeah, just don't do anything that will hurt the seam. If you can hit the seams and bring them in and bring everything into the seams, that is what you want to do. Because the seams are the most important.
Yeah, but the seams on this pillow are starting to fall apart. The seams on part of the pillow are starting to fall apart. If you add the seams that are beginning to fall apart, if I patch those up, you're looking at 4 or 5 inches, maybe 6, but it's very. They haven't fallen apart yet, but if I repair those now, I can pretty much repair the seam entirely versus just repairing the hole in the. Because it does feel like there is a seam that's beginning to break loose, but it hasn't broken loose yet. And if I patch that up, I can prevent that from falling apart. You know?
Yeah. What I used to use fishing wire. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend that for you, but for a football gear, I used to use fishing wire because I was out there going against 300-pound men, and my stuff was ripping on a weekly basis. So I started using fishing wire. I don't think you go 300-pound man going into your apartment, sitting on your couch on a daily basis. I mean, so, for you to find some strong thread, ask your mom, hey, give me a crash course on how to sew, because I forget a little bit about it, and then do it, because I don't think you'll have to like I said, you're not going up against 300-pound man sitting on y'all couch on a daily basis. You won't need something like fish and wire. You won't need any like freedom measure like I had to have. But just say, hey, Mom, it's a crash course in sewing. Let me know. I got it. And keep the threads. And
Yeah, because I think that's a good idea. Keep the threads and actually pay attention and watch her. And yeah, I've been jamming. My old electric guitar that I found at my mom's house, because I used to play guitar as a kid, I was actually jamming for a few seconds while Joey was giving me guidance on how to approach the sewing with the couch. So for the conclusion of today's show, you got to actually listen to Joey talk about sewing experience, and you got to see me play guitar, even though I'm not very good at it. I think that's the first time I've attempted to play the guitar on the live stream, too. That's nuts.
I haven't played guitar in 20 years.
So were you an acoustic guy? Because I played acoustic back in the day. I have an electric. My brother played bass, but we did have to play acoustic in middle school. It's just.
I was acoustic. I was more folk.
I liked acoustics the best myself as a kid, but I didn't complain. Guitar's a guitar. It's an investment. If you get one, just be grateful you got one.
Yeah, and that was 30 years ago. You're doing your best to show my age here. That guitar was 30 years ago. The sun was 25 years ago. It was like, okay, how old do you want me to be, Chris?
I don't know how am I supposed to respond to that?
I want to be 16. No, I want to be 21 because one of the older girls. I want to be 21. Come on, Chris, you're making me sound old. Making me make myself sound old.
Yeah. Well, it's unreal. When we started the show today, we only had like 5 viewers. Now we have 69. We only had like 5 when William and I were, before you got here. We only had like 5. And we've ended the day with 69 viewers. So thank you guys so much. Thanks to our audience. 66 on X, 1 on Kick, 1 on Twitch, and 1 on YouTube.
Thanks to all of you. We really appreciate it.
I'm approaching 9,900 Twitter followers. I never thought I'd get to 10K. I still don't think I will, but if I do, I said we'd do something big, whether it was a trading card auction, because that's something I would be into, but I would want someone to walk me through it. Someone who has expertise in that field, and they would take me along for the ride. I'd follow their lead, but I'd buy the cards and I would do an auction. I'd split the money with them and Joey and William. That would be something. I'd only take 25%. We would figure out a way to make it so that everyone else got some of the profits.
We really appreciate all your support.
Basically, that's what I would do if we got to 10K followers on X. But regardless, I appreciate my audience, regardless of how big or little it is. The fact that this many people care, it does say a lot. And next week, you'll get the conclusion of the Memorial Cup, update on the playoffs, NBA and NHL. It looks like it's over for Carolina Hurricanes. It looks like it's over for the New York Knicks. I mean, both those teams lost 2 games with home ice. So it's going to be hard to come back from that. And I just think the Thunder are the best team left on paper in the NBA playoffs. NHL could go either way. It could go Florida because Florida's got the best work ethic experience. Edmonton's got the most talent on paper. Dallas feels the most motivated and the hungriest from a culture. And from a culture standpoint, it's tough because I feel like Dallas, they jump in the air before the games to get fired up. I think their culture's strong, and I think Florida's culture is also equally strong. So I think you could take a coin flip if we're just...
We gotta give credit to the Pacers. They They beat the crap out of the most talented team in the NBA in the Cavs. They were tougher than them. They went in there and they were tougher than the Knicks. I mean, they literally got outplayed by 50 minutes and then went in there and just whooped their ass for 10 minutes. And, won.
Yeah.
We got to give our...
Everyone's saying Pacers Thunder will be a boring NBA Finals. I don't think that's the case. The Pacers haven't been to an NBA Finals in 25 years, and the Thunder are still looking for their first championship. I think whenever you have a finals like that, regardless of the market size, whenever you have a finals where you got two teams searching for their first professional championship, it's a lot of fun. Look at Bucks Suns a few years ago. That was a lot of fun. Neither team had won an NBA Finals at that point.
I'm going to say this. Larry Bird was the coach of the team in the finals. Larry Bird is now back as senior advisor for the Pacers.
Yeah, but the guy who's coaching the Pacers, Rick Carlisle, he was the former Mavericks coach when they won it all in 2011.
Yeah, here's Rick Carlisle's portfolio. Boston.
Rick Carlisle wanted to move on from Dallas. He enjoyed his time with the Mavericks, but he felt it was time to move on. So he stepped aside.
But why has he been around Larry Bird? Because he was Larry Bird's teammate. He and Larry Bird shared a kinship, a very thought process on how that's supposed to be construed. He was Indiana's head coach.
And he was the Pacers head coach back in the day. Before he joined the Mavericks, he was the Pacers head coach when, I think in the mid-2000s, when the Pacers actually made a few conference finals.
He was Larry Bird's successor.
Yeah.
He was Larry Bird's head assistant. He was Larry Bird's successor in 1997 and he coached him in the early 2000s. And then when Bird left, he left. When Bird came back as a consultant, he came back as an assistant. Then when Bird left again, because of health reasons, he had some health problems. Carlisle left, and then when Bird came back as number one head consultant, basically.
Yeah, and the Mavs had Jalen Brunson and Luka Doncic. They drafted both players in the first and second round, but they only wanted to pay Luka. And eventually, they ended up letting Brunson walk for nothing, the second round pick, and they traded Luka for a horrible return. So the Mavericks had something great with Carlisle, Brunson, and Luka, and they managed to find a way to let all three guys walk out the building.
They didn't have it, they didn't have the infrastructure, and now Indiana.
And Jason Kidd hasn't been bad, but, he's not Rick Carlisle. I hate to say it, but he's not Rick Carlisle.
I love Jason Kidd because
he's a good coach, but he's not Carlisle. Maybe he'll be there one day, but he's not that right now.
Carlisle's got 50 years of professional basketball.
Carlisle was the Pistons head coach before being replaced by Larry Brown, and then he went to the Pacers because he was the assistant with the Pacers, like you said, but Bird stepped down, and as Bird stepped down as coach and he vouched for Carlisle to be his replacement, but Pacers president Donnie Walsh gave the job to Isaiah Thomas, and Carlisle ended up going to the Pistons instead, and that led to the Pacers, I'm guessing, falling apart until Carlisle returned.
You don't burn the fire. That's something that a lot of people don't talk about. That Bird fired Thomas, and we hear stories from Thomas and Bird about how that happened or why it happened. None of us know the truth. But Bird fired Thomas in that spot. guess who took over?
Yeah, and the Carlisle got the Pistons to a few Eastern Conference titles where they lost the Pistons, the Pacers, and then, he went to the Mavericks, won a championship. But yeah, we could get into the history lessons of all this stuff. It's fun. Don't get me wrong, it's fun, but it's 3:20. Joey and I both got things to do, but I promise you guys, next week you'll get the conclusion of the NFL schedules. You'll get my conclusion as well as Joey's conclusion, plus every playoff game via rough draft. This is not my predictions are finalized, but I'm open to tweaking them if injuries occur. Whereas with Joey, he will constantly tinker and tweak with stuff. And a lot of it depends on news, current events. So a lot of this is just projections.
I'm a former coach. Getting new information. You pile it into the nice little package to happen. So, it happens. It's what all coaches do. Get new information, make adjustments.
Yep. But yeah, this NHL draft's pretty strong. I mean, I had 44 skaters with experience on a top line, first line, and 6 goalies that checked off every box. So that's 50 potential star players in the top 64. So this draft was much better than 24. It's not that 24 was bad. There was a lot of talent in 24, but I don't think 24 had the star power in the first 2 rounds this draft does. And a lot of people are saying 26 is better. Yeah, 26 is more top-heavy in terms of the top 11. It's the best, arguably the top half since the Connor McDavid class in 2015. But it's, you got to appreciate this draft, too. This draft is getting so much flack. A lot of people are saying it's not as good as next year. Yes, the next year's top 11 is better than this year's top 11. But I would argue this group's deeper. And it's getting underappreciated because it's better group than last year, Joey. Maybe it's not the meat and potatoes draft you'd like to see as a fan of hockey, but it's a better draft class than last year.
I will say this: is like if you're looking to next year, how do you know you're going to be in a position to get those people, and you're not? You don't know.
You don't know it because of the lottery, because the NHL has the outdated lottery system. So you could be the worst team in the league. You could blow up your team, and you could still end up picking third.
Even if you're not a lottery, it's like, how do you know? It's like if it's the NFL. You say, I want one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Oh, guess what? We won 3 too many games, and we are no longer in. How are you going to know that from year to year? You're not going to know that. You are taking a risk that you're fucking going to stop.
And honestly, the other problem with the NHL is coaches. There's way too much coaching turnover, and not enough GMs are getting held accountable for bad decisions their organizations made. You can make a case for the Bruins firing Don Sweeney because he let 2 playoff head coaches walk out the door in Jim Montgomery and Bruce Cassidy. You can make a case for the Islanders firing Chris Drury. Yeah, he hired Mike Sullivan from the Penguins, but traded Capo Caco away, who you drafted number 2 overall in 2019 to Seattle. He just put together his best career season with the Kraken, and you traded him for a 3rd-round pick because he wasn't getting top-line minutes on the Rangers. And you also traded your captain, Jacob Traube, to the Ducks. So, I mean, you could argue those 2 trades alone are fireable offenses. You really could.
I do, but
And Kevin Adams, he's had too many blunders in Buffalo, but at the same token, Buffalo decided to bring him back and give him 1 more year. I mean, we'll see what happens.
I just don't buy into the sports thought process with the media of you got to do it for next year, and you don't know what next year is going to bring, and you don't know what's going to happen. Because that just seems so short-sighted.
Yes, the top 11 for 2026 is very good, but what's going to happen after that top 11? Because there's going to be a drop-off at some point if a player declines or improves. There's going to be. I mean, it's a numbers game. That's true. But the odds of everybody in the top 11 for 2026 maintaining that high level of play without one player in that top 11 declining is very small. Okay? It's very, very small. Logan Hensler was graded above Matthew Schaefer at this point last year. Logan Hensler's now in the 20s. Matthew Schaefer's projected to go number 1 to the Islanders. What does that tell you? You really can't put a lot of stock into these. You can't look ahead too much. That's the lesson here.
That's the lesson. It's like what the Browns getting to for some picks. Everybody's saying they're going to trade up for a quarterback. Well, there's a future no-miss quarterback.
I think they're going to get a left tackle if Shedeur pans out. If Shedeur does not pan out, then they'll probably look at a quarterback and a left tackle. But if Shedeur pans out, but they're still having problems on the offensive line, I think they'll try to trade up for a blind side and get someone the way the Commanders got Connerly for Jaden Daniels. But we'll see. We'll see. We don't know yet. We don't have crystal balls.
That they were going to trade up for a quarterback in the third. There's a generational quarterback. You're going to trade back with you. They're going to keep it because it's a generational quarterback. They're not going to trade with you.
It's funny, we did the poll question grading weakest to strongest 25 drafts. NBA finished first, NHL second, MLS third. NFL finished fourth this year, which is the lowest the NFL's finished. I think that has to do with the quarterbacks more than anything else. Tracy Porter said it has to do with the quarterback class for this draft. But there's going to be 2 guys that get extensions after their rookie deal. There's going to be 2 guys. One's probably going to be Cam Ward, and the other's going to be it's either going to be Shedeur, Ewers, or Milroe, depending on which quarterback surprises us. Because one of the quarterbacks besides Ward is going to surprise us. The big question is who.
Chris, I'm going to tell you the exact same thing I told G. Bush earlier this morning. And that's bottom line. Even Alexander the Great of Macedonia had his detractors before he stepped out of his father's footsteps. Let that sink in.
Yeah.
We're going to go freaking ancient history on here. Alexander the Great had to step out of Philip the Great's footsteps before he became great, like his father.
And look, you don't know how a draft class is going to turn out, so looking too far ahead is ridiculous. I remember reading a bunch of threads on HF boards. It's called Hockey Forum boards. And they were saying the 2029 NHL draft is going to suck. And the 2030 draft's also going to suck. But 25 through 28 are going to be outstanding. And yes, 25 through 28, just the early rounds, like the top 10, the early rounds look fantastic. But 2029 has 3 defensemen projected to go in the top 3. And one of them is from Cleveland, Ohio. And his first name is Thor. That is an awesome story. A defenseman from Cleveland, Ohio with the first name Thor is going to the Pentagon Vs, the expansion team joining the Western Hockey League, and he's going to be the face of the Pentagon Vs for the next 4 years. That's an awesome story. Pentagon.
And, we all have things to do, so...
So we're going to end the show on that note. I ended on a talk show about an hour ago, so we are going to end things. But we'll be back next Saturday. You'll get part 3 of the NFL playoff picture, updates on the Stanley Cup and NBA playoffs, maybe updates on my mock. We'll see. Probably not. Probably saving that for June. But yeah, we'll see you guys next week.